Good evening, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome back to the one, the only Alec Gunther stream. So good to be back, everybody. My hair looks awful, man. I haven't shaved it in a minute. It looks so bad. Here, I'll show you real quick just so you can see it. It's so bad. Look at how bald I am going in the back. Abysmal. It's fine once I shave it, but I have just been lazy about it. Stop flattering me. It's a very bad... Listen, I'd call it bad on other people too, okay? You can think it's not bad if you want, but I'm gonna think you're lying. How's it going, everybody? I also meant to put in my earrings. I could still go get them, I guess. I got new earrings from my friend over New Year's. New Year's was very interesting. I did some, you know, wibbly wobbly things. Some substances. It was nice. It was weird, but it was nice. Why is there a chud roll? Can I give it to myself? I mean... No, don't do that, because I think the chud roll exists. I didn't make it, by the way, just so you know. I didn't make it. But I think it exists so that you can have those people in your chat without necessarily needing to ban them. But you know who they are, you know? Like, if they say some dumb shit, you're like, oh yeah, no, it's just that guy. It's just our little goofball over there, right? But you'll notice there is a wide selection of emotes to pick from, all organized by type. It took a minute, but I did it. Okay? Well, yeah, it censors swearing on screen. It censors swearing on screen for videos. It helps with videos. Yeah, it's well organized. I'm glad you noticed and like it. I can't stand going into somebody's site chat and like all of the emotes are so disorganized, you know? Still squished? You're gonna have to talk to White Nervosa about that one. I did not put that in. It is very satisfying. I keep finding myself opening it again. I think that one's my favorite. Yeah, I'm sorry to the YouTube people that like the site command is not working. I don't know why it's not. I've been trying to get it to work prior to stream for a minute and I just could not. So I'll just link it. It's alecgunter.com. It's very simple. alecgunter.com/live, actually. That'll help better. Still need to update the icons. Which icons? Oh, you mean the ones, yeah, the ones on the front page, yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm not in a huge hurry. First thing, we got to get that intro going, because we've been working on that for a minute. So intro, and then we'll work on the site graphic, and then we'll work on... Actually, I think I'd rather get alerts figured out first. Because I think the site looks fine. Like, it's a little basic, but it looks fine. You know, I organized all the colors, I updated all the badges and the badge colors. If you go to the sub page, the colors are really cool. Like the tier 1 subs are just that basic pale blue, but the tier 2 is like a minty color. Or no, it's tier 2 is like a aqua color. Tier 3 is a minty color, and then tier 4 is like a lime green yellow color. And then of course you can see no blue names in this chat. The blue names are the tier 1 subs. The gold names, alright? If you get a gold name, that means you're VIP. Oh, Oasis, I meant to ask you, what color do you want for the graphic design role? Oh, also, sorry I took away all your roles. I was trying to get rid of the broadcaster role. And it kept, like, keeping the role on you, and I didn't know why. But I'll give it back. We got admin. moderator, VIP. There we go. The purple names are admin / moderators. Actually, they're more of like a pinkish now. They're like magenta. I changed it because I decided that I want like all of the subs to be like a cool color. And by cool, I mean like warm versus cool, right? So like they're blue and green and whatever. And then like the warm colors are reserved for me and the mods and the VIPs, and possibly Oasis if she so chooses. Oh shit, that's loud. That is extremely loud. I gotta turn that. Thank you for redeeming your membership, Sean of the Pop. Sorry about that, guys. Let me turn that down. Only take a second. I've been coughing a lot lately, and I don't know why. I already had COVID. It's not fair. Overlays gallery. No, overlays. No mod check? I can get a mod check real quick. If you guys want, I can open up... we can go through some emotes real quick. If there's any... So, mod check, we'll add that real quick. Here, hold on. Hold on. First things first. Let me get this done, and then we'll add mod check. Sorry, I was saying that to myself, not to you guys. Thank you so much, Ghost of Avalon, for the tier 1 subscription. I don't know why alerts aren't working yet, but I will try to get them working for the site very, very soon, I promise. Six Keck emotes, but no mod check. I missed some, okay? I missed some. We'll get the mod check. Okay, let me turn this down first. So that was a member alert. Volume. Oh, it did work.
The Ghost of Avalon got a tier 1 subscription.
Cool. We'll turn it down to like 20%. It was at 50%. I think 20 should be fine. Yeah, sorry to anybody at home. Uh-oh. I think we had a brief disconnection. Are you guys still there? I think it's fine. That was me on YouTube. Is it better to sub here instead? I get 100% of the proceeds if you sub and donate here. Yes. I will allow people to do either, obviously. You are always more than welcome to do both. There's so many ways to support me now. You can support me on Patreon, YouTube, my site. You can even support me on Discord now. Yes, you heard me. You can support me on Discord now. With me seeks. If you go to my Discord, there's a announcement that shows how to do it. Oasis, you never said what color you wanted your role to be. We got to give you the graphic design role. It's going to be above the mod role. Come on, Miss Graphic Designer, pick a color. I'm just showing you guys what I'm doing here. So I need to make... So broadcasters 99. Notables 94. That's fine. That's 97. Graphic designer, I want that to be 98. Okay. Blue? I mean, there's already a blue, but I can make it like a different color blue. Like that. Gold? There's already a gold, too. I mean, it's yellowish, but I could do, like, orange-ish, maybe. There's no orange yet. Or, like, a lighter pink. Or there's purple, or lavender. All kinds of choices. You want orange? We'll go with orange. Okay, and then I need to... So here's you, graphic designer. Here, wait, let me refresh. Oh, save the chat. There we go. I gotta get you a, I gotta get you a symbol too. If you have one that you want next to your name, let me know. Talking to my chat. Oh. What's this? I love Comic Sans. I will use that one if you want. I will use this if you want. You know what? It's too late. Yep, let's do it. You don't get to decide anymore. Wait, hold on. Not that. Go. Do you want to keep the white? A usable icon? What do you mean? This is great. Is there a way to make it so that if I will allow... Okay, so I'm looking at... there's a three-way DM between me, Oasis, and White Nervosa. And Oasis was asking if she can use Comic Sans in the chat. I will legitimately allow that. It's theoretically possible, but aside from higher priorities, it would break all ethical rules. That's funny. Okay. Imagine chatting off screen. Well, I can't very well leak DMs. Okay, I feel like it's been a minute since I've done a legit stream, so you guys will have to forgive me. I'm gonna do my best. I gotta get back into like the swing of it. We're supposed to have like a control panel. And for some reason it's not working. Whatever. We got some very serious stuff to talk about first, so let's get that out of the way. I'll make it as short and painless as possible. Let me pull up a thread. I'm glad I made this thread. My grandma saw your stream on the computer and thought we were in a call. That's funny. I guess that makes sense. If you're not aware of what a live stream is, and you see, like, you just, I don't know, like you see somebody live on the screen in front of your granddaughter's computer. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Who's that handsome man on the screen that you're talking to, sweetie? Are you gonna marry him? Give me grandchildren. Great-grandchildren, I guess. Is that the one you want? Yeah, even if you know what a live stream is, that's fine. That's fair. Why is this? Okay, I don't know why it does this. It's perfect. Okay. That. I don't think it reads very well. Unless you're on a phone. We can go with it, though, if you want. Perfect. Okay. Oh, that's all right, White Nervosa. Thank you for letting me know. Love that you just see a white blob. It is kind of funny. Wait, why didn't it work? It didn't work. Did I not save this? Is that why? See if that works. No, it took it away. Oh, there's currently, sorry, White Nervosa literally just said there's an issue. It's fine. We'll leave it alone for now. Okay. Let's do this thing, because we have to talk to that guy at 6, and I want to make sure that we're ready. Oh, also, before I start, I am getting a new webcam soon, and I was just reminded of that because I, like, record my webcam separately, my webcam feed separately from, like, everything that you guys see on screen right now. I'm getting a new one soon. I'm gonna shrink this just a bit. There we go. I think even a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So as many of you know, I am from the state of Ohio, which is home to many things, including Kings Island, Skyline Chili, various monsters from fiction, is what I've heard. Several astronauts, thank you, Katie. And we are expanding rapidly, like a contagion. But in all seriousness, there's a little guy in Ohio that I like to call Mike DeWine, and he's currently our governor. Now, Mike DeWine did something interesting recently. Here, let me pull up the tweet, actually. Sorry, editor. Is this it? Okay, here we go. All right. So basically what happened was Mike DeWine vetoed something called House Bill 68. Now, what House Bill 68 essentially did was it outlawed trans children from competing in sports, as well, or it would have outlawed trans children from competing in sports, as well as restricting access to medical like trans care for children, including puberty blockers, especially surgeries and all that, but even things like puberty blockers, hormones, all that stuff. So it was a very harmful bill, right? And Mike DeWine vetoed it. And we thought, wow, we didn't see that coming, right? Here's the problem, though. It seems good on the outside, and I was excited. You can see it right here. Never thought I'd stand a Republican governor, but here we are. I was excited. I was like, oh my gosh, here it is. A Republican governor that is actually using his brain and standing by some convictions and saying, the government is not supposed to be involved in healthcare. Now, that being said, Mike DeWine did support bans on abortion, or at least restrictions, but I digress about that. I do want to talk more about the abortion thing in a second, but to stay on topic, that was Mike DeWine's logic, is he said the government should not be involved in medical care of parents and their children, right? But here's the thing. The Ohio Senate and the Ohio Senate and the Ohio House both passed this. I believe pretty handily, too. I don't know the numbers. But they have the numbers required to override the veto, right? And so they're going to, probably next week, which is bad. So if they override the veto, the process is they would have to go to court over it if it's, if the veto is contested. And they would have to, duke things out there. I don't know exactly how it works. But when asked whether or not, sorry, I said earlier in the stream that, like, this is, the first time I've streamed in a minute, so bear with me. Mike DeWine gave an address to a bunch of reporters, right? And during this address, they asked him various questions, and I detailed it here in this thread. And you can watch the whole video if you want. There's a lot of build up to it, and then he gives his little thing. But I summarized it here, so let's go through some of it. So he mentions that he wants to completely outlaw gender-affirming surgery for minors and institute regulations for both minors and adults, quote, for their protection.
I guess you are, my little pog champ.
Thank you very much for following on Twitch, I believe. Stop following me on Twitch. I'm not on there anymore. Anyway. So one of the regulations involves extensive psychiatric care. In his own words, those are the exact words that he used. He cites concerns about quote-unquote fly-by clinics that will attempt to bypass the regulations. And that doesn't really happen. Like, it, you know, I'm sure there are buildings that or organizations that try to give people hormones for a lofty price with very low regulation procedures, but that happens with a lot of medicine. Like I don't know, like it doesn't strike me as a very serious problem. I was able to get my hands on testosterone very, very easily. Okay, it took a phone call. I think I had to make like one IRL appointment, and that was it. And then they like shipped me the my little everything that I needed. Thank you for subscribing, Cole. Appreciate you. I got to turn that down. Anyway, where was I going with this? Sorry. Brain hurty. I know. Anyway, so the flyby thing really isn't an issue, but he's pretending like it is. He's painting this picture of like these darkness, these flyby clinics were operating in the dark under the cover of night, right? Oh, hello, Xander Corvus. Welcome in. Under the cover of night, just handing out hormones to any Sally or Sandy who asks, right? Testosterone, estrogen, puberty blockers, whatever you want. The gambit, it's yours. And that's just not happening. It's simply not. So painting this picture is very dangerous because it leads the average person to believe, wow, this is actually a real problem. And it is, again, simply not. And it is also worth mentioning, as I said here in the thread, that children and adults both receive extensive psychiatric counseling prior to treatment as is, and there's no other care that requires this kind of procedure to be involved. You know what I mean? Like, there's no other medical care that I know of, at least, that requires you to go through extensive psychiatric care, as well as get references from like 50 different types of doctors, saying that like, yeah, no, this person is definitely trans, bro. I promise, bro. You know what I mean? So Mike DeWine is talking out of both sides of his ass, where he's saying, oh yeah, no, the government totally should not be involved in your healthcare. But I mean, we have to keep people safe, right? Another thing that he mentioned was that he wanted to make sure that trans surgery for children was completely off the table. He said that like he doesn't think that it's happening in Ohio, and to be fair, it happens very, very infrequently. But it is still legal in the case that a doctor decides, well, we should proceed with this care because the alternative is very unhealthy for them. And I believe that should be allowed, right? I don't think that it should be the standard for children to receive sex change operations. I don't believe that I believe that you should wait as long as you can until you're an adult. But every case is unique. You have to allow for that exception and allow for medical professionals who have studied this to make that decision, just like in the case of abortion, right? And since I brought it up, let's bring that back. I think that Ohio Republicans are simply mad that they weren't able to combat enshrining abortion rights into our Constitution. I think that they are giving up on it for right now, and they're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on hating trans people and controlling medicine that way. Because that's all this really is, in my opinion. It's a power struggle to try to, keep people from, basically just control people's medical decisions. Because if you can control their medical decisions, you control a bunch of shit about their lives. You know what I mean? Medicine's very important. So, for their protection is like that trolley problem. The trolley is barreling down a track about to hurt no one, but someone could wander onto the tracks. Do you divert it to make it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's baseless, completely baseless, these concerns. He also mentioned something about like marijuana on the black market and outlawing intoxicating hemp products, which I don't even know. I've never heard of that. I'm sure it's out there. I know that it's probably a thing, but I've never heard of this being a problem. And of all the drug problems that Ohio currently has, it's like, what are you talking about, man? Fentanyl is rampant right now. There's no reason to be cracking down on weed or hemp or anything like that. There's simply no reason. It is so low on the priority list. He states that he got backlash from his party. I believe that he got backlash from his own party, by the way, for this veto. I believe that fully. And I think that the reason that he vetoed this was specifically to kowtow to his liberal constituency, his liberal centrist-leaning constituency. Because he's considered a rhino in conservative circles. He's kind of like a Mitt Romney type, spineless, not willing to really commit to much on the conservative side, doesn't want to be associated with like the Trump Republicans, things like that. And so this was basically just virtue signaling to the liberals and centrists like, oh, look, no, I'm reasonable. I can think about these things with my big special brain and make a very good special decision. And I would buy that. I would buy that. But here's the thing. He was asked during this press conference, when this goes to court, which it probably will, are you going to, try to push to make sure that these policies are not implemented until the proceedings in court are over? Because once this veto is overridden, it will be implemented in 90 days. And make no mistake, it is probably going to be overridden, okay? So that's a 90-day period that people have to kind of get their medical affairs in line. And by that, what I mean by that is you basically, if you're trans, you have to go to an out-of-state clinic now, which sucks. It sucks really, really, really bad. And we have 90 days. I think the only saving grace is that they aren't going to require children to come off of puberty blockers if they're already on them. I don't know. The point is, if you're in Ohio right now and you're trans, you need to start seeking out-of-state care. You have to, because if you wait on this, it's going to be a huge rush, and it's coming. Unfortunately, it is coming. And here's the thing: you may think that Mike DeWine was trying to help by vetoing this. Not the case. When asked if he's going to fight this at all or try to keep this from being implemented, he said no. He said no. He said that he is going to allow this to take place, and then on top of that, he is also going to institute his own policies, which basically include, now Erin Reed, if you know her, made a great list, but they basically include making a list of people who are getting care for trans treatment, right? And what else? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, and making it way, way, way harder for adults to get trans care. Much harder. And he does this under the guise of safety. But I'll tell you why he's really doing this is because he's a spineless prick. He can't stand by his convictions. He knows that he does not. He's siding with the conservatives on this. He is siding with the conservatives and making this way worse than it has to be. Okay? But he's pretending like he's not, right? He's like kind of giving a wink to the conservatives while he says, I am thinking about this. I have a big brain, just like what I just said. And then, But you go ahead and do what you got to do, buddy. You make those trans.
Alex Gunther,
and
why,
it sucks.
Dude? He's baiting. I know who this is.
Thank you for subscribing. And it really sucks because if you're going to be a piece of shit, I'd at least prefer that you stand by your shit. So the bottom line is that Ohio is simply not going to be a good place for trans people in the near future. I think in the grand scheme, people are going to see this as, like most people in Ohio are going to see this as a net negative. I think that this will even it could come to impact like cis people's hormonal treatments as well. After all, like most women are on birth control, and birth control is a hormonal treatment. There are men like me who have taken testosterone treatments. I did it for both for bodybuilding purposes and because my testosterone was naturally a little bit lower. It's actually quite high now thanks to that. So, it's just going to suck for everybody involved. And like I said, if Mike DeWine is going to make these ass decisions, I'd at least prefer that he is honest and open about what he's doing, like the Trump conservatives are. Because these rhinos, as they're known, I guess, You would think that they're not as bad as the Trump conservatives, but in some ways they're even worse because they're being very sly about all this shit. And then liberals go and vote for them because they're like, oh no, he's a good boy. Like my brother voted for Mike DeWine, right? No, he's a good boy, I promise. Look at him. He's a small bean, all right? He's a small, cute, innocent old bean, and he's just a good man, and he just wants to do what's... No, fuck that. He's a Republican. I do not trust Republicans anymore. I will never trust another Republican in office again. I cannot trust anything that they say. This is bullshit. It is complete bullshit. It's just strategy. Thank you, Lady Nova. Exactly. It is just a sick, disgusting, twisted strategy to make trans people suffer, and that's all it is. So don't trust Republicans anymore. If you're in Ohio and you're trans, please seek out-of-state care. Hopefully this will be temporary. I'm going to fight this as much as I can on whatever level that I can. I'm not going to commit to any public appearances, but I will be trying to go to at least some local ones, local meetings and stuff, just to say, hey, this is not okay. Like, there are a lot of trans people who are going to be affected by this, and you're going to see enormous backlash from this. So if you're in Ohio, what I would encourage you to do is, besides seeking out-of-state care, go to your local city council meetings, go to your local school board meetings, and tell them that this is simply not acceptable, especially school board meetings. Go there and tell them that trans kids need to be able to play with their goddamn friends, okay? It is simply not okay that we are keeping them from doing that. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And what I, in a positive sense though, what I see with this is a cornered animal. And I've mentioned something like this before. The Republicans know that their time is coming. They're starting to realize that the abortion thing isn't working. And so they are just hoping and praying that they can make this trans thing work. If they can just really drive it home as hard as they possibly can, they can make it work somehow. They can make people listen to them, and regain that control that they lost in these past years. But the silver lining here is I don't think that it's going to work. I think people are starting to see the writing on the walls, especially with this younger generation coming up, and who aren't lead poisoned, right? And I think that in the long term, this is actually going to work out to hurt them rather than help them. Unfortunately, in the short term, we have to deal with the fallback or the fallout. So keep your heads up. If you're trans or know people who are trans, do whatever you can to help yourselves or your friends or your family who is trans, and then just do what you can locally to fight back against this. I guess it's just gonna suck for a while. I don't know what else to say. I felt like that was very lackluster, honestly. It is. I also forgot to be recording on my Logitech software, but oh well. Have you ever thought of running in the GOP just to get into local race debates and crush them and make content? That would be excellent content, but I don't think you understand how much work that involves. Although I also don't understand it. Does it involve a lot of work? Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. That would be funny, though. That'd be really funny. The thing about politicians is I almost feel like their media their media training works against them in a lot of ways. Because it makes it so that they don't ever say anything wrong, like I do. Because I say stupid shit sometimes and then I gotta backtrack. And I'm not, rehearsed. But when you come off so rehearsed and robotic and you think you have all the answers and you just don't, and it's not satisfying, people lose interest in you. Thank you, Balthazar228. It's alecgunter.com. I'm sorry that that command isn't working. I don't know why. I tried to get it to work and it simply wouldn't. State Senator Gunter. I only ask it because a Vosh guest said that they did that in Idaho or something. Oh, well, maybe. That'd be funny. Run in a Republican primary just to debate them. Man, I'm really tired right now. Put the link in the description of your streams for now. That's a good idea. I should do that. I was feeling great earlier, but I'm so tired all of a sudden. Honestly, like, do you guys want to watch the Destiny Joe Rogan thing? Like, I don't know. I know that sounds fun, but part of me is like, I don't know how fun that's actually going to be. Holy shit. Sake Tanuki with the 20 tier 1 gifted subs. Start this side off with a bang. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Sake Tanuki. For those who don't know, that person single-handedly funds Vosh's entire stream. Practically.
Start this site off with a bang.
Let's go. Yeah, thank you very much. Sake is awesome. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out how to wake myself up. Give me a second. I'll be back in like 3-ish minutes. Okay. Alright. Went to the bathroom real quick. Got some water. I'm actually drinking water here. It's usually alcohol, but I'm trying to ease up on the alcohol this year. I'm trying to make a lot of changes. What do we got in the React? Are you guys being gay for women in here? Yes, new side indeed. Joe Cat time. That might be my favorite emote. The council will decide your fate. Oh yeah, I gotta add mod check. That emote's godlike. I was originally... The original is like, all the peepos are different colors. I should change the colors of their shirt at least. I actually made that from the original. Like, I used the original as like a draft. Or a whatever it's called. A template. The Destiny Joe Rogan thing, it's not just those two. It's like a panel. That's part of the reason I don't really want to do it. I feel like watching debate panels is so much different from watching just a one-on-one debate. The latter is so much more interesting. You thought with this hair I wasn't sapphic? Okay, if you're in my chat, you like girls at least a little bit. It's required. Okay. Excuse me. I feel a little bit better. I also took my afternoon dose of Adderall. It's a little bit late for it, but I usually don't take it, to be honest. Debate panels got less entertaining as time progressed. Do you guys want to know some shit? Guess what Dylan Burns told me. Or not Dylan Burns directly. But, I'm gonna leak some DMs. Do a little leaking. Danabo. You know what Danabo told me? Or for those who don't know who Danabo is, he's, I believe, Dylan's editor and graphic designer, but I could be wrong. I know that he at least makes thumbnails. Or no, he is the editor. So Danabo is Dylan Burns' editor. And we were talking, and I told Danabo, I was like, hey, if you guys have another Hippy Dippy, I'm interested in being on it. Because that's really good for numbers, right? And you know what that motherfucker said to me? He's like, oh yeah, you're supposed to be on it. And I was just like, what? What do you mean I was supposed to be on it? Why wasn't I? Like, I was in some of their recruitment panels. For those who don't know what the Hippy Dippy is, Dylan Burns runs a panel that he's been doing for a while. It's like the biggest debate panel on Twitch. And I was on their recruitment thing, whereas like Dylan Burns himself doesn't run it. It's usually Danabo and one other guy moderating it. And I was on a few, and then they have like one or two bigger names and then like a bunch of smaller names, right? And I was one of the smaller names. And I was on one of the recruitment panels, or at least, I think at least one, maybe a couple. And I don't know how well I did, I forget. But apparently I did well enough that they wanted me on the main show, and they just never did it. I'm like, thanks, man. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate you. And then Dylan, get this. Let me show you guys something. So Dylan recently reacted to my Matt Walsh thing. This was just like 2 days ago, because Thermia just uploaded it again. Thermia uploads like old Vosh clips. Hello, Mr. Win, welcome. And so like it started making the rounds a little bit again. And listen to this.
I want to start with this back and forth between Matt Walsh and Alec Gunter. Many of you might know him if you've been longtime viewers of the channel. Alec Gunter, from his appearances on the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. I don't know if you got.
Fuck you, man. I was not on the fucking Hippy Dippy Roundtable.
To start in the area in the Hippy Dippy Recruitment channel. I don't think so, but I know he was part of our developmental brand for a small period of time. So it's cool to see people like Alec Gunter, who used to be on our show, was, you know, doing stuff on our show, go off to do much cooler things like go on Jubilee. Not saying my show is
cooler. No, again, fuck you. I wanted to be on the Hippy Dippy debate panel, the main show. Okay, that's what I wanted. How dare you say that's not as cool as being on a fucking Matt Walsh Q&A? What do you mean cooler? Ugh. Okay, Dylan. No, I love Dylan. I love Dylan. This is all a gag, but also I'm a little bit miffed. Why does he make it sound like he made you? No, he did not make it sound like that. Stop it. Listen, read it charitably. It's fine. And also, like, the Hippy Dippy, you cannot deny that the Hippy Dippy does help you get numbers, okay? I had some of my earliest members from that. So in a way, you know, it did help. And I did literally reach out to him because I knew that specifically because I knew that it would help, okay? Anyway. I'm going to see if this guy's ready because I kind of want to get this conversation started. I'm still tired. I don't know what the deal is. I feel like if I have somebody to talk to directly, it'll help me. I think it was just his way of saying friend of the stream. Yeah. All right, I have no idea how this is going to go. But, you know, the Satanist church or the Satanist temple or whatever, they, from what I understand, they tend to be pretty cool. So we'll see. They said if I have any questions about the Satanic temple or anything, then I can ask. Satan. Ugh. There we go. I got new headphones. Okay, let's pull them in.
He claims he made you, but we've all seen the pictures of you delivering him as a baby in the hospital.
That's true. I did do that. Thank you for reminding me, Sakutin. And thank you for the tier 4 subscription. Holy shit. Thank you so much. You're too kind. All right, let's do this. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're a little quiet, but that might be on my end. Can you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, let me turn you up a little bit.
Okay, I can also tweak the gain on my side if I have to.
If you could just a little bit, that would help.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, chat. That should be good. If it's not, let me know. All right. Hello. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing very well. Yeah, I'm Ta. My pronouns are he, him, and thank you for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that we were talking a little bit in YouTube comments. Was that it? About the Satanic Temple? Because I remember I made that one video about like the Satanic statue being torn down, and then you commented something about coming on the show. So I
Yeah,
appreciate you coming on, and uh, looking forward to talking about whatever it is you'd like to discuss.
for sure. Yeah, no, and likewise. And again, regarding that video,
Hmm.
it caught my attention, and as such, I'd like to offer both a thank you and a hail you for your coverage and remarks about that situation in Iowa with Cassidy destroying, the TST congregation holiday display. I search YouTube and online quite a bit for coverage of the Satanic Temple, or TST for short, and you are definitely among the very few voices that are not just trying to malign and misrepresent what it's all about. So thank you again.
Yeah, absolutely. My understanding is, and I'll let you explain it better. But my current understanding of the Satanic Temple is that it is a gesture at like the Christian version of Satan, but moreover, it's more of a statement about religious freedom and what uh I guess both the consequences of it and also like I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be bad at explaining it no matter what I say. So I'll let you go ahead and just give your version since you're the expert.
Sure, sure, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you weren't too far off. So
Cool.
again, yeah, I just so people know, I am Ta. Again, I'm a member of the Satanic Temple, or TST for short. And just so you know where I come from when I'm saying this, yes, I'm a minister of Satan with the congregation as well,
Ooh.
but that does not mean that I'm a representative or spokesperson for the temple. But I can certainly speak of my informed opinion. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're say your role one more time. The name of your role. It's a representative of Satan, or no? You said
Well,
a
I'm a minister of Satan,
minister.
which
That's what it was.
yeah, yeah, but we don't have to stand on ceremony.
Okay.
But yeah, some people could think or read into that I, speak for the temple. Not at all. I can speak of the temple,
Okay.
as long as we have that clear. Is that cool?
That's totally fine.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry I have to get that out of the way. It's very important.
No, that's okay.
Um,
Just yeah. So we're all on the same page. It's all good.
yeah. So as for, you know, I guess what I was hearing in your question is sort of why Satan. What does the Satan in Satanism refer to? It's not just a riff on the Christian notion of Satan. In fact, it's not really at all, although certainly that is to be expected that Christians or others may think that, right? Because obviously, why would you pick the name Satan for religion in the Temple of Satan if not to punk Christians, right? That's what a lot of people would guess. Does that make sense, right? Um,
Hmm.
but no, the Satan in Satanism, again, for my Satanism, and as I've seen it being spoken by the TST itself, so I believe I'm speaking in accord with what TST's own statements are. The Satan in Satanism, a la TST, refers to the literary figure of Satan, such as depicted in, say, Milton's Paradise Lost or Anatole France's Revolt of the Angel. That is to say, a simple way I like to sum it up is that it is our favorite superhero, sort of an embodiment of Enlightenment values, not the Christian, the villain of the Christian Bible. Does that kind of make sense?
I think so. So he's more like Captain Marvel or something.
Sure. Yeah. So the other way I like to frequently explain this is the Satan in my Satanism is think of again personifications. Think Lady Justice or Libertas,
Ah, I
right?
see.
Statue of
Okay.
Liberty. Yeah.
So
So that's why I say
it's a representation of an ideal.
yeah, exactly. Now,
Okay.
of course, it's a loaded Christian or Abrahamic faith term, and
Mhm.
I get that, and I believe I don't speak alone for other Satanists in that sense, but again, I just speak for myself. But
Right.
yeah, it's many people sum it up as enlightenment values. Many people say but the key ingredient that does sort of leverage more into the Christian mythology of Satan is that Satan represents the eternal rebel against tyrannical and corrupt authority.
Okay. I think that makes sense because say okay because in the original biblical story, Satan was the one who said, "Hey God, you don't deserve all that power." Right? Is that
Sure.
kind
Yeah.
of
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's all kinds of both in the Bible and in further scripture in various Abrahamic faiths. Yeah, Satan is sort of the rebel. There are some stories that Satan
the
or
problem child?
Lucifer or the devil, yeah, exactly, is the one who stood against God. Out of pride or whatever. But
Yeah.
if you
Well,
look at certain, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say like, sorry, when you say out of pride, you're saying that's like the Christian view, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But if you look at, very many people see the snake in the Genesis story as an appearance of Satan or Lucifer or the devil,
Right.
right, in the biblical text. But if you actually look at, even if you want to just take the Christians and the Christian texts at their own word, look at the appearances of Satan or Lucifer or the devil, and what is the devil actually doing in their own stories. Again, then that's not necessarily the Satan that Satanism is referring to. The snake of Genesis is trying to offer Adam and Eve knowledge, the
Right.
knowledge of good and evil. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with trying to offer humanity knowledge?
That's my
I can
thing. It's really weird.
Yeah. Or if you look at Satan supposedly tempting, as Christians would it, tempting Jesus in the desert when he's saying, "Hey man, you don't have to sit here and starve. Have some water, have some food."
Right.
What's so wrong with that? So
I
anyway,
agree.
yeah, yeah.
I agree.
So yeah,
I
anyway,
recent
that's
it's funny
oh
because I recently just did a video about this dude who was like starving himself for a week, and I'm like, dude, that's so unhealthy. You've got to eat something, and he's like doing this as like a fitness thing, and I'm like, you're so stupid.
yeah,
So like, no,
yeah,
you're right. Like, eat something is not evil advice to give.
right. So again, I was just trying to, pay the devil his due or whatever in saying that even though Satanism, modern romantic or enlightenment sort of Satanism, right? So obviously, when I say Satanism, I'm referring to what was started in the 60s by Anton LaVey, right? Church of Satan.
Right.
And as Satanism to me, as a member of the Satanic Temple, which is not the same as Church of Satan, but again, it's both forms of contemporary Satanism. The Satan there doesn't refer to the Christian notion of Satan as found in the Bible or Scripture. It refers to the literary tradition, which yes, fell out of the page from biblicism or whatever, but then took on a life of its own. Again, in sort of the Renaissance and Enlightenment era writers and poets who saw in the figure of Lucifer or Satan in Christian myth sort of a heroic rebel and a sort of champion of mankind, freedom, justice, scientific knowledge, that kind of thing. So
That's how I see it too.
yeah, well, awesome. We'll hail you for that.
Excellent.
That is how I see it, and I believe I'm not too far off of other Satanists as such.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean that calls to mind. I watch a lot of One Piece, as my audience knows.
Love
I
it.
don't know how much you know about the show, but
Oh,
um,
I am a fan of One Piece. Go on,
oh,
yeah.
good. That tracks then, because that show is all about fighting authoritarianism and people who like quite literally believe themselves to be God. You know, I mean, there are these things called celestial dragons that I'm sure you know quite well, and they are figures who are essentially just above the law and can do whatever they want with no consequences. Which that's what being God means, right?
Sure.
Um, and the entire idea is that like Luffy is the D, spoiler alert, you know they don't say exactly what it stands for, but people who are marked with the D, like Monkey D. Luffy, are fighting. They're enemies of God, is what they're considered. Um,
Hmm.
and so like in that way, those characters that many people love. I mean, it's a very popular show. Those figures are enemies of their version of God. They might as well be part of the Satanic Temple in that sense. I think. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Sure. No, I see what you're going for
Right.
there. And if yes, I came on here to talk about Satanism or whatever, but if I can just geek about One Piece for a minute.
Please, please. I love One Piece.
The first thing that came to mind. Now I haven't watched it for a long time, and I'm really happy about the Netflix show because it's kind of getting me back into it. But one of my favorite moments of that show, and again based on the anime, right,
Mhm.
was when Luffy fought forget his name, but the dude, the chief guy in Skypiea, and he hits him for the first
Yeah.
time.
NL. Yeah. Yep.
That was great. Yeah. So anyway, that made he was purporting himself as God, high and
Yep.
mighty, as a corrupt authority. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I love that scene. My personal favorite punch up to this point is when he punched the celestial dragon on Sabo.
Sure.
That was amazing.
Sure. But yeah, no. So yeah, Satanism is definitely, yes, it's an embodiment of Enlightenment values, but it's also, yes, a staunch and eternal rejection against tyrannical, corrupt authority. And as I've been following your channel for a while. Don't be afraid. You don't have a satanic stalker on you.
No,
um,
it's all good. I'm flattered.
but no, I see some of that in what you're covering. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen you covering things, advocating and fighting and speaking out for LGBTQIA plus rights.
Absolutely.
Um, for if I correctly understand, you're also very pro reproductive rights, as
Oh
in
yeah.
abortion,
Oh yeah.
um, which is amazing. And if I understand it correctly, you are a RN, and so you
Yes.
probably have a very informed perspective on that when it comes to the medical aspect of it.
Yeah, you'd be surprised because a lot of the nurses that people meet are like older, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but what I do mean is that when you're older, an older nurse, you tend to be like kind of set in your ways, and like your ideals are a little bit more archaic than most younger nurses, you know. But like when if you get an education, at least where I got it at Mount St. Joseph University in Cincinnati, um, you know, the modern day nursing education is actually pretty comprehensive as far as like social issues, and like we learned a whole lesson about like how black women are like 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women,
Mm,
and that's unsettling to say the least, right?
yeah.
So you know older nurses, I think, are unfortunately like pretty conservative. I've met no shortage of nurses who refuse to like get vaccinated, which is like why. But
Yeah.
being a nurse, I do think that it, at least a younger nurse, does open your mind up a little bit more because you get to meet a bunch of different people and have intimate experiences with them, and get to learn like what makes them tick. Um, I don't know where I'm going with this, but basically, yeah, I feel like
No,
it has helped my perspective. Is my point.
no, that's great. I respect the hell out of that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
But like I said, I
but
am
yeah,
flattered. Um, I feel like I was going to ask something else. I'm sorry, my brain is working at like 50% capacity
it's
today. But
all good.
was there anything else you wanted to add real quick? I'll try to think of another question.
Oh, no, just another compliment. So, like, the other thing, generally
Okay,
speaking, again, I've seen in a lot of your content that you are sticking it to sort of the right wing idiocy out there.
good. I'm glad. I'm
um,
glad it comes off that way.
yeah, so I'm glad you agree with that assessment. And so, in that sense, yes, I see you in your own way. I understand. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with a Satanist saying this, but I see you in your own way, sort of fighting it against the tyrannical authority that is sort of the theocracy and the Christian rights, or just the alt right in general, kind of running amok.
Oh no,
Uh,
absolutely, and it's nothing against Christians. It's not and I know you know this, but just so my audience knows, and so people who watch this know, this is nothing against standard average Christians like most people in America are. I think in worldwide, it's actually Islam that's the most popular, but I could be wrong about that. But like Christians, most of them are just decent people. Most people who purport to be Christians and believe in God and whatever. Uh, to circle back to One Piece again, just like the citizens are in One Piece, right? Most of them are just average, normal, everyday people, but for some reason, they still respect the Marines who protect the very people who are, uh, oppressing them. And it's not
sure.
as though God is like a real person, but I do think that from what I remember growing up Christian, Catholic specifically, is just this constant feeling of being watched, and I hate that. I hated it so much. And, it was a gradual process of freeing myself from that. But looking back, my current perspective on the world and on like how I live my life is so much more healthy than it was back then. And it's made me a lot better and happier as a person. And I don't think that that was just how I grew up. I don't think you have to be like that to be a Christian. Um, like I said, Shark 300 is a Christian.
Sure.
If you know that guy, he's great.
Yeah.
He was the other guy who went with me to that Matt Walsh thing. If you saw that,
Oh, I
um,
did. Yeah. Right on.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, it's not, again, it's nothing against Christians personally. It is a critique of the structure and what we're teaching people about Christianity. Because, like, I learned that God is the omnipotent force of the universe, and anything that He does or says is correct, no matter what. Period. End of story. Even
Yeah.
though He tells us we can't do those things, like,
Oh, oh,
advocate
yeah.
for genocide in the Bible.
Yeah.
um,
No, no, trust me. I do hear you. And I love the way you're kind of, the way you specified. Yeah. It's, even as a Satanist, the way I engage with Christians. Yeah. Not all Christians, people immediately assume because you're a Satanist, that you have a problem with any given Christian or all of Christianity.
yeah.
Absolutely not. Speaking for myself. And I know I find the same reflected in many other members I know of the Satanic Temple, and in the Satanic Temple's own spoken word. It's not, yeah, it's about the, now I don't want to get too political here, but it's about the
Politics
theocratic,
channel.
the Christian nationalist sorts, the I'm all about the Christians who are just live and let live, and the love of Jesus. There's a lot of good things to be found in Christianity in terms of moral value, right?
Yep.
But there are some people who, yeah, there are the versions of Christians, the evangelical or the evangelical right Christian nationalists, who are attempting to manipulate and twist the laws of the United States to inch it ever more, to boil the frog ever closer into becoming a theocracy. And that's where I take issue with those kinds of Christians, if that makes sense.
No, it does make perfect sense. My philosophy basically is, and I believe that the Satanic Temple does align with this very well, is, do no harm. If you're not hurting other people, with some exceptions, I'm sure you could like find a niche scenario where that ideal technically applies, but you still shouldn't do it. But like, as long as you're not hurting other people, in my opinion, like you should be allowed to do something. It shouldn't be off the table for you to do with your life, because at the end of the day, we only got 80 to 100 years on this planet, and whatever you want to do, however you want to present yourself, whatever you want to experience is your choice, and nobody else should get to dictate that, including whatever omnipotent force you think there is. I don't care if God exists. Oh, hold on one second.
Sure.
Huh? What's the pin for the computer upstairs again? 1290. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So,
Yeah.
what I was saying was, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, no, I don't care if God exists. Like, let's say that he does. Okay. Now what? What am I supposed to like get on my knees and praise him? What has he ever done for me? Like, prove to me that seriously prove to me that he deserves my praise. Like he's never shown himself to me.
Sure.
Maybe we could start with there.
Yeah. No. Well. Wow. Yeah. You got a lot going on there. First of all, yeah.
Yeah.
No. I love it. So no. Yes, I totally agree that live and let live. It just both personally, I agree that yes, we should all be allowed to live our free lives as long as we're not doing so at the expense of other people or through coercion to other people. I'm not trying to preach at you, but one of the,
Please.
The Satanic Temple has fundamental tenets, sort of our written word. Some people would say they're the equivalent of our 10 commandments, but they're not commandments, right?
Okay.
One of our tenets goes like such: the freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedom of another is to forego one's own. So I think in that is, both my personal and I believe a tenet reflection of what you were saying. Live and let live. As long as you're not pushing and shoving other people.
Yep.
But no, I lost my train of thought. You were saying something else there that kind of had.
I was saying, like, what has God ever done for me?
Yeah. Okay. So I don't normally break this out because this is kind of the go nuclear option that I kind of keep in reserve only for, because I do a lot of outreach just as and again, thank you for having me on. Just as I outreach to your channel, I outreach to some less than, shall we say, philosophically sympathetic channels like those on the far right or Christian nationalists.
Right.
And so I kind of keep these in reserve as the nuclear option. If communications and diplomacy break down, I go like this. Okay, so let's say I accept your premise. Let's say God did exist, or I'm driven to accept your premise just for the sake of argument. And They'll typically go, well, don't you want to be saved? Okay, by whom and from what? Right? Yep. So your Christian God, okay, so Jesus is here to save. Great. Okay, Jesus is a stand-up guy. Good for him. He's trying to save me from what? The frankly bullshit system that his daddy put in place.
Yeah. No, you're right.
So,
you're right.
Again, that's a little, it's a little less than charitable, but it is that, but that is my honest thought.
Ultimately, that is the root of what they believe. If you break, like, especially for Christo-fascists, by the way, like,
yes.
if you're an average, good, well-to-do Christian, I don't think that most Christians even really believe that. You know what I mean? They might say
Sure.
that they do, but I think in their heart of hearts, they know that's not like reasonable.
Could be, yeah.
I think. Most people just don't think about it that much. But anyway, I have no qualms at all pulling that out against Christo-fascists. None at all. Because it is literally what they believe, and they can't deny it. They literally can't deny it. What are they going to say? Like, God didn't actually make it that way? It was somebody else. It was outside of his control. It's a perfect argument against it.
Yeah.
So I like that one.
And I like how you use the term Christo-fascist. Am I hearing in that what I hear when I say theocrats, or would you mind elaborating on what you mean by that?
Theocrats is probably fair as well. I say Christo-fascists. To be fair, I don't have an exact definition, but essentially I'm talking about those types, usually they're like Catholic converts, you know.
Ah.
But like they're right. They're the types of people that
The proselytizers, the
yeah.
preachers. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
them, and then like, have you ever seen a great example is Big Papa Fascist?
Oh, it's kind of ringing a bell.
Yeah, he goes by Andrew, I think. And I actually want to state something real quick. I actually had a debate with him a while back. It was a 2v2,
Yeah.
me and Sprouticus versus him and someone else. I don't remember. He looked like a Crash Bandicoot villain, but he basically slapped the shit out of us single handedly, which I'm still disappointed in myself to this day.
Hmm.
But I actually watched him recently on Vosh, and I'm just like, how did I let this guy steamroll me? Because all he does is just talk and talk. He loves listening to himself talk, and he stays confident. So as long as you maintain confidence, you can win almost any debate. Anyway, the reason I
Yeah.
brought him up, though, is because he's a great example of what I mean when I say that.
Okay. Okay. No, that's fair. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's one of those things. Speaking of sort of the perfect little foil argument, again, I reserve that, who are you, who am I being saved from, and, from what? I kind of say that as the nuclear option, because that's a little undiplomatic. That's directly attacking their faith, which,
That's fair.
again, to your point, when I engage with Christians, I endeavor to be as diplomatic and with an open mind and good faith as possible, to maintain the composure, because otherwise you become the bad guy that they frame you to be, right?
Yep.
But no, their equivalent is the Christian equivalent against a Satanist, for instance, or at least as I found it, is, oh, well, don't you know that the devil is said to be the great trickster? He will use pleasant sounding and noble sounding language. He could be around any corner and, and say anything in the guise of anyone to tempt you to Satan.
It's cult shit.
Well, yeah, but my turnaround to that, which again I reserve for only when diplomacy is broke down, and I'm saying, okay, if I accept your premise that Satan could be anywhere, speaking through anyone to tempt you to evil, how do I know you're not Satan? Right?
True.
Right, but see, the thing is that that's an uppercut that you have to save, because if you open with that, it's like, oh well, here comes the Satanist coming to bully the Christians, right?
But if you keep it good faith, I think if you ask good faith questions, which that is a good faith question. That is a legitimate thing that you have to contend with if you believe that, right?
Oh, sure.
So I think that's a good faith question. I don't think that, and I realize you're being careful because there are like normies who already look down upon Satanists, which is unfortunate, and you're correct to do that. But in my opinion, I think most reasonable people listening to that would be like, yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, even if I do believe that, Satan could be anywhere at any time speaking through anyone. How do people know that I am not Satan? What can I do to reassure them that,
Right.
Which, in my opinion, it's just better to drop that altogether and just talk to people. But hey, it's just me.
No, I totally agree. I mean, that kind of a thing is ultimately, that is to say, when the Christians use that thing, it's an unfair move. It's philosophically, it's epistemologically, it's rhetorically, it's just kind of a dick move.
When they do it or when you do it?
No, when they break out with that kind of stuff.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah. No,
okay,
of course
really?
it is. Of course it is, because you can't disprove that, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, okay, you're right. Everybody could be Satan, but then again, everybody could be chickens dressed up in human suits and speaking human language, and I just never know it. And in
Right.
secret, they take the suit. Like, there's a million different possibilities. This goes back to I think, therefore I am. The whole like, what is it called? That one dude, I can't remember his name, who came up with that quote. But like, at the end of the day, the only thing you know for sure is that you know yourself to exist and
Sure.
and in some capacity to think and to be able to comprehend things. So like, if you're distrustful of everybody because they might be Satan, that is no way to live your life, man. That's paranoia. You're I can't think of the name of the brain part right now. Sorry, words are bad for me right now. But what's the part of the brain that handles anxiety and stress? I can't remember. The amygdala.
Oh, geez.
The
Yeah, I was gonna
amygdala.
say you're the RN. You got it up on me.
So
So.
I know what it is. I just forget things a lot. But their amygdala, they're gonna increase the size of their amygdala to like the size of a fucking a bowling ball. You
Right.
know?
I mean,
And
yeah. I mean, to live a life like that is to live your life as nothing other than a function of other people's, stuff. So yeah.
their will. You are living your life under somebody else's will.
Yeah.
And that is no way to
So
live. You are a slave to your beliefs if you do that.
yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't. I mean, I have a tendency. I have to admit, I'm a bit. As a minister of Satan, I file myself under more of the philosopher So I don't mean to dip it all philosophical on you.
You're fine. No,
Okay, cool.
I'm enjoying the conversation so far. It's
Right
all
on.
good. Yeah. One question I did have.
Sure.
So I think either you or me, I think you brought up the whole thing about like Satanists doing this as like a gotcha to Christians, like, haha, to check it out, Christians, we can worship Satan. And to be honest with you, up until this point, I thought that was an element of that. Um,
Well, I will. Okay, so
sure.
if I may just sort of address that. Um, okay, so yes, so I don't know if you've ever heard of or seen, or if anyone in the audience has heard or seen of the, the documentary film put out in 2019, I think, called "Hail Satan" with a question mark. If you haven't, it doesn't
Okay.
matter. But it was one of the common points that have been brought up is, oh well, you TST is just out there to punk the Christians. So
Yes.
for instance, Christians put up their Ten Commandments monuments. One of the things that were part of the major news coverage of TST back in the day, and still to this day, for instance, holiday displays and of the Baphomet statue, right? If you are allowing Christian monuments to be on public funded state grounds, then why, the Satanists come along, knock knock, hi, we'd like to put our monument up. And no, not just people will immediately assume it was just there to punk or to upset or to cancel the Christians. That
Which,
could
by
not
the
be
way,
further.
if that was the intention, it should still be allowed. But I
Oh
digress.
yeah, no, okay. So again, so where I was circling to is that was that part of the element? Was that a tool, I suppose, that could be in the arsenal? Sure, I would say that it would be. Again, I'm
Okay.
just speaking for myself, but that was not at all the intent. The intent was to make a statement about religious pluralism and that this is not a Christian nation. That this was meant to have freedom of religion. So yeah.
Okay. Um, where I was going with my question actually is,
Oh,
you
I'm
know,
sorry to have interrupted you. Yeah.
no, you're totally fine. I was gonna ask though, like, I know that they exist, but how much of the demographic of the Satanic Temple, like like the proper Satanic Temple, is composed of people who are simply there to like stir the shit?
Oh, okay. So in my I can offer you my perspective.
Sure.
And for what it's worth, I'm also a member of the Illinois congregation. So there are local congregations. So for instance, the Iowa congregation that put in that display that you covered in your video.
Mhm.
So to answer your question, no, in fact, none, or very,
None.
very few. Not, I don't want to say too much because it differs from congregation to congregation.
I,
But to
I think it'd
become
be
a
safe
member
to
of
say, as far as you know, at least.
yeah, as far as I know. I mean, and I say that because it is somewhat selected out by the interview process, right?
Okay.
To become a member of the congregation, at least, there is an interview process, and we're kind of looking for the yahoos or the wannabe Satan famous or the wanting to just cause trouble in the name of Satan. That's kind of selected out for, I suppose, in my opinion. But there's nothing stopping those sorts from signing up and people calling themselves members of the Satanic Temple by just signing up, on the public website. So,
Right.
yeah, but in my experience, in my purview, as I've seen it over the few years, very, very few, if any, are just those rabble rouser troublemaker sorts.
Interesting. Okay. Now there are people I think on like Twitter and stuff who say like, "Yeah, I'm a Satanist. I believe in the devil." Now what, Christians? But I think so. I've been seeing that I've been calling you a Satanist, but like, and even in the title of this stream, you're called a Satanist. But I think it would
Sure.
be probably more proper to call you a member of the Satanic Temple then, right? Because
Well,
you can be a
both are true.
Satanist. You can be a Satanist without being a member of the Satanic Temple, though. Correct?
Oh, yeah. Well, of course. I mean, yes. To address this, to say that you're a Satanist or to engage, in Satanism is just like there are multiple different denominations or branches of Christianity. There are different forms of Satanism, right? And Satanism a la TST or non-theistic Satanism based on the seven tenets is similar but substantially different from, for instance, like I mentioned before, the Church of Satan. Or, there are other groups out there that are arguably satanic, like the Temple of Set or the Process Church, or just personal individual solo Satanists, or the Luciferians, many of whom actually claim that they are worshiping a devil, right? So is that yeah, you kind of I'm trying to paint the picture that yeah, there are varieties of Satanism out there. And so to just say a Satanist can be confused, but I'm fine with it.
Okay. Cool. Um, Trying to think of something else to add. I'm sorry. I'm
No, dude, I just I didn't mean to hit you with a shotgun of an answer there. I was just trying to.
No, you're totally fine. My brain, like I said, my brain's not working at full capacity today. Um, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll throw it to the chat. If you guys have any questions, you can absolutely bring it up. But while they're stewing, I guess. Um, I'm sorry, I just don't have anything else to ask.
No, dude,
Because
it's
I
good.
feel like I had a pretty decent understanding of what the Satanic Temple was about, except for the part where it's more about like you guys' actual admiration for the biblical version of Satan. If you're to believe that like the snake was Satan and all that.
Well, no, I
Because
mean,
I never
those
really
are just
thought I guess I never really thought about it in that respect.
okay. No, well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, I mean, like I pointed out before, those are observations that one can make about Satan as depicted in the Bible. But again, TST, my Satanism and the Satanism as I've observed to be put out by the Satanic Temple, seven tenet Satanism, or modern non-theistic Satanism, isn't about the Christian Satan. It's about the literary Satan.
Literary say. So what's the difference there? Like, yeah, I
So
sorry if you already explained this.
no, yeah, no. So again, to literary as in the fictional personification found in Romantic and Enlightenment literature.
Okay, okay,
So
okay,
Paradise Lost and Revolt of the Angels.
okay, okay. People often conflate them, and I'm guilty of that as well. So
No, hey, no, it's trust me. Before I became educated in the manner, I did too. So it's totally fair.
shit. Okay, that makes more sense, I think, though. And
Yeah.
in that respect, I too have a lot of respect for that because, like, I'm going to circle back around to the same points I made earlier about authoritarianism, um, and just trying to impose upon other people's lives and their freedoms. Because, like I said, it seems like the Satanic Temple is um, just about maximizing freedom, you know, much like socialists and most progressive people today are. Does that sound like
No,
you know?
I find that to be fair. I
Okay,
don't find that to be disagreeable. Yeah, I mean, it's the as I see it, my personal Satanism, and as I've seen TST say it. Yeah, it's all about personal liberty, personal freedom, the pursuit of knowledge and the freedom to do so. And again, the ability to be yourself as long as that doesn't involve, coercing others around. So yeah.
cool. I do have a couple questions, or
Sure, sure.
looks like one question in the chat from Queen Laura. Could one be religious and still join the Satanic Temple? Um,
Yes, in fact, there are members who are Christian or otherwise have supernatural faith or religious that are members of the Satanic Temple. And for what it's worth, the Satanic Temple, I would argue, is itself a religion, just a non-theistic one.
cool. All right. Well, there you go, Queen Laura. I'll give you guys a little bit more time for any other questions you have, and I guess I'll take this opportunity to. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, so again, I'm out
Horrible
there as
names.
Ta, but I realize that that can be a little awkward for people. It's drawn from Egyptian mythology. I'm also out there loud and proud as simply Jason. I'm out there with my real name, so whichever you find easier.
Okay. Is when you say real name, what do you mean? Your legal name?
Yeah, so my
Jason.
legal
Okay.
given name is Jason. We joke. I mean, it's a bit of a joke. Many Satanisms, although there's a reality to it, many Satanists use pseudonyms, which we joke. We call them Satanyms.
That's good.
Like anything else, yes, they're online handles, but for many people, to be out as a Satanist can be dangerous. Can
Yeah.
carry many of the same. I'm not saying they're the same, but I'm saying to be out as a Satanist can carry many of the same dangers and legal or moral or social consequences as coming out in, say, other ways. Does that make sense? So,
Yes. Yes. I
um,
absolutely understand because
yeah.
if you're living in like a small town in rural Ohio and there's like five neighbors and then the police and that's like that's like where you live
Oh
and they're
yeah.
all like hardcore Christians.
Oh yeah.
Like yeah, you're gonna run into issues if you're out and telling them that you're a Satanist or part of the Satanic Temple or whatever, what have you. So I
Oh
completely
yeah.
get it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from Chicagoland, right? I'm in Illinois, and
Mm,
you'd think that in a major metropolitan area, things have moved on past that, and for the most part, they have. The problem is that there's always bad apples in every cart, and some of those, yeah, bad apples have definitely attempted to dox me and others that I know. So,
oh,
like I said,
sucks.
I'm out and loud. I have nothing to hide. I don't care. But I realize that I am fortunate to be able to say that I don't have a family to attack, or anything like that. So
Well, that's good.
I realize it's not that easy for other Satanists, basically.
Lady Nova said, hail, Jason." Um, I have
Well, hell
another.
you.
Yeah, hail you as well, Lady Nova. Another question. What are the Sweet Blasphemy asks? What are the major differences between TST and Levian Satanism?
Yeah, so LaVey, so Church of Satan. So again, Church of Satan, the major differences. So what's
Oh, I
similar,
thought they were
just
the
to kind
same
of
thing.
No, well, they're historically related, but they are
Okay.
distinct. So that is to say, obviously, the Satanic Temple, Lucian Greaves, the co-founder and spokesperson, has gone on record multiple times to say, obviously, yeah, the Satanic Temple would not have existed, without using the starting point of the Church of Satan.
Right.
Okay, so to get to the differences, well, I guess to set the stage, the similarities. So both Church of Satan and basically all versions of Satanism, in one way or the other, basically say that there is no God but yourself. If that's, if you want to look at it like that, like you are your own self, hail thyself, or Satan
Okay.
is self, you are the eternal rebel. That's what's shared. But what's different between TST, my personal observation and study of what's the key difference between TST Satanism and Church of Satan Satanism, Church of Satan has a kind of social Darwinism to it, a kind of might makes right. And in fact, if you look at
Oh.
the Satanic Bible put together and composed by LaVey, he essentially copied and plagiarized a book called Might Makes Right or something like that. Might is Right, and adapted it into the Satanic Bible with a few edits here and there, nips and tucks. So
I
yeah,
don't
there's a
like that.
social Darwinism, sort of like might makes right, where TST is much more, again, in my finding, and I believe in the messaging, much more about compassion, cooperation. It's not about a strict meritocracy or the rule by force. Does that? I hope that answers it.
Yeah, I think it sounds if let me ask you if it'd be fair to call it like natural fascism.
Sure. Yeah, I see your use of that term. And
Yeah.
then
I
just
like
to
that
kind of,
word if you couldn't tell.
yeah, no, hey, nothing wrong with it. I dig it. But yeah, and then the other, this gets a little contentious, and obviously I have a bias as a member of the Satanic Temple, but it is my finding, and much has been said of the fact that the Satanic Temple is actually an active religion with a large public base, into the 6 and 7 figures worldwide, and many local congregations out there actually engaging in legal fights and in activism and in bake sales, and whereas the Church of Satan is more like pay $225 for a membership card
Ugh.
and they're a Twitter presence. Now, I'm not trying to dismiss Church of Satan Satanists, but it could be seen as much more of a grift as against a real religion. Now that's super uncharitable, but again, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how it's coming off. Now again, like I'll before I solidify my opinion on that, I would look into it more myself, but
Yeah, no,
you know,
hey, that's very satanic. Actually, go do your own research. I hail you.
exactly. Exactly. See, yeah, like I try not to take people's word for it, unless like I know them very well and trust them already. But
No, I respect and admire that. Yes,
of course, and I think the same people should do the same thing with me. If you stumble across my channel and you just see my opinions, please look into it yourself and form your own. Use me as a guideline, not as a resource, or sorry, a resource, not as like not your only resource. Is my point.
for sure.
But anyway, any more questions from chat? Let me take a look. So TST is more for egalitarianism. Is that correct?
That would be one way to put it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's about sort of respecting everyone's freedom and autonomy.
Gotcha.
So in that sense, if you want to call that egalitarianism, for sure.
Okay. Let me. Can you give me? Have you ever interacted with the Church of Satan person?
Oh, sure.
And
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that like they're not representative of the entire operation there, but I'd be interested in hearing your experience if you don't mind.
Um, sure. And I'm trying to choose my words because I don't want to sound like I'm being less than charitable to them, but
Please do.
I'll just
Yeah,
call it,
that's fine.
no, I'll just say it like it is. Honestly, I can't sugarcoat this.
Okay.
The members of the Church of Satan that I've interacted with, despite every attempt to be sort of, diplomatic and open-minded and seeking common ground with them, again, these are just the ones I've run into. They're all sort of looking to be iconoclastic for its own sake, looking to be a bit of a jerk or
Uh,
a little. There's a little bit of elitism going on there, or something,
Kind of like r
or
slash atheism energy.
uh, that's an interesting way to bring it. Yeah. So yeah, it's and there is and to put this in context, I am aware of, and you can go find it for yourself if you like. There is outspoken and ongoing umbrage between the two institutions, Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple. The Church of Satan goes out of its way to say, "Oh, these Satanic Temple guys are just pretending to be Satanists. They're just acting to be
Oh,
Satanists." Yeah, yeah. So anyway, yeah, there's institutional umbrage, there's philosophical divide, and again, to your question, the ones that I've interacted with, they've just been kind of jerks. So yeah.
yeah, they seem like the way you're describing it, they seem cynical,
Now again,
which is
yeah, that
fine. But
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're all cynical, and I'm not trying to damn the whole institution, but
you're
that's
being
just my
very
opinion.
charitable to them, and that tells me like that what you're. I can trust what you're saying. Again, it's something that I would still look into myself before making a final opinion on it. But
Of
um,
course, yes.
you've been very credible. You come off as very credible, I should say.
Well,
So
thank you. Yeah, no,
yeah,
I
of course.
again, but yeah, no. So yeah, Church of Satan. I have no problem with them. They have a problem with me. So
It's a good way of putting it. All right. I used to have my TSD card in my wallet and certificate framed on my living room. That's Xander Corvus in the YouTube chat. If you don't know who he is, he's a quite famous porn actor.
oh
Yeah.
well, hail you,
So
sir.
yeah, so he's part of the. I guess he's part of the Satanic Temple. There you go.
Right on. Hail
How does
thyself.
on that note? How does the? I feel like I already know the answer to this, but like, how does the Satanic Temple view porn and because that's a big thing in religion, right? Is like, don't spill your seed or whatever. Like, how does the Satanic
Yeah.
Temple view that?
Well, again, I can't speak for the temple, but I can speak of what I've seen. There is little official word out there that I've seen, but other than this, so the Satanic Temple involves, partakes and of rituals and ceremonies, and I hasten to clarify here. No, it's not about sacrificing goats or children. Think birthday parties and holidays, those kinds of ceremonies, right?
Right.
But no, some of them, yes, some of the more sort of culturally transgressive ones involve sex, drugs, rock and roll, if you will,
Okay.
including nudity and sex, responsibly with sign-up sheets and safe words and all that stuff, right?
Right.
So yeah, I would say, insofar as it is done, when you say pornography, or for that matter, just sort of like the idea of performative or free sex generally, my understanding of what I have seen, and I personally would advocate for this, that insofar as it is all being done responsibly among willing and consenting adults, go at it, right?
Okay. All right. I figured as much. I just wanted to clear that up because that is a big topic in religion, no matter which religion
Oh,
we're talking
sure.
about.
Oh, sure. Oh, trust me, it's one of the things. Like I said, I'm engaged in an awful lot of outreach. I'm in the middle of negotiating to speak on a far right sort of Christian theocrat nationalist channel, and they were, shall I say, maligning and misrepresenting TST's stance on abortion rights as.
Really?
Yeah, well, because the Satanic Temple has put out a satanic abortion ritual. I don't know if you've seen that, but
Interesting.
it's not. Yeah, it's not about.
Oh wait, no, I have seen that. Wait, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So they're saying, oh well, you're out to destroy the sanctity of human life and encouraging people. No, it's not about encouraging women to get abortions. It's about providing women, or sorry, uterus havers, those who become pregnant. Right. It is about allowing those people to have the option to get abortion-inducing pharmaceuticals. Right. I forget the specific term for that.
The abortifacients.
Thank you. Yeah, the abortifacients, to procure them. So again, through TST Health, I'm not trying to stump for this or pitch this, but yeah, the Christians like this, some Christians, not all, I apologize, but some of the more theocratic evangelical Christians like to say, oh, you're out to destroy the sanctity of human life. And I'm like, no, this is about personal liberty and the freedom to practice or pursue this if they want. Right.
Right.
So anyway, yeah, it's there's a lot of loaded subjects. And so sex, drugs, rock and roll, and of course the offshoots like reproductive rights or LGBTQI plus rights, expressing oneself gender or preference, is a very, very, very loaded subject of field of subjects to the religious right, shall we say.
Right. And I feel like some people believe, and to be fair, it can come off as kind of like a gotcha of like, oh, well, you believe in religious freedom. Well, we do too. And that's why abortion is now a sacrament in our religion. Gotcha. But actually, if you really stop and think about it for like more than 2 seconds, if you're already outlawing abortion in a state, and that state like allows for or protests, or proclaims religious freedom,
Sure.
That is an avenue through which you can get around that. And that's what from my perspective, it seems like that's what the Satanic Temple is trying to do, is allow for an avenue around the law that restricts abortion.
It's interesting. Yeah, I guess I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, and I guess I would just phrase it like this. Yes.
Sure.
It is my understanding that TST is essentially using the laws that are already on the books that have been pushed there by theocrats in the past, right? So RIFRA is commonly, I forget what that stands for, but it's essentially the Christian some Christians lobbied that and turned it into the Religious Freedom Act. I forget what it stands for. There's also the Hobby Lobby decision about not wanting to pay for abortion medicine for their healthcare, right? So Christians have gone in and fought and lobbied and manipulated the law and have gotten court or Supreme Court precedent to allow Christian exceptions to certain things. And so, yes, the quote gotcha, if you were to say that there is one, is the Satanic Temple is using the very same doors that have been opened by Christians to accomplish what they want to get what we believe in. So the abortion ritual is one such a case. So is the after school Satan club, where good news clubs are. And I could go on. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, it's not a cynical thing. It's like these are the avenues that you have given us to allow people to make decisions regarding their own body. And so that's the avenues that we are going to use now.
Right. And if I may this,
Yeah, of
I've
course.
seen it, and I agree that the Satanic Temple has some of the official word has been when it comes to like religious displays in state capitals, TST, I understand, and I personally would prefer that there are no religious rituals on public state ground. But
Yep.
insofar as you've opened the door for the Christian monuments, guess what? The Satanic monuments are just as valid there.
Yep.
And then when it comes to things like the Satanic abortion ritual, yes, it's like, well, with the overturn of Roe v. Wade, this is the corner into which certain people have been pushed. And so I find it quite novel. And yes, the quote, gotcha, the TST is using this very same doors that Christians have opened to accomplish what the TST is hoping to accomplish, and that is to allow those who become pregnant to have the right to exercise their own bodily inviolability and have a choice if they wish.
I think that's a beautiful thing. And
Well, I'm biased, so I agree.
oh yeah, no, but I also am biased because I believe in reproductive rights and bodily autonomy. Um, yeah, I believe in good things, and that's my bias, I guess. So, but I do have a question regarding like what that looks like. Like when
Sure.
you say abortion ritual,
Yeah.
I think you have to understand that what comes to mind in most normies' minds is like, oh, they're doing like blood sacrifice.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
Like I
think,
said,
but
yeah.
I guess like, is there another word you could have gone with, or is that like, I guess I'm just like you're telling me that to me it seems like it's signaling at like a blood sacrifice ritual. You know what I mean? Like that's what comes to my head.
Sure.
To be, and I'm being uncharitable to be fair, but this is
No,
kind
no,
of
no.
a
That's
devil's advocate argument, if you
sure.
will. But I would like
Sure.
to
Sure.
hear your explanation for that.
Sure. No, and trust me, I totally hear where you're coming from on that, and that's a totally valid perspective and question to ask. So, oh dear, there's a few different ways I could go at this. All right, so I'll give you a corollary example and then circle back. So,
Sure.
I can speak of specific experience on this. So I'm a volunteer for one of the after school Satan clubs out there, right here in Moline, Illinois.
Oh, nice.
And so it is
So
frequently lobbied.
if I may ask real quick, what grade is
Sure.
that? I'm curious.
Oh, as in like what?
Like what
Uh,
grade, you
par-
said you're a volunteer for the after school Christian club. So you
no, the after school Satan club. So it
or
is
Satan club,
open
sorry.
to. Yeah, it's in elementary school, so I think it's
Gotcha.
available for any students from 1 through 5 or 6 who have parental permission slips and
That's
yada.
awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
continue.
So, no, yeah, of course, yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. So it is frequently asked, both in news media and in less than charitable sort of Christian coverage, in Fox News, yada yada. It has frequently been asked, well, why do if your club is really only about, and it truly is about, it's not about proselytizing or teaching Satan, or trying to push Satan on children. In fact, the Satanism doesn't even come up. I vouch for this as a volunteer in a club. I'll give you an example. What goes on in these clubs? I bring Rubik's cubes and Transformer toys and card games to engage, the kiddos' minds in puzzle solving and critical thinking.
Card
And
games? You mean like tarot cards?
no, like apples to apples kids edition.
Well,
Although I am a tarot card reader, but anyway, yeah,
nice.
that's neither here nor there. No, so anyway,
I
my
hope you're
point
not
was
offended when I say that's not surprising.
no,
Okay,
not at all.
continue.
Where I was going with this is that a lot of people will say, well, if your club isn't really about proselytizing about Satan, why do you call it the After School Satan Club? Couldn't you just call it the After School Science Club or the right? So
Mhm.
the answer that I have heard June Everett, the current campaign director, give, with whom I cooperate obviously in my volunteership, but on record, she has gone on to say, and so I'll sort of paraphrase her, what would if TST called it the After School Science Club, and then parents looked into, or the the Christian theocrats looked into the after school science club and found that it was being run by Satanists, wouldn't that be even worse optics, right?
Ah,
That
yep,
you were trying to
yep.
hide. So the abortion ritual and a lot of what TST does when it's being out and loud and direct in the satanic abortion ritual is one such a case, is I think partially because of that. Again, this is just my interpretation. If we just called it the abortion practice, they would go, oh well, look at what's going on here. This is clearly a ritual, and so you're Satan, you're the deceiver. You see what I'm getting at? It's like a no-win, and
Right.
so really
Yeah,
just
damned if you do,
blunt.
damned if you don't.
Right. So I've seen exactly, yes, thank you. And so the tactics I've seen used, again, this is just my perspective, is either blunt honesty as such to avoid the, oh, you were trying to hide something end around, or in some cases, like the naming of the telehealth clinic to begin with, using humor, clearly tongue-in-cheek humor,
Right.
because sometimes humor is the best way to deliver something dead
Yeah.
serious, like
Sometimes you got to take the
telehealth.
piss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but no, but here's the thing. It is, and I realize that yes, it can be seen as a kind of haha to the Christians, but that again, that's not the case. It is, like I said before, the Satanic Temple. It is my finding that it has rituals. No, not just the black mass headline grabbers you think of, although also the black masses, right?
Well, another word you could use is sacraments. It's less scary. And
Oh yeah, as if
I'm not accusing you. I'm saying like sacrament. No, I guess not really. If you're doing satanic sacraments, like like they call them that in Christianity, but it's fine because it's Yahweh and not Satan. So
yeah, no, trust me, I hear you. As if
yeah.
the Christians don't come after the Satanists enough for quote using their language.
And
What your
also on
minister,
that
what
note,
your
I'm so sorry to
congregation.
cut you off again.
No, dude, go for it.
I cut you off real bad there. I'm sorry,
It's
but
your show, man. Go for it.
um, I know, but another thing though, they got a lot of nerve because they literally sit there and eat the body of Christ and then drink the blood of Christ. And I know that's brought up a lot, but I feel it's worth mentioning. Like, if you really want to talk about what we're teaching kids, man, like, let's start there. You know what I mean?
Oh
Let's
yeah.
just
Oh
chat
yeah. No,
about that for a minute. But anyway, continue.
no, you are so on point with that stuff. Again, I typically I'm not used to bringing those things up unless it's the nuclear option.
Of course. No,
Against
no, and I agree with you. Like with Normans, like if you do bring that up, you have to be careful about how you do it because if they're Christians, they will take offense and they'll reel. And then, I talk about optics a lot on my channel. So I hear you,
okay. No, I appreciate your perspective and understanding on that. But
of course.
yeah, no, so but yeah, to the satanic ritual thing or abortion ritual, it is a ritual. I mean, what else are we supposed to call it, if you
Yeah.
ask me? Because what does it entail? So I don't know if you've seen there was a Cosmo article that recently published an interview with someone who partook of the ritual with TST Health and performed the ritual, right? And of course, it's done the rounds in the headlines. Again, maybe I trawl for these things online, so maybe I see them before you do. But
That's all good.
it caught a lot of flack. And but that Cosmo article portrays exactly what the ritual is. It's really just sort of like many of the satanic rituals, insofar as they're not social, in which case the social rituals are more about like catharsis or epiphanies or releases or celebrations, but the more personal rituals like the satanic abortion ritual is more affirmational. Does that make any sense? Like it's no different than someone lighting some incense and going through a little personal ritual to sort of get in the headspace for something. It
Right.
is literally a woman
Like
looking in the
meditation
mirror.
almost.
Yeah. Thank you. No, it's literally, again, I don't have all the details fresh in my mind because I'm
It's okay.
closer to the ASSC than I am. But they literally recite something that is like, by my mind, my body, and my will alone, it is done. Right.
Oh,
So
very nice.
it's a personal affirmation. It's not bloodletting. It's not you know sacrificing the aborted human to Satan or any of this crap that Christians would put in our mouths. Some
Right.
Christians would put in our mouths. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I mean,
it is a ritual. Yeah.
yeah. And now that I think about it, it's like you're right. What else would you call it? Like an event or like a
Right.
gathering? I guess.
Because
Like,
if
what
again, I think
sounds
because
good after satanic? You know.
well, but again, like even if we were to try to sugarcoat it with a less offensive or striking sounding word, again, we'd have that dynamic where the people, again, we expect people to look into it and they'll go, "Oh my gosh, this is actually being run by Satanists. Look, they're trying to make it so much nicer than it really is by not using it, not calling it what it is, a ritual." Well, fuck you then. Sorry, we'll call it a ritual, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Um.
So yeah,
Yeah. I guess another thing is like you have to understand that a lot of the most I don't want to say all of them because there are a lot of good faith Christians who are like fervently against abortion.
sure.
And there's in my opinion, and my dad is one of them, And in my opinion, it's very hard to convince them out of that because they've like drank the Kool-Aid. But there are those who have not, right? The Christo-fascists who have not, and they know fully what they're doing. They know that you're not actually evil. They know that you're not out to get anybody. They're just lying. And so, like in that sense, you still do have to be careful when you're speaking with them, especially in front of other people, because you could like the whole game is they're trying to make you look bad, you know.
Oh yeah.
And so you have to be tactful, of course. But once you can, what I've found, especially from debating, is once you can show the audience, like you can kind of cut the right wires, you know, and kind of unpackage their actual beliefs. Um, Once you do that, you know, nothing's off the table. You can say whatever the hell you want about them now that it's clear that they're dishonest pieces of shit. Um, so and you can do it without insulting all of Christianity too. You can just say like, oh, you know, you believe this thing. Well, you believe that God is like, you know, this evil creature. You know, this is all things that you've said throughout this conversation in this hypothetical, right? Like you're the one who said all these things. You confirm this, you confirm that. And then they're forced to be like, no, what I meant was what I meant. And then they're like
Yeah.
waffling, you know, blood's waffling.
No, I get it. No,
And
no,
once blood starts waffling, it's over.
no, I totally see where you're going,
Mhm.
where you're coming from with that. As someone who has engaged in quite a few, I wouldn't call them debates, or at least I don't go into them as debates, but they turn into that, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I
Yep.
hear you.
Conversations. Yep. Conversations. But inevitably, if you know, if they're not coming in good faith, it inevitably turns into a debate. At best, a bad faith discussion.
Far
Um,
too true. Yeah,
yeah.
and
Which you
that's
can have a good faith debate, and that's better than a bad faith discussion. But I don't know. I digress. Uh, but yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to catch this. I don't know if you heard. How much do you follow like Destiny and Joe Rogan and like all the politics stuff going on? Because
sparingly,
okay,
to be honest, but go on.
no, I was just gonna say that like Destiny and Joe Rogan are like part of a debate panel in about 10 minutes.
Ah,
So
oh,
I'm
okay,
gonna.
yeah, no, by all means, yeah. Well, in that case, yes, I will draw this to a close. Thank you so much for having me on, Alec. It has been a pleasure meeting and speaking with you.
Of
Yeah.
course. And is there anything that you'd like to plug?
I mean, I don't necessarily want to plug anything. I am a content creator, but I didn't come here to plug my stuff. But again,
Okay, but as a content creator, you have the goal to grow. Yes.
I guess. Okay, well,
Okay.
sure.
Listen, I would love if you would plug yourself because I think
Okay,
that
all
you're a
right.
lovely individual, and I think that my audience could learn a lot from you.
Okay, we'll twist my arm. Yeah, so like I said, I'm out there. I'm a podcaster. Me and a fellow Satanist, we have a podcast called Perpetual Sin Podcast. You can find that wherever you find your podcast, right? Apple, Google, all the rest, Spotify. And it's just two Satanists. We grab topics in the world and we discuss them, including everything from stupid shit like movies to real stuff like LGBTQIA plus and whether this is a Christian nation, yada yada. And
Perfect.
then I'm an internet radio DJ. So has nothing to do with Satanism, but I have an internet radio show on mtrsradio.com. So it's about all rock and metal and around the world. So there you go.
Excellent. Well, you've been lovely today. Thank you so much for coming on. And I learned more than I expected to be honest with you. I thought I had it all figured out, but you showed me that it was not the case. So um, I think I have a better perspective on the Satanic Temple and especially the difference between that and the Church of Satan because I didn't even know there was a difference. So
Sure.
and this will be uploaded to YouTube as well. So I think that people will learn a lot from it. So thank you again for coming on and
Oh,
speaking your piece.
oh, hail you again. Thank you. And please, I don't have to tell you this, but keep up the fight. You're fighting the good fight.
Thank you very much. And hail you as well. You have a great day, okay? What, Ta, right?
Yeah. Take
All
care
right,
now.
Ta. You as well. See ya.
Bye.
What a lovely lad. I love having conversations like that. I will say, unfortunately, they tend not to do as well in the algorithm, um, just because people like the blood sports. But I do hope that like a good chunk of my audience watches this. Another thing I'll say though is that being a member of the Satanic Temple in itself is pretty good clickbait. So hopefully that'll drive people to click on it because I do genuinely. You guys should go check out his stuff, and I might actually too. Um, in my free time, just see what they're all about because he was very well spoken. I was thinking that this is just like some random audience member that wanted to come on and talk about it, but with how well spoken he was, I was like, this dude's got content somewhere. So, yeah, no, he seems really cool. I'd love to get to know him more. Um, I might reach out to him to collab a little bit. We'll see. Okay. That was nice. I'll just quit the menu. I don't feel like finishing this run. My brain is still foggy. I don't know why, but I feel like through the course of that conversation, it got a little better. Hopefully, it was a fun conversation. And sorry, I was reading your chats. I do my best to read chats while that's going on. Xander, I'm sorry if I brought that up without you wanting me to. I feel like I should have asked you first, but you seemed to, when I met you in person, you seemed to be pretty open about it, so I didn't think anything of it. If you're still there, Xander. But you can forgive me if that was not okay. You can tell me in DMs. How do we get the rainbow icon? I was 1 month away on Twitch. Okay, so here's the thing. I was thinking about... Exactly, Xander. I was thinking about... That's a good question. Because I like the current color scheme for Tier 4. Here, I'll show you guys here. I've been working obsessively on my website, by the way. If you couldn't tell. Oh no, not support. I want subscribe. So Tier 4 is like this lime color. But if you guys want the rainbow, we can do that too. We can switch it so that the Tier 4 subs, because I honestly, at the end of the day, once I think about it, the people giving me money matter more to me, like in a business sense, than the people who are just cool. Like you know, like God, I'm so bad at names with my brains like this. I'm sorry. Tipster is you know, a acquaintance. We're slowly becoming friends, I think. I hope. I think he's cool. But and he did sub to me, to be fair. But I think giving me money warrants more appreciation. Tier 4 is the rainbow. Yeah, because currently I have the rainbow, as you can see. But if you guys want it instead, we can switch it. I just have to figure out what color I would take. I guess I could just make it like an upside down admin one. It would just be a little bit more red. I think that'd be fine. The only thing is, I gotta go into Photoshop and modify it a little bit. So we'll do this real quick. It'll only take a second. If that will spur people on to get a Tier 4 sub, then it's worth it. How do I do that twice? Open. And if it doesn't, that's fine too. You guys should never feel obligated to give me money. I just think that you're a lot cooler if you do, that's all. Yeah. Bevel and emboss that shit, baby. Oh, wait. I got an idea. Actually, I'll just do whatever looks good. It's fine. Good. Drop shadow. Maybe a little less intense on the drop shadow. Your icon should be a beefy flexing arm. Yeah, but like, that's not the style of the site, you know what I mean? Sorry to sound like a prude, but we do have like a style going on here, you know? We gotta keep the brand. I think that's good. Now that's a logo, that's an icon. Rainbow 3D. Okay, downloads. And hail you, by the way, Xander Corvus. I loosely remember you telling me you were a member of the temple. It's cool as fuck. Xander Corvus all around is just a cool guy. By the way, Xander, check your Discord DMs. I need to send you something real quick. I gotta ask you something. Sorry, I am horribly ADHD right now, and you guys are gonna have to deal with it. I vibe with the color scheme. I think it's really cool. Vosh was saying, I was watching him yesterday, as I do, because I'm hopelessly addicted to the internet, and Vosh specifically. He was saying that, like, he doesn't like navy blue, or, like, royal blue. He despises royal blue. And I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? Blue's a great color. It's funny because I agree with everything that Vosh says politically, but then, like, both his media takes, besides One Piece, and his color taste. I think for him, red works better, and that's fine. But I don't hate the color burgundy. You know? It's rude. It's just rude. And I felt personally offended, and that's why I don't like Vosh now. Anyway, I'll be uploading a manifesto in a couple days about it. Have you tried the VS DLC? What's the VS? VS what? What's VS stand for? Is that... Oh, Vampire Slayers. Vampire Slayers. I got, yeah, I think I got 2 DLCs, but I think they're older ones. If you're talking about a new one, I've not tried it. Man, my problem with video games is I'll binge them super hard for like anywhere from 1 day to like 3 months, and then I'll just completely be bored of it and never touch it again. But maybe I'll go back to it. There are 4 now? Wow. We got to get this done because we got to start. We got a debate to look at. Hold on. Getting distracted. Not style. I need rules. No. Wait, is it rules? No. It's... Hold on. No, it is rules. Hold on. Tier 4. For right now, we'll just change this. We'll leave these in color. I think that one's better for chat. Okay. And then for me, for right now, I'll just make it something completely different. That's fine. There you go. We'll fix the rest later. See if this pulls it up. Joe Rogan, Destiny, debate, panel. I heard that was going on tonight at 6. Or at 7, I mean. Where did I hear that from? Yeah, there's a chud roll. I did not add the chud roll. It's 1 a.m. What? No, it does not. Oh, it may be 1 a.m. for you, Lady Nova. You're a head. Here, let me try this. Debate panel. January 6, 2023. Let's try that. Conservatives trigger Destiny in heated Jan 6 debates.
You don't
What is
even
this?
know
I do know that because they said that. Because
wait, hold on. No.
Donald Trump came out and basically said that this
This
was
is not the one
like,
I'm looking
not
for. But Why can't I find it? Here, hold on. Let me try Twitter. Here, let me just try this. Do I gotta watch it on Kick? Wait, he's offline. Why did I think there was a debate panel today? Did I slip into an alternate dimension? Here it is. Streaming live on X and zerohedge.com. It's on here? Is he live on Twitter? I guess I'll go to zerohedge.com and just hope it's not a porn website. Oh! Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Zero Hedge debate. It is an honor and a privilege to be asked to moderate this debate. I'm Ian Crossland.
We're just in time.
And the debate tonight is going to be about January 6, 2021. Some things happened on that day, and we're going to be talking about them from start to finish as best as possible. We have an incredible panel of human beings that I'm going to be introducing shortly.
I love this
Before
guy.
I want to talk a little bit about Zero Hedge, who's putting on the debate. Zero Hedge was a company founded in 2009. It's a libertarian, fiercely independent and counterculture news organization. They are also, they have on their website, they have a premium service that I want to talk about before we get started. You can go to zerohedge.com and sign up for the premium service, bypassing the advertisements to get.
Well, he's doing that. Let's see who are. I mean, we'll see it in a second, I guess. But
it's highly articulate information.
Was it a manufactured crisis? So I guess what they're going to be talking about is like, you know, did BLM and like Joe Biden organize it? You know, was it a CIA op? What's funny is you'll always hear two different things from the same people. Is that it was a CIA op, but also it was good and fine and normal and nobody got hurt. But also the CIA planted people there to like make it bad.
Yeah, how's it going? I'm Ed Krasenstein. You know me on X at Ed Krasen, also the twin brother of Brian.
Thanks for pointing out that it's Krasenstein, not Krasenstein.
Well, it can actually be either. You can do Krasenstein or Krasenstein, and I really don't care what you use. So.
It's Frankenstein, not Stein.
Okay. Not Frankenstein. But
that was Alex Jones, if you didn't know. We also have Brian Krasenstein.
Hey, Ian, it's great to be here. I'm Brian Krasenstein, known as Krasenstein on X. Ed's slightly better looking and more intelligent twin brother.
And modest as well. Probably the most modest of the Krasensteins. Next to Brian, we have Stephen Bonnell, known as Destiny. What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up? You know me on
YouTube.
Stevie! My real life name is Steven, and I scream and shout at people on the internet.
I met this guy.
Living.
Next to this dude, we got Alex Jones. Alex, explain yourself.
Well, I don't think I probably needed much of an introduction. But, I mean, I was there on January 6th, and I saw what happened.
What do you mean, for real? I have a picture.
It's a very important discussion we're about to have tonight. I'm glad everybody came. We need to have more of this, not just left and right.
Wait, what do I mean I have a picture?
Different groups of people.
Go watch a fucking Jubilee video. Or don't. I don't like my appearance. But go watch that.
And their great subscription service, people supporting it, is financing this. And so you're going to see a lot more of this with people supporting Zero Hedge. And so I'm just honored to be here with you guys. In Austin, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Zero Hedge. Great company. Great people, too. Really great people involved with the company. And to your left, my right, Darren Beatty. What's happening, man?
Great to be here. Thank you. I'm Darren Beatty. I run a news site called revolver.news, which is reported extensively on January 6th. And you can also see me on X at Darren J. Beatty.
And you're a Trump advisor and speechwriter.
Yes.
And a former professor. And you help quarterback a lot of...
Wait, what happened? Oh, sorry. I clicked away. My bad. What the fuck is going on?
In person, a little logistical problems intervened, and I wish I could be, but I'm really looking forward to participating. And I just want to echo Alex, I think what Zero Hedge is doing is so important, organizing these kind of substantive structured debates among people who obviously disagree pretty strongly on things, and yet nonetheless can have what I hope will be a civil and spirited debate, what I expect it will be.
Worst take, Andy, you have to be a tier 4 sub for a Rainbow.
Yes, that is my job, is to make sure that it maintains civility, structure, organization, and that we don't talk over each other, that we end up listening to each other. The real real value of humanity. One of the most powerful tools we have is communication. So I think tonight's going to be an exemplary example of that. Let's go for this. The first question I got for you guys, and this is really for the entire panel, and anyone that wants to start it off, maybe we can start with you, Ed, since just because you're on the end and we can move around, is January 6, 2021. Was it an insurrection? And before you answer, I want to read this. This is actually what it's called 18 U.S. Code 2383, rebellion or insurrection.
Yeah, let me do an overhead shot. This is right out of Cornell law here.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to start reading this. This is according to the U.S. Code. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. It technically doesn't define insurrection. It's the code talking about what an insurrection is. Of course, they use the word insurrection in the actual code itself. But what do you think? Do you guys think it was an insurrection?
Yes.
So I personally believe it was an insurrection. And I base that on the fact that 20 court decisions called it an insurrection. And the fact that there was a bill passed in the Senate that called them a mob of insurrectionists. I think the bill passed, or it was in the House of Representatives, 406 to 21. That was a statute to award the police officers medals. And it referred to these individuals as insurrectionists. So, I mean,
exactly.
I think the term can be subjective. I think, people can say,
yo, you actually fucking did it.
Violating Section 2383.
Thank you so much for your stake, Andy. I appreciate you very much.
Insurrection and rebellion
son of a bitch
statute. And nobody was, right? But I don't think that defines whether the event was an insurrection. When I say insurrection, I don't mean everybody there was partaking in insurrection. There are people who were peaceful. The people who walked into the Capitol and did nothing.
Rainbow.
I don't think that they were insurrectionists. I think they violated the law, but I don't think they were partaking in insurrection. I do think the Proud Boys were partaking in insurrection. I think you could say Donald Trump incited the insurrection. I do.
But you're still there trying to impede the electoral process,
obviously an
that is what you are
doing.
doing.
Around that
is your stated goal.
Justify an insurrection, which is what most conservatives do. They don't realize it. Or to deny that an insurrection could ever happen. Or if you're not aware of all the facts of what happened. I think that Donald Trump and his cronies had a very coherent plan that they tried to enact from start to finish, starting with false claims of voter fraud.
He's going balls to the walls, baby. I love this side of destiny. Let's go.
Filed themselves as state electors under perjury, which is what they did, up to the violence that happened on the day of the certification of the vote, where Donald Trump and his friends continued to try to delay the peaceful transfer of power.
I cannot make your name
by
Rainbow.
contravening the certification of the Electoral College vote.
One color
and
only.
What I want to make sure that we don't force this into like what they want to call a debate where you got to be called on or anything. So if any of you guys, Glenn, you as well, man, if any of you guys want to jump in.
Yeah, two of them just went. I want Glenn to go, but I just want to say something here. I was there. And I was investigated and subpoenaed by the Justice Department in at least 5 criminal investigations, and I was forced to testify.
They had to switch the camera.
January 6th committee, which they've now been destroying their records because the
also nice cell phone. I was there.
Trump and all of us had a stage rented by the Supreme Court. He was supposed to have another rally there. We showed up before Trump ever finished his speech. People were getting tear gas and hit by bullets. And there were a bunch of provocateurs leading and attacking against the police, and they broke through. And then this 1 million+ people then got blamed as insurrectionists, and Biden gave a big speech yesterday saying they're all terrorists. So by that extension, Kamala Harris, as the VP candidate, was bailing people out of jail that burned down police stations and firebombed federal buildings. And the idea of Biden's speech yesterday, making his whole campaign about January 6th, saying political violence is never good.
They love bringing up
the Democrats are the ones that called for political violence. So I was there with a bullhorn, I could only reach 100 yards out, when the tear gas was hitting me, saying, don't go in, don't fight the police. This is a setup. And we have hundreds of videos. And so regardless of what the left tries to do, they're all out there. Of people taking off their Antifa stuff and putting on the
worst take Andy.
Trump
Tell me what you want it
garb,
to be. I'll change it for you.
And the police fake arresting people attacking them and then high-fiving them. I mean, this has all come out in the new footage, and it's all getting...
Wait, fake arresting them? How were they fake
They would grab them and arrest them, and then
is this opening statements?
High-five them, take the handcuffs off and high-five them. Those videos...
Fake
arresting. People are
arresting.
going to take everything I say, they're going to put it on X and show what I said. That's where we dominate.
Yeah,
and so
what he's referring to is in the BLM protests, people were arrested and then let go. You can be arrested and not charged with anything, okay? That's not fake arresting.
This whole thing began with Ray Epps saying, go into the Capitol. He told the Jan 6 committee, yeah, it's true, it's in his text messages. He told family, I orchestrated it. So under pressure, they finally indicted him, but only recommended 6 months. So a few hundred people got manipulated into fighting the police. They were led and driven by provocateurs and other groups. They were others, then they opened the doors and the police wave them in hundreds of videos. They walk between the velvet ropes, and then they indict over 1,000 people that just walked through velvet ropes. And then now we're told in the National Security Directive of President Biden, the #1 threat is the American people. And he had a declaration of war yesterday against all Trump supporters and says to protect democracy, we're not going to let you vote for Trump. So as Stalin said, I care not who casts the votes, I care who counts them. Well,
you can
Biden
still vote for him.
Care who
you can
casts
write him
the
in.
votes. He cares who's allowed on the ballot. So we've already won. No one's buying this.
If Trump is so good, he should be able to win through a write-in. That's what I think. Oh, he's the second coming? Okay, bet. Write him in.
They wouldn't let me put the video on Twitter where I was saying don't go in. But the truth is, it's coming out. And so that's the bottom line here. And this attempt by Biden to cast the American people as the enemy in all these movies about martial law and civil war and race war. That's their only hope because
okay, so he wasn't talking about BLM. He was saying they were fake arresting. Okay, so he was saying they were fake arresting plants is what they were saying. Okay, I see.
Is rising. Quite frankly, this was not an insurrection. It was insurrection.
Well, how would that make sense, though?
And it's in the Declaration of Independence that it's our right and duty to get rid of a government that's destructive of what the people want. But I'm not calling for violence. We're winning this politically, but we're being cast as about to be violent in the next 10 months because all these indictments, all these attacks to not let Americans vote for who they want aren't working and are backfiring. And all the big Democrat lawyers now admit it. Axelrod admits it. Carville admits it. They all admit this attempt.
The thing is, you don't get to be the arbiter of whether or not the government is corrupt.
Never been convicted of insurrection.
You
this
personally.
Is a military tribunal, U.S. code from the Civil War. If a military tribunal found you were guilty of being involved in insurrection, that meant after the war ended.
Can I ask you a question? Alex, can I ask you a question?
Oh, man.
So do you think the Confederates during the Civil War were partaking in insurrection?
I mean, in retrospect, because I wasn't alive then, I think the South got manipulated into that. I thought there was real issues between the North and South. The abolitionists, had a good point, and slavery needed to end.
Sorry.
But it was really about the North.
So just to be clear, the person that's defending the J6 riders won't say that the Confederate states were engaged in insurrection.
Well, that's not what I see.
Look at him writing shit
down.
No, hold on. That's not true.
That's what it sounded like you said. Well, you can correct the record. So do you think they were engaged in insurrection?
I was trying to talk, and the thing I said was, I think the South was wrong, and then you just said that I support what the South did. No.
I didn't say you supported that. I said that you said that they weren't engaged in insurrection. Do you think the Confederate states were engaged in insurrection?
Was that because there were rebellions during Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War, and they were saying if you lead an uprising against the Northern occupation of the South, you're precluded from running from office because they were worried about Southerners getting office again, like Jefferson. No, I do not support the Civil War or slavery, and I'm not a quote Confederate.
Okay, but was it an insurrection? My question is, was it an insurrection? Yes or no?
Yes. If you were, no. The law, yes. I think that it was a civil war, and you could say an insurrection.
What? So is it insurrection? Did anybody get charged with insurrection rebellion?
It's the same thing.
What I'm saying is,
with violating statute. Did anybody get charged?
He's
I'm asking you. You just said it was insurrection. Did anybody get charged with violating the insurrection and rebellion?
Joe Rogan's under legal contract.
Yes, people
under legal scrutiny.
There
was
no statute there. That's my point.
No,
you don't need to violate that statute in order to be partaking in insurrection, because the Civil War was an insurrection, and nobody got charged with violating that. No, that's what I'm saying. That's my point, Alex. You're changing the subject because you know
Even the Democratic Party lawyers on CNN say you have to be convicted under the 14th Amendment of this before you can be. You can't just.
You don't get convicted under the 14th Amendment. You get convicted under Section 2383 of Title 18.
Well, let's slow down a little. Let's slow down a little.
A congressional resolution to give awards to Capitol Police.
Joe Rogan's peepo talking, which is another emote I need to add.
Conviction of Donald Trump to remove him from the ballot. He's been indicted for saying they stole an election. So now they want to take him off the ballot so you can't vote for him, which is pure stealing of an election.
I think
this is not. He's the Yankee.
That was not what he was charged with, man.
He's not somebody in Georgia. He's not Robert E. Lee. This has nothing to do with it.
But
also,
you don't have to be Robert E. Lee to commit
it
crimes.
Doesn't require a conviction under Section 3. You can literally put it on the text on the screen. There's it does not say needs to be convicted.
I guess we need to define the difference. Alex, one second. We need to define the difference between the casual term insurrection and the legal definition of insurrection.
Yes.
Well, there's another thing we need to talk about. So, yes, there's the casual term. There's the etymology of the term insurrection, which simply suggests a rising up. So by that definition, that could encompass a wide range of things.
Black Lives Matter.
Wait. So there's a rising up. Then there's the legal definition, but we have politically weaponized court systems, so that's not even, I think, a proper standard.
What do you mean politically weaponized?
Is
a court system is political by nature.
Proper historical perspective. Does the event of January 6th compare to the antecedent that we've been discussing, the Civil War? So if the question is Civil War an insurrection? My question is the scope and scale of the event of January 6th comparable to the Civil War? Because Joe Biden has directly made this comparison, which I think is flatly ridiculous, and that comparison has to be valid in order for these ridiculous Section 3 arguments to have any force or legitimacy. And I think any common sense...
It's a lie. I'm going to shut up. It's a lie on its face. They say it's bigger than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. That is bull.
Okay, so here, let me finish.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, do that, and then I want to go to Glenn for a second.
So my
after you
point
do that.
is that
I don't think anybody said that.
The Civil War
but also
was
it doesn't
an
matter.
insurrection. I think it's hard to argue that. Nobody got charged with a crime of violating the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute 2383. What about 1992, the LA riots? George Herbert Walker Bush, he invoked the Insurrection Act. 12,000 people were arrested, 63 people were killed, hundreds were injured. Was that an insurrection? What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it's a declaration of federal martial law.
But was it an insurrection? Because nobody there was charged with violating. Nobody there was charged with violating Section 2383, the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute. But we still consider that an insurrection,
I mean, by that yardstick, Kamala Harris bailing out people that firebomb.
There's no legal charge for doing an insurrection.
Yeah, I actually think what Destiny and what Ed are saying are very important. First of all, I was going to say that I think one of the problems with how these things are debated is that a lot of people these days have very binary prisms for understanding things. A lot of that comes from YouTube debate where you have to declare yourself on one side or the other. So Destiny said, everybody either hates this insurrection, thinks it's an insurrection, or they deny it happens, or they think it's good. And there's so much middle ground. Namely that, for me, this was a political protest that spilled over into a riot where a small minority of the people engaged in violence. I don't think we want to urge that to happen. We don't want to defend that. I consider that lamentable. But the fact that it's laughable to call this an insurrection is actually demonstrated by the examples that they're using. This was a 3-hour riot that was extremely easily subdued. It doesn't remotely compare to any prior insurrections, let alone to the Civil War. The only people who were killed on January 6th were 4 people, all 4 of whom were Trump supporters, 2 of whom dropped dead of a heart attack and 1 from a speed overdose, because these were not exactly a well-trained militia. And when Jack Smith went to charge Donald Trump with multiple crimes, he had a lot of options to charge him with, and he charged him with a lot of crimes, including very dubious ones. He did not charge him with inciting an insurrection for reasons that I think we ought to.
You can't charge someone with insurrection.
Why, but the fact that this is
That's
such
not a charge.
minor event in history is demonstrated by the fact that the media, who
and it's not
needed
minor
this to be a major event, immediately started lying about
if
what
you
happened,
think this,
saying that Brian
okay, I
Sicknick
thought for a while that it was
was
minor
murdered
too,
when
but
he
if
had
you
his
think
head
that it's
bashed
minor,
in
you either
through a
don't know
fight
enough
with a
about what
fire
happened,
extinguisher.
or
Only
you're
first
lying
warned
on
and
your
actually called his mother
out
that
of your
night. He
fucking
was
ass.
fine. He
Okay.
died the next day of what the coroner said were
They were
natural
going
causes,
after
because
politicians
the
to
media
kill
knew
them
that
with
if
the
you can't
express
say that
intention
even
to kill
one
them.
person
They said, "Bring us AOC."
perpetrating the insurrection, killed anybody, pulled out a gun, let alone discharged a weapon, all of which is true. It's a joke to call this an insurrection. At best, it's a riot. And that's the reason why Trump hasn't been charged with an insurrection. The only time he ever commented on January 6th
He's charged with
about whether he thought there should
trying
be
to rig the
violence or not
votes.
was when he said the following. He said,
which we have very strong evidence for.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He urged them to be peaceful in how they went there. To the extent there was violence, I think you can make the argument that
real
the
quick,
FBI
because he's people
informants and even the New
talking.
York Times
My
and
understanding
Mr.
of what
Bell
happened,
that
the
urged
charge,
it, but
is that
even
they're
if the
charging him with
people
attempting
who
to
were there
overturn
were
the
the ones
election, and
responsible,
part of the
at
evidence
best,
is
this
that
a riot.
insurrection,
You could
correct?
so easily make the
That's
case that
part
the
of the
2020
evidence,
riots were a
right?
far greater insurrectionary threat than anything that happened on
Which
January
I think is
6th.
very reasonable.
That's perfectly said. I would ask the left over here. I know Ian's asked the questions. I mean, I don't know. Did you guys see Biden's speech? I mean, it was an hour long that no one there was good. They were all there. Over a million people. I was there.
So I really don't know what he said.
And then we marched down there to have another rally, and then I see this terrible thing happening. It was medieval, and then Biden saying they're all bad, and we can't let you vote for Trump. I mean, I mean, come on, man.
We have a clip from Biden's speech I want to play, and then let's get back to you, Destiny. You had something to say, but if you guys have this, it's clip number 4, Biden's speech. This is from yesterday's. It's only 50 seconds, but let's load this up. Not sure what
Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest.
You got to roll in the
violent
TV
assault.
like they did in elementary school.
They were insurrectionists, not patriots. They
True.
weren't there to uphold the Constitution. They were there to destroy the Constitution.
Also true.
Trump won't do what an American president must do. He refuses to denounce political violence. So hear me clearly. I'll say what
that's
Donald
rich
Trump
coming
won't.
from you, buddy.
Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never.
Oh, in the
never,
okay,
never.
so in the United States, as long as it's
has no
okay,
place in a democracy.
as long as
None.
it's in Palestine, it's fine, but not here.
You can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. You know, Trump and his MAGA supporters not only embrace political violence, but they laugh about it.
The insurrection is the open border.
So the insurrection was not just the 3-hour riot that happened at the White House afterwards. I think that's the least charitable reading of everything that happened. And that's not, if you read any of the charges that either Jack Smith or the Georgia RICO case has alleged against Trump, are saying that, in fact, not much of the focus is on the 3-hour riot at all. Not much of that.
Hold on, Alex. Let Stephen finish.
Shut the fuck up.
Not much of those indictments are actually focusing on the 3-hour riot itself. The unprecedented act that there is no answer for, that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton have not engaged in, is using knowingly false election claims for months to try to pressure state electors to change their vote. And then when they wouldn't do that, beg them to elect different electors. And then when they wouldn't do that, create a plot to create fake electors. And then when Pence wouldn't accept that, try to capitalize on that final 3-hour riot at the Capitol building to also make phone calls and tell people to decertify their vote or to switch their electors.
JFK and Obama had alternate electors.
JFK.
No, they didn't. No, they
They had
didn't.
what?
No, they didn't.
I can explain that if you want.
Yeah, please do.
I love this
Right.
guy.
Yeah. So
No,
in
Destiny's spitting. No,
what was it,
Destiny is pretty good in
1960.
debates.
So 1960,
against conservatives. He does a
JFK
really
and
good job.
Nixon. There was a dispute because there was a recount.
About certain
I think
topics.
JFK ended up winning by like 150 votes. At the time, each state decided, or the state decided to certify two sets of
They didn't
electors.
certify
Or
them, they
decided to choose two different slates of electors.
Depending on how it went.
But they
the
were
state-
certified by the
middle of a
states.
recount.
They were in the middle of a recount.
Well, Trump tried to get it certified.
None was certified yet. Neither state was.
What
The state-
happened with Trump was that Trump tried to get the states to certify a second slate of electors based off of conspiracy theory crap that
None of the
the election was
courts would hear
stolen.
his
Hold on.
They did.
He took it to
No,
court.
they didn't. They
62
refused to see the
cases.
courts.
That's not
30
Yeah,
cases
no, they
were
took this
looked
to
at
court several
on merit.
times.
So are they
They were
taking
all
him off
shot
the
down.
ballot now?
That's a separate.
that's a separate-
Take him off the ballot is a separate.
Taking him off.
Okay, so
Is the not purest form of election theft is taking someone off the ballot?
Let's get back to the 1960 thing really fast. So
what happened was that they did a recount, and Kennedy ended up winning by, I think, 150 votes, and they chose the Kennedy electors. They certified the Kennedy electors.
Funny enough, Alex looks like the most shrieking liberal here.
What Trump did was Trump tried to get the states to certify an alternate slate of electors. They refused because the court said there's no there there.
Exactly, people. That's why I really don't want to debate Destiny on nothing, to be honest.
His own slate of electors above the states that were not certified, and tried to use that to force Mike Pence to say that Joe Biden didn't win these electoral votes.
I just need to interject really quickly. So if we want to be precise in terms of the scope of the debate, I think it's about January 6th. And so the lead up to it might be relevant to some of the criminal indictments, but it's technically speaking outside the scope of the January 6th discussion. But if we're gonna bring it into the discussion, I think there's an operative word there, knowingly. And that's operative within the context of the charging documents. But the idea that Trump thought that he lost the election and he was knowingly lying and knowingly engaging.
You're going to hit them with the phone call.
He believes, I guarantee it, whether you believe it or not, Trump believes that the election was stolen.
I want the moderator to pull it out,
He was using
please.
the legal recourses available to him at the advice of
did.
his legal advisors.
He went through the legal recourses. He did. And then he lost. He's a sore fucking loser.
Most of his legal advisors said that this idea was crazy.
Well, no, but he had legal advisors who were telling him.
Destiny's on it again.
If you search hard enough, you can find anybody to validate an opinion. But what you've just done,
they should take his name off the ballot in every state.
Which is saying he thought the election was stolen, therefore he was justified to engage in insurrection.
But is it right to take him off
the ballot?
That's the only.
January 6th.
We're not. That's for the Supreme Court to decide. That's for the Supreme Court.
That's your question.
I'm telling you, that's for the Supreme Court to decide. According to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it's
why does the United States sanction countries that take people off the ballot?
What? That's not even remotely relevant here.
Oh, okay, all right.
Hold on, let me do something. Sorry, somebody was asking to make it louder. I used the extension. The extension's kind of buggy.
For things like circumventing the vote, like asking the vice president, for instance, to unilaterally win the election.
So
that would be something that we might sanction another country for.
You can't vote for somebody because they make up a bunch of stuff and he's not found guilty anywhere, but you guys just parrot it over again like two men.
If you don't like the Constitution, that's your fault. Like the Constitution, that's on you. Really? Then why are you saying that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Alex, why did you say that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Can we put the text on stream?
I would love to do that, actually.
Put the text up.
And Glenn,
because you keep saying
all right, guys.
It doesn't say that.
Tribunals,
I don't care what it's based on.
They would have to find you guilty.
Let's
That's why no one was.
Put up Amendment 14.
Let's hear from Glenn.
I'm sorry,
slow
I'm
down.
lost right now.
This is a great conversation. Glenn's about to drop some knowledge.
I'm dominating.
Yeah. Glenn,
I'm winning, I swear, please.
From Brazil. So, Glenn, anytime you have something to say, it's helpful for me if I see a visual cue. Maybe your hand goes up. I can tell you have something you're going to say now, but let us know.
Let me just say, what happens is when you
they all look so fucking boring except the moderator.
You're supposed to debate that particular question. The particular question that we were presented with is we're going to debate January 6th and whether it was an insurrection. Now, I don't blame Destiny and Ed for not wanting to debate that, for wanting to debate a whole set of other issues about whether Trump acted improperly, whether he was naughty in the things he did after the election, because there is no argument to make that what happened on January 6th rises to the level of insurrection.
He tried to tamper with the election results.
A prosecutor named Jack Smith decided not to charge
that's more than
Donald
just being
Trump
naughty
with that crime because he knew there was no way that he could possibly bring a conviction against anybody, let alone Donald Trump, who told everybody to be peaceful when going to the Capitol.
Stuck his fingers
about whether or not that was actually an insurrection, whether that rose to that level. And even in a colloquial sense, what we've called an insurrection in the past is in a completely different
turn it down for this one. He was caught with his hand in the ballot box. It was pretty good.
Belief on the part of Donald Trump that elections were stolen. I don't understand how anybody could doubt that, aside from the fact that you have to get into Trump's head. In the last 3 elections that Democrats lost, in 2000, 2004, and 2016, a very large number of Democrats believed and asserted that the election was stolen.
It was in 2000. No, it legitimately was stolen in 2000.
And the president was, as a result, illegitimate. When I started writing about politics in 2005, the idea that George Bush was the real loser of the election. Al Gore won, was the view of every single liberal and Democrat.
And they would
be
correct in thinking
that. In 2004, there were objections claiming that Karl Rove had interfered in the Ohio vote with the Diebold machines and cheated to make John Kerry lose and George Bush win. And then in 2016, Hillary Clinton and the Democrats said that Donald Trump was the illegitimate winner, that Russia had helped him, and they tried to convince the Electoral College to abandon the certified results of the state. Obviously, you go back to 1960, and a lot of historians believe that election was stolen. So
okay, but that doesn't make what Trump did okay.
To ever wonder or believe that an election was stolen from him. It's a very significant.
Here's the thing: even if all of that's true, and like Hillary did that and whatever, none of that makes what Trump did okay. All you're doing is saying is whataboutism. Okay, but what about what they did and they did and they did? Okay, are you saying what they did is fine?
He did have advisors and lawyers telling him that they think there was evidence of it. Then the question is over, even on these other issues about whether or not Trump engaged in some conspiracy against the United States. But the issue is January 6th an insurrection?
Well, that's right. But I mean, Glenn, since let's say one thing, Destiny, and these guys haven't talked to neither is Professor Beatty. Hillary was in videos 2 days ago saying Trump's going to steal this election. So why are they allowed to say it? It's free speech. You don't get indicted for it.
Trump didn't get indicted for that.
Oh my God. They indicted him and they put it in the charging thing in Georgia.
They indicted him, but not for that. You can't just say they indicted him for whatever charge is convenient for your argument.
Don't read it. It's a RICO case. There's a bunch of behavior that is within a RICO case.
Oh my God.
It's not illegal. That's the point of a RICO case.
He broke early.
Can I talk about the differences? So Bush versus Gore, what happened? The Supreme Court ruled and Gore conceded. He stopped saying this election was stolen. He stopped saying I won.
That was Supreme Court.
Yes.
Did Gore refuse to certify the vote? I don't remember. Did he do that?
The vote was certified.
He didn't have an alternate slate of electors?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
after Trump wanted a Supreme Court hearing. Trump wanted the same thing.
62 cases were brought before judges. And you said earlier none of them were based on evidence. 6 of them were based on standing. 6 out of the 62.
They wouldn't even hear it. I saw.
Do you know how many of them were Trump-appointed judges?
What's the over/under on Joe Rogan pointing out that Krasenstein is a Jewish last name?
Let me finish here. 6 of them were based on standing. 4 of those that were based on standing, the judge also analyzed the merits and said there was no evidence or insufficient evidence. So only 2 of them, and that was Texas versus Pennsylvania and Gomert versus Pence. Do you know what those 2 cases were?
No,
Texas
I know what the cases are.
Texas tried suing.
No, I agree with you. Biden says inflation's fine right now.
Steny does need to work on.
Texas tried suing Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, several other states, saying that the election was stolen. And the judge said, no, Texas can't sue these other states. Somebody in that state who was affected had to sue them. Now, the other case was Gomert versus Pence. He challenged the Electoral Counts Act of 1807, saying that Pence could overturn the election. He said that Pence could throw out
I agree with you. I think that was a wrong legal theory.
Those are only 2 that were based
I agree with you on that. So, but what I'm saying is, then if Biden's going to win so big, why can't Trump be on the ballot?
That's not up for Biden to decide. That's up for the Supreme Court.
Yeah, Biden has not touched this.
It doesn't matter what Biden says.
Oh,
Biden's not the one
Biden barely talks about this.
That's why he can't have his race car on the track. Yeah, this horse is going to lose, so it can't be in the race. Bull crap.
Who do you think has the authority then to determine the interpretation of Amendment 14?
Man, I know the State Department.
Why can't you answer a single question? Why not just answer
one question?
I'm just asking a simple question. Who has the authority ultimately to decide it?
Has not.
The president has the authority to decide
CNN,
matters of constitution.
You don't let me talk.
Because you won't answer the question.
Yeah, let Alex.
He's going
to ramble. He's not going to
Even
answer
on
anything.
CNN, the legal analysts say that you have to be convicted. So, Destiny, you can sit there and have blue hair and be trending.
No blue hair right now.
And make all these, like, the moon is made of cheese. I'm Destiny.
Does the word convicted...
every American knows you don't lose your rights when you're not convicted. He's not been convicted. And here's the good news. It's backfiring.
I keep calling him Joe Rogan. I'm sorry. Alex Jones.
And we can vote for who we want to.
No, you can't. Well, you can't vote for people under 35. You can't vote for non-citizens.
But they're both the same archetype.
Nobody stole an election.
Can you vote for
anybody you want?
Can you vote for
Nobody stole an election. But you can't vote for who you want.
I think we just.
Nobody stole an election. But you can't vote for who you want.
We just beat this into the ground. Alex, I need you. We just crushed this one into the ground. But I want to ask the question in a slightly different way. Was this an attempted coup? Do you guys think this was an attempted coup?
Of course it was. Obviously it was.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh my God.
The weaponization hearing.
Hunter Biden laptop. Let's go. Throw it all out there.
Connection. That's all.
Boom.
mRNA vaccines.
Take your extra. I want you to take
Blue Eyes White Dragon. Let's go.
How many shots have you had?
None yet. You want to take some?
No, I hope you take them all.
You've activated my trap
I
card.
want to see you take them all.
I think we've talked about the Democrats more than the Republicans on the January 6th debate. Isn't that wild?
Wait.
Isn't that crazy?
They now admit that the shot erases your immune system and doesn't protect you. So you do that little one-liner there.
Shot to protect me. Democrats trying to take away my Democrat.
Yeah. Let's stay back. All right, guys. Back to topic.
Not that it's not warranted, but I do think that a calm approach is better.
Is it a coup?
Just let him talk himself out.
Yeah, that's
so I think it can be debated.
Or an
that
attempted
it was
coup.
a coup.
An attempted coup.
Definitely, I would say it's an attempted coup. And a federal
coup is flooding the border with aliens.
Yeah, I think that, honestly that
U.S.
that was
District
fine,
Judge
probably.
David Carter actually evaluated the Trump Eastman scheme. And he said,
all right, we got some big news. I'm not interrupting you.
No.
Hours after.
Not that yet.
Do
But
we have bingo
Glenn's
cards,
going to speak
Laura?
after you were.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
So the federal judge, U.S. District Judge David Carter, evaluated the Trump Eastman scheme.
Another lawyer.
Which we can go into later. But basically, he said that it was quote a coup in search of a legal theory. This is a federal judge. So a judge.
We have a CIA coup over America.
A coup in search of a legal theory.
Kennedy?
Judges aren't part of the CIA.
Oh my
Are
God!
they? I don't think so.
The way that January 6th went down is exactly how coups go down everywhere on Earth.
But so they can find partisan. They found the Secretary of State of Maine took Trump off the ballot because she had one hearing in a YouTube video. Are we ruled by this lady? Can we not vote for who we want?
So one of the I guess defenses against it being a coup.
Oh wait, here we got Glenn. Glenn speaking. Go for it, man.
Just about I actually want to ask a question that I would love to hear everybody's answer to. But before I do that, just want to say about federal judges. This year, in the last 6 months, 4 different federal judges, a district court judge, and then an appellate court unanimously found that the Biden administration gravely violated the First Amendment. In fact, the greatest assault on free speech, the court said, in decades, maybe the history of the judiciary, by systemically pressuring big tech to censor the internet and purge it of all dissent by threatening big tech companies using the CIA, the FBI, and the CDC with punishment if they didn't censor the internet. Now, you may not agree, but according to your standard, 4 different federal judges concluded that, which is infinitely worse in terms of an abridgment of freedom or an attack on the Constitution than anything that Trump is accused of doing.
That's
but in
not
terms
true.
of whether
That's not true.
A digital insurrection by the deep state. Digital insurrection.
What? A digital? There's no.
I just want it to be noted.
Hold up, everybody.
That's
hold
not
up.
how that works.
Glenn, please finish your point, and then we're going to move on to the response.
The question I want to ask is
God bless this
that you ask Ian is this a coup? If you look at how other coups are perpetrated, and I think a lot of this is that if you're an American and you have this very soft history, you don't know what a coup is, you think that like what CNN tells you a coup is a coup. Usually the way coups work is the leader of the country or whoever is in charge of the military orders the military to seize control of the levers of power. Trump was the commander in chief on January 6th. The military was duty bound to obey his orders. They had a right to disobey if they were illegal, but
the president does not just get to press a button and say, take the election
control
for
of the of power and turn over the election process to him. Why didn't he order the armed factions
roll in the tanks? He can't just do that.
Law enforcement part of the military and the executive branch that serve under his command to do that as well.
That would make him a military
That's what happens
dictator.
In a coup. That didn't happen here because Trump wasn't trying to perpetrate a coup.
He wanted the Department of Defense to seize voting machines, and the DOJ turned him down and told him.
The worst thing he did was try to take Biden off the ballot. Remember when Trump said Biden cannot run and have the Justice Department take Biden off the ballot? Oh, God, that was Biden. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was having a moment.
These are not.
To reiterate, also, Biden doesn't have the authority to do that. He still doesn't have
only
the authority to do that.
Only his Lord and Savior Jack Smith.
The Supreme Court that Trump has his picks on, that's currently 6-3 conservative, they're the ones who are
Yeah,
going to make the
Biden.
final
Okay, my
decision
question
on that.
would be: if Biden's so evil, why doesn't he just
every single time you try to talk about any of the stuff related to Trump, it's so many Democrat names that comes out of people's mouths. I don't know why people can't just engage on the facts of what happened on and in the events leading up to June 6th an insurrection without having to invoke every other Democratic leader's name.
No name calling.
No, his name's Ding Dong, Ding Dong, Destiny, whatever it is. The point is, I was there. There was over a million people, and they said police are attacking. And we got there, like shooting tear gas, and then a bunch of feds helped break through with some idiots. That
they're very
had a
slimy
brawl,
with their answers.
And then the cops go, "Come on in. Everybody come on in.
So Alex,
and so there's everybody sees those videos now. Okay, you call this the new Pearl Harbor, worse than 9/11.
The cops are saying come on in because the cops were fucking part of the Trump
side. Do you
disagree
with them claiming this was worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
I think it depends how you ask that question. I would say no, it's not worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11.
What are you basing on it? Are you basing?
No.
What kind of question? Why are we using that as our measuring stick?
It's so sacrosanct, but you're trying to take people over Trump.
I don't think murdering a child is as bad as 9/11
of the United States would do everything within his power to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to the next president.
He said, "I want you to peacefully march down to the Capitol."
That is a uniquely horrible event. The march to the Capitol. What was bad was him watching the riot happen for 3 hours and doing nothing.
Yep, that is true.
It was the riot was happening. He spoke for an hour and a half. It started then. Then he got back to the White House, watched it
Wait,
like 30,
what?
40
It started
minutes,
then?
and then shot a
Yes,
video.
that's the point.
No, you're lying. He got back to the White House. He got Mark Meadows delivered a note on his desk that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, and he sat there sipping Diet Coke for an hour and a half. The guy that you called your leader.
I don't personally know the exact order of events, but I'm going to take Destiny's word for
Patriots
it.
that got unfairly charged with crimes and convicted in the Capitol grounds.
I was there.
Why didn't Donald Trump pardon any of those people? Why didn't Donald Trump pardon any of those people? There's not going to be an answer to this because there's not. You're scared to answer any questions.
They claim
he's right. He's completely correct.
Every single
for almost an hour and a half.
Just keep it one at a time.
The ultimate way to bring down any conservative, ask them basic questions.
You had an hour and a half while it didn't exist. I was there.
So you were
and then
there,
just
Alex.
point out when they don't answer.
Were there weapons there?
No, nobody used weapons.
So are you telling?
Yes, there were weapons. You're right. You got me.
He's going to say the cops.
Yeah, they shot Ashley Babbitt and they threw people off the balcony and they beat a woman's brains out. You're right.
There were 75.
Oh no, nobody shot a woman. Nobody beat a woman to death.
Nobody beat a woman on the ground. That's a fake video that got put out. That was not real.
Ashley Babbitt's fake, folks.
She was
wow.
shot.
I like how you would think that years after the event, we're now
Ashley
getting
Babbitt was shot by a police officer, which I don't think should have happened, by the way.
Without her getting beat by a baton. How would that take years to report?
Oh my God!
Alex?
Everybody on X, get him saying they didn't beat a woman to death.
Everybody watching, go to Google.
Yeah, let's.
You just screwed yourself.
All right,
I asked you about the weapons.
Got your ass. Woo!
All right, Alex.
Yeah, got his ass now.
Once you're done celebrating,
Ashley Babbitt.
He's got to smell rancid, dude.
Old woman didn't get drugged in by the cops and beat by batons.
This is an Eagles-Cowboys game. What is this?
No, he wants to do little one.
This is content. They're not going to mute him.
The audience only goes off how much emotion there is.
The moderators look over his shoulder like, should I stop him? And they're like, no, don't stop him.
The weapons were the Fed shooting Ashley Babbitt. What about how about the guy the 3 men on the corner of 14th and Independence who had AR-15s? How about?
Oh, they used those?
They didn't use them, but
what about the pipe bomb?
I asked you a question.
Who's that?
Alex, I asked you a question if people had weapons. How about how many weapons were seized? Like,
hey, I got a dick.
75
I got a
people
dick.
arrested.
I mean, I'm raping people.
75 of the people arrested within the Capitol building had weapons.
Let's. We have a couple of clips.
Knives and stuff. The knaves have weapons.
Destiny's doomed. He's trying to be rational.
How about Guy Reffitt? What is he?
Yeah,
3%
I think.
Or 3%.
Yeah, I think Saki Tanuki, you got a point.
He had a handgun on the stairs of the Capitol building.
He doesn't look bad, but he's not killing it.
Encouraging people to.
That's worse than Pearl Harbor.
As he was saying, telling people to go into
even
the
if he's been
Capitol,
memeing Penske, it doesn't come off that way.
Nancy Pelosi
he comes off
out
like
the Capitol
irritated
and hopes her head hits every stair on the way out.
Did he say go into the Capitol like
Let me
Rams?
just finish my point before you cut me off. He wanted to drag Nancy Pelosi out and let her head hit every stair on the way out. He said,
even in his face right now.
Alex,
if it were Vosh, he'd be like laughing and shit, which I would be too.
He said on his way
I'd just be cracking up. I'd be like, I can't do this
anymore. They're going to take the Capitol
it's too funny.
and insert their own government.
Yeah, so
and he had a
out of a
handgun
billion
on the
people,
steps
a
of
few
the Capitol
lunatics were there, and you call it like Martians invading and blowing the earth up. Like Glenn Ringwald said.
His intention wasn't an insurrection.
Yeah.
Are you saying his intention wasn't an insurrection? He's saying he's going to drag Nancy Pelosi out. He's saying
yes,
under Trump's command.
Exactly. Yes.
Trump said go peacefully.
Alex, can I just finish and you can respond?
Yes, you can finish your point, and then we're going to go to
at the end, after they did all that.
No, I'm not going to be run over.
So,
Trump's hand was forced.
He was on his way to the Capitol.
He wouldn't have said shit if he didn't have to.
We're going to take the Capitol and install our own government. He had a handgun.
Thank you, Ed.
In
And
his
so
holster.
Trump,
He
and
had
I'm
his
guilty?
handgun on
I'm
his,
guilty?
in his
No, Alex, let him finish.
on the stairs of the Capitol, saying he's going to drag Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell out.
Finally, they're letting
But you
him.
don't have a problem with that. That's
He
not.
didn't
That's
use a gun.
What do you think, Darren?
because
All
he didn't
you
use a
got
gun because he didn't have the
killing
opportunity
women.
to shoot Nancy Pelosi or Mike Pence.
Did he
That's
kill him?
okay. He didn't have access
I
to
didn't
them.
say it was okay.
Thankfully, the Capitol Police.
what about-
Thankfully, the Capitol.
I never said it was
Shoe
okay.
shaman? What about the shoe shaman they let
Thankfully, the
in?
Capitol Police.
All right, okay.
The Jew shaman? Wait, did he say Jew shaman?
All the Americans are guilty. You can't vote for Trump now. A guy had a gun.
I've been asked by Zero Hedge to moderate this debate, so that's what I'm going to do. Everyone, quiet down. We're going to Darren Beatty.
They really got to have a mute button on those microphones, man.
What's the question here?
No, you've been hearing all
Is
this.
this a freaking coup? What do you think about what they've been saying as well?
I don't think it's a
Oh
coup.
no, when the moderator gets mad.
Again, I think question of an insurrection, you can go to the etymology of rising up. That could be anything. If we keep the proper perspective in mind, it doesn't elevate to anything resembling the Civil War, 9/11, or any of the crazy
What,
comparisons.
one guy with a gun isn't as big as the Civil War?
No.
They didn't use the gun?
Darren, keep going.
So there's that. The scope, I think, matters, and that's what we're really getting at when we talk about insurrection. The courts are politically weaponized, so
Wow,
I
man,
wouldn't
but
even
that's
rest,
crazy.
the legitimacy and the question on the determinations of the courts, which we can see are running away with pretty wild and ridiculous theories. Weaponized court system. So there's that. And then, these, sure, there are random nut jobs who are around D.C. on that day and any other day. And so I don't think that's relevant to the ultimate
mute all of
question
them,
of whether
Lauren,
it was
just
a
reset,
coup, whether
man.
it was an insurrection. And as I said before, the stuff about Trump and the legal theory behind his, multiple part plan, that could be an interesting discussion. It's technically outside the scope of the debate. But again, I would reiterate, anyone who knows Trump, anyone who knows people who knows Trump, 100% certainty Trump genuinely believes that the election was stolen. He had multiple legal advisors. Many of his advisors were trying to sabotage him from day one. Just because he was advised by one of these snakes doesn't mean that he therefore
Why would they try to
agrees with what
sabotage
they
him?
say. He agreed with the people who told him it was stolen and that he had legal recourse to address that, which he implemented. There's nothing that rises to an insurrection or coup.
He's
about
speaking
that
more
either,
calmly than
even
Alex is,
though
but he's
that's
just as
outside the
batshit
scope of our
insane.
discussion
He's
today.
saying that like his advisors were in on this whole
Cassidy
thing.
Hutchinson said that Trump said to Mark Meadows, "I don't want people to know we lost. It's embarrassing."
I'm glad that you mentioned her because this gets to the televised sham that was
well,
these.
she was under oath. Who under oath for Trump said?
Well, she
didn't
shared
say
the
it?
story a bunch.
Yeah,
she was
clearly,
under oath.
Yeah,
she was under oath. So the thing here is
Under
that
oath?
listen. So the thing here is
Why
that
is the January 6th committee destroying the transcripts?
the January 6th committee called near 98% of their witnesses were Republicans.
It was kangaroo.
These people were under oath, Republicans, and they testified. The people who didn't testify within the Trump circle, there were dozens who Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. They refused to say a word. So you're going to tell me that the people that testified under oath are the liars, but the people that said things in the public but failed to say anything under oath are the ones that are telling the
let
truth.
me say, I wasn't just there on January 6th. I was in that congressional hearing and took the Fifth 98 times.
Completely unrelated.
And not because I had anything to hide. The Fifth Amendment isn't just to incriminate yourself. It's because they wanted me in a perjury trap, and they were going to have witnesses claim something wasn't true. I think attacking the Capitol makes us win an election?
Yeah, but witnesses against their testimony versus you can't get you in perjury. They can't.
Oh, yeah, just ask Roger Stone that question.
No, it doesn't happen that way. How did perjury get Roger Stone that way?
Roger Stone wasn't involved
why are you
with
defending
WikiLeaks.
it so
He
fervently?
worked here then. He couldn't get a hold of him.
He doesn't call it an
I knew he
attack,
told
does
the truth. He didn't tell anybody I'm behind the WikiLeaks. They said Roger Stone ran WikiLeaks. He never even talked to Julian Assange.
Just say he ran WikiLeaks.
No, they freaking tried to put him
in
in
communication.
I like Krassenstein.
Oh my God,
this is on
He's just
topic.
treating him like
That's okay.
Roger didn't lie to Congress when he said, I don't know I have not interviewed Assange.
Let's pull back to Darren. I wanted to. Darren's going to finish off what you were saying about this, and I think Glenn, you were going to mention something after that, and then I have a couple of clips that we're going to play. But Darren,
yeah, I mean the January 6th hearings were a show trial of the sort that would make Kim Jong-il blush.
Explain it to them. They wouldn't let Republicans that they wanted under the law on the committee.
They wanted Jim Jordan, who was actually part
You're not allowed
of
to
the
have
investigation.
you on your side. We pick who the people are on our jury.
Jim Jordan was
I wish he wasn't such a piece of shit. He's so funny.
They wanted a
the
person
guy.
on the committee who was being investigated by the committee. How does that make sense?
Oh my God, when you're being investigated by the Democrats, you don't have a vote.
I think a lot of people watching don't understand. Hey, guys.
Jim Jordan was elected.
Does
they don't
that
have
matter?
The people that are listening don't have the context. So if we start rapid fire argumentation, a lot of people are going to lose interest. We need to stay focused and listen to each other. It's really important.
Staying focused makes it really hard for them to win their case.
It is really hard.
Win their case when they have to stay focused.
It's very hard, but
with any of their views of reality.
See, Destiny's such a prude here.
And I'll let you tell people fairy tales.
But what happening is Darren is going to continue what you were saying about finishing up your thought, and then we're going to Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, well, the thought was just about this Hutchinson, and she said a lot of things. I believe she was the one who said that Trump reached over to the steering wheel and, told the Secret Service this or that, which was a bizarre thing because the Secret Service agents in question weren't the ones that were called upon to testify
But
under oath.
some of them testified the same thing that Cassidy Hutchinson said.
No, the Secret Service actually said we would love to testify, and they weren't allowed to. The two Secret Service agents in question in that specific anecdote were not allowed to testify. So why would they take the secondhand report from Hutchinson when they could have interrogated directly the people who would have been direct witnesses to that?
They're in the report.
Not those two specific agents. But
oh,
why
Lady
not?
Nova, if you've ever seen like a hippie-dippy panel,
with Trump testified for the J6 committee.
The moderator
I don't know
has
why
to
they would or wouldn't testify or have particular people testify, but other people in that card did.
No.
Yes,
the
they
two
did.
people.
Yeah, Glenn.
He just seems frustrated.
The January 6th committee, and it's what Alex was alluding to just a
He's
second ago,
gone!
is
They
one
pulled
of the
him
biggest
off!
scams in the history of Congress, because what happened with the January 6th
Did I miss
committee
them
was we
doing
had
that?
a long history of 225 years of tradition in the United States Congress where
He's
whenever
gone!
investigative commissions would be created within the Congress, the minority leader and the majority leader would each select the members of that committee to ensure there was fair representation
He just left?
by both parties. Nancy Pelosi, for the first time in the history of the United States, as Speaker of the House,
I didn't see what
refused
happened. Did
to
they pull him or
allow
did he leave?
The Republicans who were chosen for that committee by Kevin McCarthy,
saw him stand up.
at the time the
Oh my God.
Republican majority leader.
Should we even watch the rest of this? I feel like I don't care.
On the panel, and as a result, the Republicans said we're going to have nothing to do with this, and the only quote unquote Republicans that were chosen was Liz Cheney, who ended up losing her seat by 36 points, and Adam Kinzinger, who didn't bother running again because they were so unrepresentative of the Republican Party. It was a completely partisan commission.
Now that I think about it, yeah,
and
that tracks.
On top of that, none of the videotapes that were available was made available to the public, except for very deceitfully chosen
the top of the hour.
Snippets by
which in about 8 minutes.
Adam Schiff and by Liz Cheney. And it was only within the last several months that
I
we
can't
saw
skim. This is
all
live.
of the video footage. And what it showed makes a joke of the idea that this was a coup. You had people peacefully walking into the Capitol, led by many of the police officers who encouraged them to enter peacefully, which they did. The vast majority of people who were there at January 6th,
and then when they got in there, they started like
with using violence, and that's what makes this whole debate such a preposterous.
Going in is fine.
Look at how coups
doing what they did once they were in there.
You could make a much
which is like trying to find fucking Nancy Pelosi
of 2020
and AOC
was an insurrectionary movement. And the reason it matters, Destiny, is because if you're going to make arguments, there has to be an important test, which is, do you apply the same principles you're claiming to profess and believe in to cases where it undermines your partisan allegiance and your ideology, not only where it helps it. That's one of the key tests for determining the authenticity of your argument. And so if you don't think the 2020 protest movement was an insurrectionary movement against the United States government, there's no way to claim what January 6th was, especially since Trump could have done so much more to cause a coup that he did not do, because that wasn't his aim ever.
If you want to talk about applying the same standard, would you have been okay in the year 2000 if Gore refused to certify the vote because he didn't like what was happening in Florida?
Ooh.
A lot of Democrats did want him to do that.
Question?
Can you please answer the question?
Yeah, and I would have actually. Yes, a lot of Democrats were angry about that.
I'm not asking if a lot of I'm asking you would be okay personally if he refused to certify the vote.
I think there were two. There were
you
two
want to answer the question?
You want to answer the question?
In 2016,
Destiny's got him here.
Would you be okay if Biden?
Because if
He
you really
refused the
believe that
question.
an election is stolen, as
Shut
the
the fuck up. You
Democrats
refused
claim
to
they
answer.
did, then it is kind of odd to say we're just going to concede that and allow George Bush to march into power, even though we believe that he actually.
This is why I don't
stole
like
the election.
moderated debates.
That is kind of an odd
No,
way
it's
to go
not.
about with your.
It's not all that all. We live in a democracy. There are appropriate forums through which you can
Did they
challenge.
not battle that out in the courts?
And they
though?
lost. Once
Okay,
you had
I know they need one,
you
but like I like one-on-ones with
out in the
moderators.
court.
And he lost. Once you lose, anything past that is vigilantism. Vigilantism directed at the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to entrench
He
your
did
own
step in
power
there to stop
is an
Destiny.
attempted coup. That's what he tried to do.
Trump did, though. He told them to be peaceful. He told them go and
We're
be
not talking
peaceful at the
about the.
Capitol.
We're not talking about the peaceful protesters. And if he wanted them to be peaceful,
You're
he would have
talking
called
about
in the
his use
National
of the
Guard as
court.
soon as they
You're
started
talking
rioting,
about-
but he didn't do that.
Yeah,
You're talking about his use of the legal process, of the congressional and judicial process.
That was not a
He
legal
went and
process.
he tested. If he had ordered the military or some other FBI or any of those agencies, the CIA, to go and use violence on domestic soil in order to ignore those court rulings the way people do when they're trying to implement coups, you would have a good argument. He didn't do any of that. He invoked all of his legal rights in the judiciary and in the Congress. He lost and he walked out of the White House on January 20th.
He had the
He did not have
ability
to be dragged out.
as
He wasn't,
our
arrested by
national
the military, which is what
leader
happens
at the
in
time
coups. So
to
much
stop
of this
them,
is because
and
you
he
only
didn't.
started paying attention to politics in
That's his
2016. You only lived in
responsibility.
the United States. You have no idea about history or anything.
He's not
that
an
happens in other
uwu
countries.
small
You have
bean.
no idea what a coup is.
That is his
coup.
job.
All
You
you know
bring that
about
up. Glenn, you bring that up and you're trying to use Hawaii as
He
an
should not
example
be
to say
allowed
it's
to run
comparable,
again.
where both
He
slates of
refused to
electors
do
were
his fucking
actually
job.
duly elected by the people there. In the 60s, Hawaii and South Carolina, these other historical examples that people go to from multiple states of electors are not at all comparable. Both of these things happened prior to 2016. There are no examples in U.S. history.
He's doing a
Or if
good
you want to give
job.
me one, since you know so much history prior to 2016, give it to me. Is there any other examples in U.S. history where the president is telling the vice president to unilaterally not certify the vote? Has that ever happened before?
That's a totally separate question.
No,
from
that
whether
is
this
what
is a
happened
coup.
on January 6th.
It doesn't matter if it's the first time that it ever happened. Even if it's the first time or the 10th time, it's still not
Here's
a
the
coup or an
problem.
insurrection.
Each of these actions individually would not mean much.
In order to seize
But the
control
collection
power
of all of
outside the
them
legal
together,
process.
the congregate, is that what it's called? The aggregate of all of this evidence
Wasn't there violence?
amounts to a coup
I saw
attempt.
violence.
You need violence in order to be the coup. The
How
amount
much
of
violence
violence
do you
that
need?
happened on the Capitol on January 6th, the most amount of
25
violence
grams.
happened to the January 6th protesters, not from them. Again, not a single protester whipped out a gun, let alone used a gun. That is extremely rare.
It doesn't
How many
matter.
officers
It doesn't matter if they
how
use
many
rocks and
officers
sticks.
injured? 140?
Wait.
Is that enough violence for you?
Well, here's a good question about who, like, staging a coup and emergent phenomenon, and if a crowd becomes violent, or if someone directs the crowd to become violent. This is actually the next question on my list. Do you guys think that Trump was responsible for this thing? And before you answer, I want to play a couple of clips. We have clip 1 and 2. These are from Trump's speeches on the day. I think the first clip is before the violence kicked off. Maybe we can play that first.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully
so I
and
think the moderator's a little
patriotically
slanted. Like,
make
this is
your
a
voices
conservative
heard.
battleground.
We can't play into the hands of these people.
That's after.
We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel.
And that there was like 3
But go
hours
home
of time
and
between
go
that.
home in peace.
That
You could've
second
stopped
clip
them
was
immediately.
from after the violence had become, and so he was kind of doing damage control, I think, at that point.
I just don't understand all of the insanely arbitrary caps that we're trying to create to try to say that it wasn't a coup. Well, there was violence, but there wasn't enough. There was a subversion of the democratic process, but it didn't end up working. Like, if the plan would have gone as Donald Trump wanted it to have gone, which is Vice President Pence unilaterally tossing out the Electoral College vote, and if Donald Trump would have retained power past when he was supposed to lose it, what is that if not a coup? What would you call that?
No one ordered those people, the few hundred that actually fought police, to do that.
That's great. What would
That's
you call
why they
that,
can't
though?
charge.
If it
Trump's
would have
not been
happened,
Oh, he's back.
no
The
one
boy's
said
back.
Trump's been charged with insurrection or inciting a
But
riot.
you say
Jack
he
Smith
can't.
especially did.
But we can't vote for him because they
What
say
would you
he's
call
guilty.
it if Pence would have unilaterally thrown out the vote? And
I
Trump
wish the
would have held on
moderator
to
would say,
power
"Please
for
answer
some
the
weeks
question."
Trump was
longer.
calling for a 10-day Senate
That's part of a
investigation.
moderator's job.
That's why we were there.
That's great. What would have happened if Pence would have thrown out the vote?
No, that's a hypothetical. Trump wanted a 10-day investigation.
No, but
I don't care
he
what Trump
also
wanted.
wanted Pence to throw out the
Yeah, what would have happened? What would you have called that?
Him and Eastman were pushing for that.
Yeah, what would we have called that? Can I get a name for that? If you don't want to call it a coup or an insurrection, what would you call that?
Well, I'd call it taking Trump off the ballot and saying
Laura.
you can't vote for him.
I know you won't answer because you probably know he's guilty. That's fine. What about
I
you
know
or
he's
Glenn?
guilty.
Glenn, what would you call
Yeah,
it if the
he
president was
definitely
able to
just took his
entrench his
Xanax.
power by asking his vice president to throw out the vote unilaterally, which is what he was trying to do? Do you want to deny the facts? Do you want to deny that it's a coup? What part?
A coup.
I think
You're lucky there wasn't a real coup.
Shows the weakness of the argument, but if
What?
that had
Wait,
happened,
you can't
my
just
guess
say
is it would
that.
have ended up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have made the decision about
my
whether Mike Pence exercised his proper authority as vice president, and then Donald Trump, if he had run out of options,
Holy
would have
shit.
left the White House on
You're
January
lucky it
20th
didn't
without
work,
any need for
pal.
military force or police force, exactly how he did, and I would have called that the
Otherwise,
exhaustion of all of the
I'd
legal
be in
remedies available
charge.
to the
But
president.
it definitely
in
wasn't.
the event that he thinks that an
Exactly,
election
and
was
therefore it would have been just the way the Bush v. Gore thing played out.
Okay, if both of you guys
Exhausting your
accept that,
legal
if both of you
options,
guys-
getting up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court makes the determination.
Let Darren finish.
If both of you accept that, then if the Supreme Court says that because of Amendment 14, Section 3, Trump can't be on the ballot, you would both accept that as well?
I
We are going to
wouldn't,
accept
but I
that
think
if
that would be
happens.
authoritative. I would
Why
think
would
it
that
would
be
be
authoritative? But Donald Trump, one man, centralizing power among himself to remain in power, that's not authoritative. What could be?
He didn't do that. That's
That's
not
what he tried
happened.
to do. That is what happened.
No.
Glenn, I know you only read tweets and headlines, Glenn, but believe it or not, that's actually what happened.
He wanted a 10-day, and that was our goal, was a 10-day
Destiny's
Senate
always
investigation
correct.
into the Constitution.
I just don't like his
Behind the
attitude.
scenes, though, there's testimony from the lawyers involved.
They were
I think
wargaming
Ed is
everything.
carrying himself
Exactly.
the
The
best.
Attorney
Sure.
General, the
Everything.
Assistant AG,
And
the
a lot
Assistant
of these
Deputy
people-
AG, all of his legal counsel, all of the state senators, all of the congressmen.
If I can talk over you, I can be way better than you.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No.
I
You're
think-
doing
okay.
it, and then I dominate you. You can't handle
To
it.
be as charitable as
He
possible,
didn't do that, and he left.
because whatever Alex
the point.
says doesn't matter.
And
I think that
that's the
Destiny
reality.
is trying to
And now they're
match
saying we
Alex's
can't vote
energy
for him,
because he
even though we
knows
all
that the
know
other two
Biden's
are going to
gonna
be
win by 10
calm.
million votes.
That's why we
You know
call
what I
it
mean?
an attempted coup and not an actual successful coup.
Alex, do you think that Trump was responsible for this thing on January 6th?
100% not. He'd had
He
hundreds
does have
of
cringe
rallies
takes
around
on
the
trans
country.
stuff. You're correct.
5 or 6 that
I
we
think
were
he's a
part of in the
trans
months
medicalist.
before this. And we had the space. We had, here's the Capitol, right up here by the Supreme Court on the Capitol grounds. We had
Or
a
at least he
stage.
has trans medicalist
And then we get
takes.
there, and it's bedlam. And so, no, Trump didn't think attacking the Capitol would make him look good. That's why he came out and said that don't do this and go home.
I don't know what he said.
Why didn't he
I'm
call them
sorry.
off immediately if he thought it didn't make him look good?
It was happening while he was giving a speech.
Wrong. The reason why he didn't call them
no.
off is because him, Giuliani, and Eastman were making
That is
phone
incorrect.
calls to other
I
senators
was
and
there.
congressmen asking them to decertify the electoral vote.
No.
You were
Yes,
there,
do
but you
do
weren't.
you acknowledge that happened, or do you not?
You're there, you
We're
should
talking
know what
about
happened.
The crowd.
I don't care about the crowd.
Oh.
I'm saying that as the riot was raging on and he was sitting there
No.
sipping his Diet Coke, if this really made him and his followers
you
look bad,
said-
why didn't Donald Trump make a video
Listen,
immediately?
yeah, I'm about to do it because I can talk over you really easy.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're
I
doing
look forward to you dodging
You're
the
doing
question
it.
again.
You're
Go
doing
ahead.
it. You're doing it.
Yep.
You're doing it.
That's
No,
what
you.
I think,
So,
Lady Nova.
you.
No, you.
You.
You. No, you.
You.
Both of you. Keep doing it. What do you got?
What was that? I love
Trump did, while he was speaking,
it. No, you.
I was getting text messages, violence in the Capitol, and I left to try to go stop it. And
Wait, what?
when I got there,
You?
he was still speaking. So this thing where you guys say, oh, the attack started at this time and Trump did nothing this time, he's speaking while it happens for hours. He then goes to the White House, tries to figure out what's going on, and puts a statement out against it. And he said, in the middle of his speech, off a teleprompter, go be peaceful. That's what he said.
Didn't Trump get back to the was it like 1:30?
He also said fight like hell.
Yeah,
If
why
we
didn't
don't
you
fight
play
like
those
I
hell,
remember
if we don't
Jan
fight like
6.
hell, we're not
There
gonna
was a
have country.
long
What did
stretch of time.
Giuliani say? He said,
I woke
let's
up
have
in the middle of that
trial
fucking
by
riot.
combat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a legal term. Maxine
Legal
Waters
term,
said,
really? That's a
go
legal
attack
term.
Republicans in restaurants and
That's
grocery stores.
So why don't
with her, it wasn't hyperbole.
Yeah,
Why
I don't
we
agree
ever
with the
said
strategy. I'm
Trump
just
never
giving.
supported
I'm being as
political violence.
charitable as
Trump
possible.
never told people to be goons. The left would burn down half the country. Everybody knows that. Everybody
Destiny's
knows this
typically very
Biden's
good at
erased the
debates,
border.
so
Everybody
I'm
knows
giving
all
him
this.
as
You're
much
sitting there
charity as possible
Claiming this was. Do you agree? This
no,
was big as Pearl Harbor.
do I?
No.
What are you comparing it? As big as Pearl Harbor in what way? Bomb
3,000 died in
wise?
Pearl
No.
Harbor.
People dead? No.
He keeps saying that.
Maybe a blemish on our democracy? I'd say it was very close.
Let me ask you this: if they bring in, which they've
You
done,
say,
10 million
Alex,
legal aliens the last 3 years, and then that
there are a lot
gives
of things
them,
not as bad as
with the
Pearl Harbor,
congressional
Alex.
seats in the census, more Democrat seats in the Congress. Is that not
undocumented aliens undocumented immigrants are not voting.
They are counted.
No, they are not.
They're counted
Prove
in the
it.
census.
No, ask him to
They're
prove
not
it.
voting.
They're counted in the census.
No, actually, I take it back. Don't ask him.
Can we backtrack really fast?
Oh my God.
So let's backtrack.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's
they're already stealing elections.
Just say, no, that's not happening.
With the illegals, they
Let's
get more
backtrack
congressional.
to January
they get more
6th.
congressional districts.
Yeah,
really
Let's go back to January 6th. Okay, so you play those clips.
Oh, you always want to get off of it because it wasn't an
because I came
insurrection.
here to debate
and then
January
as soon
6th,
as I
not
bring up the real
immigration.
insurrection, you can't handle it.
I'm not here to debate immigration.
Yeah, talk to me, Brian.
Okay, yeah. So why don't we ask the Oath Keepers,
I'm gonna pull
the
this off
3
my phone.
percenters,
I don't want to interrupt
the
it, but I
Proud
really gotta
Boys,
pee.
the ones who were actually indicted and convicted of seditious conspiracy, why they did it? And
well, you know, they told us.
No, yeah, they did tell us. They did tell us.
both the kangaroo trials.
Let me finish.
Let Brian finish.
And then you can come back at me.
All right.
Joe Biggs, he said, I did it because this is where Trump wanted me. He wanted me to do this. Stuart Rhodes, Oath Keepers, same thing. I did it for Trump.
I'll be right back.
Multiple Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, they all said, I was here because of Trump. I went into the Capitol. I took the Capitol because that's what Trump wanted. So was Trump responsible? Ask them. Ask the people that are serving 20 years in prison for seditious conspiracy.
I'd like to respond to that now. I know Stuart Rhodes well. I know Joe Biggs well. He used to work here. And they have never said Trump told them to go into the Capitol. They have never said they did it because he asked them to. That is not a true statement.
That is a true statement. I have their quotes right here.
Joe Biggs shook a fence. Stuart Rhodes said he never told anybody to go in the Capitol and never went in the Capitol. And you just said they said that Trump told them.
Multiple Proud Boys said they were in the Capitol because that's what Trump wanted. Trump
you're
wanted
reading a Jack Smith federal filing? Next we'll tell me the man's no cheese.
I'm going. Jack Smith didn't indict the Proud Boys.
They have messages between the group. They have the actual.
No, I know all about it.
Yes, so they have them. So are you saying these are fabricated?
No, read me the quotes.
Yeah, read those quotes.
I mean, I have. We were here to storm the Capitol. We were here because of Trump. I mean, there's literally dozens of these quotes.
What's the best quote
Nobody
you have?
is saying, hold on, wait. This is a red herring. They're not saying that Donald Trump personally communicated to them to go to the Capitol. What they're saying is the reason why they were there, which I think over 147 convicted people have thus far in their convictions, have said the reason why they were there is because Trump called them to go there, not personally. You know how many of those people cited Ray Epps as the reason why they were in the Capitol? Take a guess.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah, Darren.
In both Proud Boys and Oath Keepers cases, the Fed said there was no direct conspiracy.
No one is talking about
That's not what I'm talking about.
They went on to say it's a new conspiracy where it's not written or said. They just imagine it.
Incitement of violence.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear. What is your contention with this? Give me the quote and then what your contention is in relation to the quote.
Like Destiny said, there are 140 convictions where the people convicted said, I was there because of Trump. Trump called us to do this. And when I say called us, I don't mean to call them on the phone and say,
for the sake of argument that that's true, what is your conclusion from that?
That Trump helped incite this?
Well, just because they thought they were helping Trump, that doesn't mean that Trump told them to do that.
Let me say
That's
this.
true, but let's look at the actions.
Famous.
It's like wait, Alex. It's like saying, Charles Manson presumably thought Helter Skelter was, telling him to kill. So is that the argument there? That Trump is essentially Helter Skelter, and he's telling these Proud Boys that you need to go and storm the Capitol?
Does the mob boss tell his peons, go kill this guy, or do they use other language?
Well, what's the language that he used that you think is criminal?
Alex Jones talks on a propagandist. That's pretty true.
Wait.
The language, the ideas that Trump discussed was that the election was being stolen from you.
Okay, so that's criminal?
I never said that was criminal. He's not being indicted for that speech. You're asking why are the people at the White House? All of the Trump's indictments and charges for January 6th are not focused on the people at the White House.
So what's the chain of argument there? That Trump
The question was just why are the people there?
The election was stolen, and people assumed that they interpreted that as meaning, we need to go to storm the Capitol, that somehow Trump's fault and he's criminally liable for it, and it rises to an insurrection. Well, I'm trying to be clear what the contention is.
Let me explain it. What Trump did was Trump laid out very precisely exactly what he believed had happened. He thought that the vote was being stolen, that our country was being taken from us.
Not believe,
that
what he wanted others to believe.
Yeah, what he wanted, that Congress wasn't acting, that Mike Pence was supposed to be the guy to do it, but he hadn't heard good things about them, and they needed to go down to the Capitol building to protest. To protest what? To protest. Nobody is saying that. You're repeating the same thing. You're like a broken record. You're a broken record.
No, I'm not a broken record.
Trump has
yes, you are, man.
You try to shut me down.
You're a really funny
here's
one,
the
but
bottom
still.
line. Trump's not been charged with insurrection. Trump
No one said he was.
Trump didn't, but you're saying people can't vote for him.
No, I'm not saying that. That's up to the Supreme Court.
That's the.
You can still vote for him. It's your right. Write him in.
Colorado and Maine taking him off the ballot.
That's up to the Supreme Court.
No, you punt. Do you think it's good for the opposing party when a guy's way ahead in the polls to remove someone from the ballot?
It's not about him being ahead in the polls or not. It's about whether or not he engaged in insurrection, and if the self-executing part of the 14th Amendment
what a good question.
to remove him from the ballot.
Where is Trump found guilty?
What I don't like about Destiny's debate style is that he is very fact-driven, and that's good. It's a good thing to do that. It's a good tactic, but it's not my style. What I would have asked Alex is, okay, what if Trump had been way ahead in the polls, just as an example, and had committed like murder in broad daylight?
It looked like you wanted to.
You know, I think that'd be a good question.
He lost, but we can't vote for him now.
If you think it's so bad that courts are kicking him off the ballot, what do you think about Trump doing the birtherism card for Obama for how many years? That was the first big political thing he was known for, was challenging whether Obama was even born in the United States in an attempt to get him kicked off the ballot.
No, you know why? I can play the clips of Obama's.
And now you're going to justify that.
No, you're not. You're going to read my mind?
That's what it sounded like you're about to do.
You're
Play the
scared of me
clips.
talking.
I'm not scared of you talking.
There's clips of Obama and his wife.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was
Destiny just comes off a little too giddy to get his epic
He was born in Hawaii to the head of the Communist Party there, actually. So and who's in his book and hanging out, you know, Frank. So that's what's going on here. It doesn't matter if Trump wants to say the moon's made of cheese. We have a right to vote for him.
Trump
but
can
that's
say
not
whatever
how.
he wants. That's not what's getting him removed from the ballots. Potentially.
Glenn.
But he's a loser.
We have evidence to suggest that he did not genuinely believe his election was being overturned. And even if we did have that,
but the 14th Amendment says he
doesn't
can't hold office.
justify what he did.
But who found him guilty of insurrection?
We talked about the Civil War earlier. Nobody was found guilty of violating insurrection rebellion statute during this. Nobody, and that was an insurrection.
Wait. Let me just welcome to my house for a moment. Hello, hi, I'm Ian Crossland, and I'm moderating this awesome debate. Glenn Greenwald's
doing a great job.
I want to hear what he has to say. He's been waiting patiently for about 1 minute. Glenn,
he was doing good for a bit, but
thanks. Yeah. So first of all, on the issue of the ballots, there have been split decisions on this, and even Democratic judges in Colorado, and then the Democratic, very partisan Secretary of State in Rhode Island, as well as in California, have all said they don't think it's appropriate to remove Trump from the ballot because he has not yet been charged with, let alone convicted of, insurrection. So I want to be very deferential to Destiny's incredible achievements in constitutional scholarship, but there are actually a lot of even Democratic Party elected officials who are saying, as well as judges of the Colorado Supreme Court who were appointed by Democratic Party governors, who are saying that you cannot actually remove somebody because
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what their party is. That's not the point.
That Trump has never
they can go fuck themselves.
And therefore has never had the opportunity to defend himself the way a criminal.
I don't care if they're Democrats. They're wrong.
Glenn,
why is he citing the dissent?
Why do they? Okay, can I vent something real quick? Why do they always say, "Oh, well, what about when Biden did this thing? Oh, you like Biden so much. What about when he did that thing? Oh, look at the Democrats." I don't agree with everything the Democrats do.
Let it continue.
I hate that.
Never been taken off the ballot without being convicted.
Okay, Glenn, continue.
Greenwald again. No, Greenwald is the guy on the screen.
Secretaries of State of California and Rhode Island have also said the same thing, but it's true. The Supreme Court will decide. I'm very confident they'll decide Trump can remain on the ballot, and then that will resolve that issue. Yes. The question I have, actually,
and yeah, the long-haired guy's the mod.
One is, why didn't anybody like Jack Smith charge Trump with engaging in an insurrection? If Trump was engaged in an insurrection or inciting an insurrection, you would hope, I would think, that he would be charged with that. I don't think he was, so I'm happy he wasn't. But for those of you who think he was, why wasn't he charged with that?
It's always what about.
And then the second one is, I just want to know, given that the 2020 riots did have a lot of people in there who were nonviolent and were there not for insurrectionary reasons, but had a lot of people who were anarchist and insurrectionist and who engaged in a lot of violence, a lot more than was done on January 6th. Do you also think that the riots of 2020 constituted an insurrection? I'm just trying to understand, to get a sense for what your definition of insurrection is.
Glenn, do you think that the 1992 riots?
What I asked 2 questions. Can you just answer that? And then I'll ask
I can give 3 really quick answers for these.
Yeah, I can give answers too. I don't think that Black Lives Matter.
Well, it's based on a faulty premise.
Was an insurrection.
The 2020 riots were not January 6th. Those aren't comparable.
Was an insurrection. George Herbert Walker Bush.
What Black Lives Matter black that made it not an insurrection? What did it lack?
So it was a protest, and the violence was when the police clashed with the protesters. The violence was not against the government in order to stop the government from doing something.
There weren't Antifa and anarchist groups there that explicitly say
I
they
don't
were
know if I
using
agree with
violence
what
to
Ed said
overthrow the
there.
government. That didn't happen.
They were firebombing federal courthouses.
They weren't trying to overturn an election.
That's not true.
They were the bombs on the courthouses. There's nobody. It was at nighttime. There's nobody in there. They were not obstructing anything.
Exactly.
Arson's a serious crime.
They weren't obstructing an election.
Official proceeding of a government.
Wait, just burn down a courthouse. That's
Really,
quick.
I want to ask Glenn. Do you think 1992 was an insurrection?
Notice you didn't answer Glenn's question.
I just did answer.
Specifically talked about. Yeah, but no. The Democrats.
Alex, I did answer it. I specifically answered it.
Glenn, please,
You answered it. Yeah. But I mean, I think the 1992 riots, I think I recall at the time thinking the Insurrection Act was inappropriately invoked. I'd have to go back and really study the 1992 riots to see the extent of the violence. But I do think that you're asking that indicates why the 2020 riots are way closer to an insurrection than anything happened after the 2020 election. And the reason you're afraid to say that it is an insurrection is purely for ideological and partisan ends, because you don't.
That's what you're doing.
Liberals were engaged in an insurrection.
Let me just finish.
There's riots.
You should not have to constantly gesture at the BLM riots, protests, whatever you want to call them, of 2020. Even if it was riots, by the way, like all the way through, you should not have to reference that to prove your point about why 2021 was not a. Like, all you're doing is say, okay, was it okay that they did that?
When we talk about an insurrection,
we got your ass.
I want to let Stephen finish this
up. When we're talking about an insurrection, okay, I think all 3 of us here would agree that if there was a congressional session or a state legislative session and people were voting on it, and BLM rioters went up and they tried to firebomb the House to stop the vote, I think all of us would agree that's an insurrection. But you guys, hello, oh my God, I almost finished the sentence.
Moderator, where are you at?
Way more violent stuff in capitals.
I'd be like, hey, moderator, can I get a minute here?
We're destroying houses in Hawaii, okay? You keep bringing back the amount of violence. The amount of violence isn't relevant. All of us here agree that obviously over the entire course of the
I wish Destiny would just laugh at him.
When Democrats endorse some storming, is good.
Just crack one smile,
man. Over the BLM
man.
riots, there was lots of violence. I think everybody on this side of the table is okay with charging and convicting
Democrats storming
people.
capitals all over the
Everybody
country.
here is okay with charging and convicting anybody that was guilty
He's
of a
acting
violent
neutral,
act.
but this is
However,
slanted toward the
violence, no matter
conservatives, just a
how
little
much,
bit.
does not make an insurrection. It's the obstruction or rebellion against the United States for the Jack Smith obstruction charge, obstructing an official process like certifying the vote.
Okay, Darren, we're going to go to Darren. We're going to go to Darren now.
Darren, a question.
Yeah.
Or Darren,
Let me ask. So first of all, it wasn't just violence. There are aspects of the BLM uprisings that involved. At one point, Trump was forced to go into a secure bunker in the White House. They broke through the Treasury.
He called in the National Guard then. Did he remember that?
I have a question about the 14th Amendment for Destiny or anyone. So let's assume that it doesn't require a conviction. In your view, who is most appropriate to make that determination? If it doesn't require... Well,
so the answer, the real answer is it's hard to tell. Personally, I don't like the way the 14th Amendment Section 3 is written. I've got a lot of friends who will hate me for saying that. And I think that the Supreme Court probably will rule against it because the problem with the 14th Amendment is the self-executing part of it. Means basically anybody involved in that balloting process of putting them on the ballot could make that determination.
So you basically agree it has to go up to the Supreme Court and be decided before he can be justly removed from ballot.
Let me say this. The Declaration of Independence, and you want to talk about insurrection. I want to fix this peacefully. But I have a right, not from the Declaration of Independence, it already points out what's there, to abolish a government when the majority of us agree we're done with it. So, and you got all these movies about Civil War and the Democrats are putting out and Obama's putting out. You guys better hope that doesn't happen. We're trying to fix this peacefully. But this is a load of crap.
You can't say that.
Conservatives are this super viral,
his lawyer's sweating
white
bullets.
supremacist terror group. They're planning crap. No one's buying that. And conservatives and populists and America Firsters see how we're being set up.
Well, you better hope we don't coup
Trump is the
you.
one setting you up.
Well, this is my question.
Trump said, be peaceful and go to the Capitol.
Trump
We're going to have a
created-
10-day Senate investigation. I was there.
Did Trump
Were you
have his
there?
people? Did
Were you
Trump
there?
have it? There's a million hours of footage. Trump had 7 different states create 7 false sets of electors that perjured themselves, saying they were duly elected.
I know this.
And they shipped all of those to
The
Congress.
problem with that, Lady Nova,
when I tried to
is that they were not trying to overturn an election in 2020.
They would take them down, or we show clips of people pulling off their Antifa gear, putting on Trump gear, and you know all.
Where's the video footage of all the Antifa gear?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
3,000 people
Well,
have
we're not
phones
doing
there.
clips tonight. Oh, everybody.
How many
Where's the
Antifa were
footage of them
arrested and
stripping down
charged?
Antifa gear? Gotcha
How
again.
many Antifa?
There. Why didn't Donald
That's when the
Trump?
glasses go
come
bomb, bomb. I get the cigar.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Destiny's feeding the chuds. Destiny's feeding the chuds. He is so
Why
triggered.
didn't Trump call in the National Guard as soon as the riot started if Antifa was there?
He asked for 10,000 National
He
Guard a
didn't.
month before.
No, he didn't. He mentioned it
Milley's
2
ready to
days
resign
before.
if he got
Why
him.
didn't he call him in that night? Why didn't he call him in? Look, there's Antifa. Call in the National Guard. He would have ended it in 20 minutes.
So that's another myth.
Joe
that
Rogan
he
is his
had
kryptonite.
the National Guard on standby. Kash Patel said that.
No, he asked for it.
No, let me finish. Kash Patel said that Trump asked for it. That's
I would
the
just
source
laugh.
of that. Kash Patel and Donald Trump, after the fact,
See, he's got a
claimed
big
that
old smile on his
they had
face.
the
I like
National
this guy.
Guard on standby. Neither of them testified to that under oath. Do you know who did? The Secretary of State,
Department of Defense.
Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, testified
No,
under
Trump
oath.
didn't have it on standby. He asked for it and was refused by Milley. I can watch the post up.
He was refused. No, Milley specifically
Exactly,
said that's
Lady
not
Nova.
true. Under
He's
oath.
kind of a
Milley,
chameleon.
Yes.
was that in between his phone calls with Xi
And
Jinping?
the Secretary of Defense, the man
It's a decent
who he would have
strategy
to
for a lot of
call
things,
to call
but
in
not
the
in this
National
case.
Guard. The Secretary of Defense specifically said under oath that Trump never
Under
did that.
oath.
Under oath.
Excuse
Did
me.
Trump or
Under
Kash
oath,
Patel?
they tell people 2 men can have a baby. Can 2 men have a baby?
So what?
Wait, what?
Can 2 men have
What?
a
I
baby?
thought this was
What?
January
Okay,
6th.
no, stop.
Yeah, but you
Another,
guys
another
want-
day.
See,
another
these
day.
two are just clowning on him.
Alex, let me ask you a question. You're criticizing me for quoting somebody under oath. What is your source? I'm quoting somebody that said something under the penalty of perjury. Your source is, you just know it? That Donald Trump
I wish I
said
could
it
rewind
to the
this.
public?
No, we're live on air here, just like when
I want to go back and
this
screen
guy
cap
said
those two like pointing and
that,
smiling while Destiny's being a fucking nerd.
you're
writing
claiming
on his
this was
little
done. You don't have
pad.
proof. Those clips are all there. Everyone's going to pull those up. They're going to see them.
So there's clips
Yeah,
of
it's a pivot,
Donald
Perry
Trump
Icefire. It's a
calling
very
the National
common
Guard.
conservative
last
debate
point.
tactic.
You didn't answer my
when they don't
question.
have
I
an
remember
answer.
the articles.
Can you just answer my question?
You're not listening.
You didn't answer
You
me.
want my answer?
Yeah, I do.
When Trump got firebombed and the White House got attacked, he called for the National Guard, and Milley said, "I'll resign if he doesn't." He then asked the
They try to
head
loosely string
jurisdiction,
together
General
some
Flynn's
amount of
brother,
relevancy and then
for
pivot.
10,000 troops, and it was in the news. Anybody? We're not doing. I don't have a computer in front of
It
me. Was
was
there?
on January 6th. January
No,
5th.
he asked 2 weeks before that they
It
wanted.
wasn't in the news.
Okay, well, boom, gotcha. Everybody get it.
Show it. Go ahead.
I'm on air right
so
now.
He requested
I don't
National
have a
Guard.
computer. Hold on.
Tell me what you're telling
You're
me.
just
Did I-
hoping. Listen, they're going to get you.
Tell me what you're telling me. That he requested 10,000 troops.
Watch
Is
X
that what you're
tomorrow.
telling me?
Listen to me carefully. Watch X tomorrow.
Okay. And you're gonna. It's gonna be
It'll
General
have
Flynn
5
making
million
this
views,
claim.
and it'll be you, and it'll be all the news articles where Milley says he'll resign if Trump's went National Guard, and then they did it again, and then General
That
Flynn's
wasn't
brother.
for January 5th. That was the Washington
I know.
DC
That's
protest.
where it begins, and he asked again, and they also, yeah, it's all there.
Okay, but you're making the claim that Trump had.
No, you say show it. I'm here.
No,
Why would Trump care if
But you
Milley would
didn't
resign if
show
they're all
it.
the deep state? If they're all part of the swamp, why wouldn't he just do it anyway if that's what's right? Trump is the ultimate
what's
authority
gonna
to deploy
happen
the
is-
national guard. You're not gonna answer that question
Here's what's
either.
going to happen.
Good question.
Doogity. What's going to happen is they're all going
can't
to
have
get
your
it,
cake and eat it too.
and that's the whole. They're all going to show it, and then we'll see.
Yeah, this is making me think about media manipulation in general, and
Arcana,
how sometimes
people
you see
mix up
things,
the
sometimes you
Declaration
don't,
of
sometimes
Constitution
things
all
are
the
real,
time.
sometimes they're
Especially
not, and it
people who
leads
think
into
they
the
know
next
anything
question.
about
General
them.
for everybody. And by the way, all six of
Conservatives,
you
I
are
should
doing
say.
phenomenally, especially you, Glenn, killing it from Brazil, my man. Do you guys think this election was stolen?
100%. And it's
Absolutely not.
And it's my right to say that. But then, covering up the windows with signs.
Yeah,
and then all
Alex
these trucks
Jones
pulling
for
in,
all of his
and then
gaffes,
the graph
like-
where Trump's above and it perfectly shoots up and then
I don't think
wins.
he looks in
Define
control,
stolen.
but he
Define that for me
definitely
before
looks
we answer the
confident,
question.
and that's
Well, I mean,
that's a positive.
As
He looks
as
too
Professor
confident. He looks
Epstein and others have
insane,
said,
but
they do it way before suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop, giving you 96% Google Democrat links. I mean, it's all the stealing's done before. in the algorithm and the censorship and the control. I mean, I remember 5 years ago when I was being deplatformed, they were denying I was being deplatformed and saying there was no censorship. Now we know from the weaponization hearings that all this is going on, and now they're telling us you can't vote for him because he said we won't let you vote for him. I mean,
why is it, if the election was being stolen, why did every single person that Donald Trump trusted to investigate come back and say there was no evidence?
It wasn't every single, a whole bunch of his lawyers.
It was not a whole bunch of his lawyers. Most of his legal counsel said that the few that he ended up going with were crazy.
You just went in 2 seconds from everyone to most.
I said
everybody, you got him again.
I said everything that.
You know what? I'm with Alex. I'm with Alex.
Trusted to investigate, meaning the Vice President, the Department of Justice, the Cybersecurity Division of the Department of Homeland Security, all of his White House counsel.
Sorry, Destiny's just too much of a nerd for me.
I know, you're farming TikTok clips, okay? That's what we're doing right now. But the reality is almost every single person that he asked to investigate.
Wait. 2 minutes ago, you said all of them.
That he
now
trusted.
Yeah, when he's calm, he spits. You're right.
Started to go and investigate.
Destiny's definitely at his best when he's calm.
Maybe these are okay. Which, by the way, he also said she was crazy.
He just looks like such a shrieking liberal. Stop.
I said, get the full quote, kind of like you're missing the rest of the 14th Amendment there. Get everything I'm saying. I know that hurts. I know that context hurts people like you. You live and you breathe 10-second clips. Anything longer than that destroys everything you're trying to claim.
No. They got you again. You just said all his lawyers told him he lost.
His hands, man. He's so frantic.
The majority saying he won. Gotcha.
Alex, tell us specifically. Alex, tell us specifically which lawyers said he
besides Eastman, Powell, and Giuliani. Who is on his team here claiming widespread election
fraud? The 2
fraud?
Giga-Chad sitting next to the soy.
We're live on air.
I know we're live on air.
All these people are convicted and pleaded guilty, except Giuliani.
Folks, get him.
Let's ask. I want to ask Glenn. What do you think, man? Glenn, do you think
he really is having a time?
I think the election was rigged.
How much did he have to drink? What's the over/under?
Thinks the election, that there's evidence conclusive that the election was stolen. I do think we should be a lot more attentive to
what's his blood alcohol
when election processes get changed out of the blue, like, because there's COVID, we're going to have a ton of new conventions for how we do mail-in ballots. I think there's a lot of potential for fraud there. I don't think there's evidence that I've seen, at least, that's conclusive that the 2020 election was stolen. I do think, though, it was rigged in all sorts of ways, from internet censorship to all kinds of interference on the part of the U.S. security state, lying and saying that a very incriminating story about Joe Biden was the byproduct of Russian disinformation when it absolutely was not. Facebook and Twitter censoring that story right before the election. These are all examples of corrupting rigging by institutions of authority.
I don't even know who Glenn Greenwald fucking is. I've only heard about him.
No, I don't. I'm not somebody who thinks there's evidence that it was stolen.
Well, how would you define the difference between rigging it and stealing it?
Rigging it is when institutions of authority cheat or act corruptly in order to manipulate public opinion to prevent stories from getting to them, like those news stories about Joe Biden and the way that he exploited his family connections in Ukraine and China to profit for his family, and lying about it and saying that it's Russian disinformation, censoring the internet to prevent stories from getting to the public, having the security state, the CIA and the FBI, that's supposed to have no role in our politics, being the ones to cook up those fabrications. That's all examples of rigging and manipulating our democracy the way that we accuse Russia of doing. The U.S. security state, the corporate media, Twitter and Facebook did that way, way worse. Stealing the election is dumping ballots that were legitimately cast, or fabricating ballots in favor of one candidate or the other that actually weren't cast, manipulating the machines in order to have the loser be the winner. That's what I would distinguish between rigging and stealing.
So to clarify,
do you think that Donald Trump asking Jeffrey Clark to go and threaten the DOJ that if they don't sign on to a false letter, trying to bully states into claiming there was mass election fraud by claiming the DOJ had actually found someone they hadn't? That was testified to under oath.
Oh God, under oath.
Do you think that would be considered an act of corruption?
The whole point is, if Trump legitimately believed that the election was stolen, as Democrats believed in 2000, 2004, 2016, as
they keep bringing up this stupid point.
Then
it doesn't matter.
I'm answering the question.
It does not matter. Do not let them catch you out on this.
If Trump believed genuinely that the election was stolen, then all of those steps that he undertook to try and present the Congress the way to alleviate the stolen election, to have courts reverse the stolen election, to have Mike
and then
Pence
it was found that he did not steal it.
Might have been wrongful, but they weren't
Biden did
illegal,
not
and they
steal it.
most definitely weren't a coup.
So if he
This
thought
was
that the
heavily,
election
heavily
stolen, he was
scrutinized.
allowed to tell the DOJ that they needed to sign on to a false letter claiming they'd found election fraud. Otherwise, he would replace Rosen with Clark. That was something he was allowed to do.
False letter.
Here's the thing: if you want to go through legal proceedings as the loser in a race and say, "Listen, I think that it was unfair, it was rigged, whatever," you can do that. There's nothing wrong with questioning it. But once it's found that you lost, suck it up and own it.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
It's 3 minutes.
real.
It was a great move.
Peacefully concede.
No, but I mean, we're sitting here like, guys, they said it was worse than
At that
Pearl
point,
Harbor
you're just
and
being
9/11.
ignorant.
Like Glenn says,
So,
this is
Alex,
You're fighting your demons up here. None of us are saying that.
Alex,
Sore losers.
You pointed out, that the votes, they went up way at night. They went up way high.
Which
Trump
he
was
knew he
winning,
lost,
and
by
all
the
of
way.
a
He
sudden,
knows that.
Biden pulled ahead at like 1 a.m.
Red Mirage.
Yeah. So, but do you understand that the media basically told the American public that this is what happens basically every election?
Yeah, they pre-programmed it, Red Mirage.
No. Do you understand?
No, it doesn't happen every election.
See, you can never be wrong if you're a conspiracy
why that
theorist.
happened,
No, I'm not
other than
smart
a
enough to
conspiracy
understand the trucks. When they shut down the polling places
you
and
want
the
me to
trucks
explain-
pulled
no,
in
let
and they
me
blocked the
explain it to
windows
you.
out and ran the same ballots over and over again. No,
Let me explain it to you. Donald
explain to me.
Donald Trump, for months before
long
the
is
election, he kept saying mail-in ballots are rigged.
Yep.
Don't vote by mail.
Yep.
So do you
shot
think
himself in the foot.
that Republicans are going to vote by mail if Trump says not to? So Republicans.
I really do hope that's
Yeah.
what keeps Trump from winning in
No,
2024.
let me finish, and then you can.
Because I'm a little
Republicans
worried,
didn't
to be
vote by
honest.
mail because Trump said, it's not safe. Democrats voted by mail. Mail-in votes were counted at the tail end of the vote count, as they always are. So what happens?
True,
So
Lady Nova.
Trump pulls ahead early in the night, just like everybody said was going to happen if you were paying attention. They start counting the mail-in votes.
Well, you see how Portland
Biden's moving
Arcana,
up.
if they
start counting
said
more
it from the
mail-in
beginning,
votes in these states
it'd be too
that are
suspicious.
in the big cities, which are primarily Democrats. What happens? Biden pulls way ahead in the big cities, just like everybody that was paying attention
Can I talk
would
now?
would have known.
I might just follow
That's
you.
why they
Clem
had
Laura.
to all over block the windows out, kick everybody
Like,
out.
I'm not even
claim
kidding.
water main
Project
broke. Let me
2025
talk,
is
let me
really
talk.
scary.
And then magically on the surveillance cameras, just keep loading machines over and over again. But you're
Did
right.
you actually watch
Hey, let Alex
Let's stop. You're right. No, I agree with you. Trump actually lost. So why are you so scared to let him run again?
I'm not scared to let him run.
Because what are you talking about?
I support whatever.
It has
Supreme
nothing to
Court
do with
says,
that.
because I think they should define what insurrection.
This isn't
is.
a playground,
I think that's fair. I'm not
fucking
saying I'm on either side. But let's go
time.
back to the pulling out votes or tabulating votes multiple times. Did you actually watch more than the 14-second clip that Giuliani put out there where they purportedly pulled out ballots from under the table?
Let me ask you a question.
No.
Why,
Did you watch-
Canada,
why
fuck
in
that.
Michigan
I'm
and
going to
Georgia
Brazil.
did they block the
No, not
windows?
Brazil.
No. I mean, ask
Why?
them.
I don't know why. Ask them.
Why did they say a water main broke? They later admitted it didn't.
These all went to court. All these were had their day in court. And
let me stop you. Because you guys, hold on, stop.
No, all of them went court.
Can I say one thing? I'll give you the floor. I'll give you the floor. Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
I was found guilty by 2 judges in Texas and Connecticut, and then they had a jury trial on how much damages. Trump, they changed the law, has a judge who said at the beginning of the real estate hearing he's guilty. And then Letitia James said in the video, we've already found him guilty. She was so dumb, she said it. We already found him guilty. He's guilty. And then Trump doesn't get a jury trial in New York. So you're pointing to the judiciary and the corrupt lawyers that have run this country down the ground.
who are you
like
pointing
it's this
to?
moral, man.
Wasn't that because his lawyer didn't check the jury trial?
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
January, let me say this right now. January 6th, what an insurrection.
Also,
And-
the videos that you're
and we're
referring to,
trying to-
of
okay,
running the
what was
votes
the
multiple
country-
The
times.
Democrats,
Real quick, what was the country that had a really bad drug problem, and then they were like, okay, we should listen to doctors on this, and then they completely overhauled their drug system? That's the country that I want. The one Xander Hall lives, or it's not Xander Hall, Xander Corvus lives in.
You're going to actually get the real thing, and then you'll know what it
Alex,
is.
how long have you been calling for martial law? How many decades now?
Also, all the examples you're bringing up have
the
literally
COVID
been.
lockdowns were martial law.
Oh my God! And they didn't last forever, like you guys.
Guys, we
predicted.
shut
Portugal,
their ass
thank
down.
you.
No, you didn't
We
shut
beat
down
their
anything.
fucking
It was
ass.
Portugal.
No, the Supreme Court ruled against Biden today.
Thank you,
Biden won
Xander.
the election and it stopped.
Yep.
Wait, Biden won the election and it stopped, so you shut them down? Who are you?
I heard
Are you
that's
part
pretty
of
good
Biden
place.
now?
Let me ask you a question.
No, why are we getting pulled off the Georgia? Why are we getting pulled off the Georgia stuff?
Is Rachel Maddow right?
Why are we talking about COVID right now?
He brought it up. If Biden is Biden right, that you take the shot, you're protected. Is that true?
I think what Biden did. I think what Biden did was. Here's what Biden did for the shot. Okay, what happened was Raffensperger and everybody in Georgia looked over all the tapes that you're claiming about, but the ballots being ran 3 times. Not only was that information false, Trump was told that it was false. Trump knew that it was false. Trump repeated it over and over again, including in a call to Raffensperger. And finally, Giuliani has come out saying that it was false, but it was his First Amendment right to lie about it. When Ruby Freeman took him to court for defamation because he lied about something you could clearly see on video evidence.
Okay, well, this is a question, Darren. Firstly, do you think, if you want to talk about it, if you think the election was rigged or stolen, but also is it protected speech to question an election and claim that it was stolen?
Of course it is.
That's a great question. I subscribe to the sort of rigged versus stolen distinction, and I'm more in the rigged category. And I think that's the more meaningful type of interference is the censorship, is all of the other tools that have been deployed in order to rig the election. I think that's more significant.
Like what?
And then the sort of more hyperbolic claims regarding
they can't say it was the voting machines.
The machines and
wait, he just said it.
The
claims that
mail-in
Trump was
ballot,
making.
these kinds of things.
So then you agree that Trump was wrong when he said it was a stolen election?
Well, it depends what specific claim he's using.
It's a definitional thing.
Let's say
I think
when
Alex
Trump
is
kept
literally
pushing that
legally
Dominion,
barred
that
from saying
Dominion
it was the voting
switching
machines.
votes and it cost him Georgia.
That I
could
don't
be wrong
believe
about
in
that.
the Dominion stuff.
Yeah, I don't either. It was
a lie.
Trump was lying about it.
Trump was lying
lying
about
about
it.
it.
Wrong.
He was lying.
But see, we're intellectually honest here. The point is that the State Department runs around the world looking at everybody else's elections, and the number one thing you get sanctions for is taking a candidate off the ballot. And that's what the Democrats are doing right now, and America sees that.
The Democrats are not doing it. That's going to go to the courts.
Republicans actually filed
It's not the Democrats Supreme Court of Colorado. It's not the Democrats Secretary of State in Maine. You just said the Democrats aren't doing it.
Alex,
they are
in Colorado.
doing it.
Alex, in Colorado.
God damn, that's
Alex,
a lie.
No matter how many times you say
who
something.
filed the suit? 6 people. How many of them were Democrats?
What is this, Democrats?
How many were Democrats out of the 6?
Doesn't matter.
No, how many?
I know Liz
How many
Cheney's a Republican.
how many were Republicans who
I know
filed the
Liz
suit?
Cheney's a Republican.
5 of the 6 people that filed the suit
That's
in
what they have
Colorado
to
to
it.
get Trump off the ballot were Republican.
Who
So
Really?
stop saying Democrat.
Oh, yeah, it's not. Democrats don't want Trump off the ballot.
Glenn's actually responding.
But then just call them rhinos. Just say that they're secretly Democrats. I don't get
The
it.
only people who have standing in Colorado to bring a suit are people who can vote in the Republican primaries, which means either Republican voters or independent voters. Although
When you're making shit up, just
brought
keep
in their
making
name,
shit up. I don't
the
get
lawsuit
it.
was
I can't listen to
spearheaded
this.
and
I cannot listen to this.
was organized by a Democratic Party-aligned group.
When you're a conspiracy theorist, you can literally just make shit up.
Yeah, Glenn. We had some audio feedback, Glenn. If you can hear us,
Just say that they're fake
we're gonna request
Republicans.
We had some buzzing, Glenn. I want to make sure that everything you said is clearly heard. So we're going to fix that and then get back to you.
Well, let's go back. Glenn, go ahead and talk again. Let's see.
Yeah, try it out.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how much of that you heard, but what I was saying was that in Colorado, in order to have standing to
Hey,
bring
Glenn, stay there. We're going to have to reconnect with you. I want to hear this. But
He's in host mode.
He's saying that it was brought by
Like, you
a
stay right there,
Democratic
Glenn.
institution, but they needed Republicans.
Not just a Democrat institution. It's a notorious lawfare outfit.
Right, but how many Democratic states
I disagree, Lady
said,
Nova.
okay,
I think he hasn't gone hard enough.
he can stay on the ballot. So don't just say like every Democrat just once you throw Trump off the ballot.
You're right. The Democrats don't want him off the ballot.
If you were to ask me, I would say
Reasonable
let the
people
voters
want him off
decide.
the ballot.
Like I
really
honestly,
do.
but
I
at
think
this
other
point,
candidates would have a better shot than Trump to beat Biden. I honestly do.
Well, who?
I think Nikki Haley, if she there's no way she would get the nomination.
World War III bird brain.
I think she would. I think she would defeat Biden. I really do.
We actually have a tweet from Vivek Ramaswamy claiming that the what did he call it? He called it Happy Entrapment Day. Talking about January
At this point,
6th.
that's probably
you guys
true.
think that it was an entrapment?
100%.
Yep, 100%. Donald Trump entrapped all those poor people to be there.
that's true.
They probably thought he'd bail them out,
That's why
or
I
that he'd
told him
pardon
be
them like he did
peaceful.
every other person in
I
his
said,
campaign
go
that
be
was
peaceful.
convicted of any crime.
We want a 10-day
Okay,
investigation.
Vivek.
That's why I said
Sounds
be
like
peaceful. Yeah, because Trump
I
was
think he's
always
from
calling
my
for
state.
He also
support.
called for them to fight like
That
hell, and
sucks.
Giuliani said that
Fight like hell means for our freedom and our vote and our country.
Fucking turd.
people can say things that they don't mean in order to.
Hey, when you go to a
escape.
high school football game at a pep rally and they go, and then the cheerleaders go, fight, 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 fight.
Trial by combat, that doesn't mean anything either.
That's a legal term.
Yeah, just start shitting on what's her face.
The things that's most instructive to see what Donald Trump
really
wanted
hard
to happen.
And then they'll be like, oh, maybe we should do that.
Nikki Haley, watched the violence unfolding on TV. When he saw the people fighting with cops, when he got notification that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, Donald Trump did not take steps to stop the violence that day. Instead, him and Giuliani made phone calls to senators and congressmen trying to get them to stall the vote.
What do you guys think ethically about people in politics telling people to go fight? Do you find it to be misleading?
Look, we're not a neutered population. I mean, I have Democrats, in fact, during the impeachment for this, they shut it down when finally Trump put a 5-minute video on.
That depends heavily on
Democrats saying, attack him at grocery stores, attack him at gas stations, attack. We need civil insurrection.
What do we think about the term battleground state?
Yeah.
You know, it's...
The problem is not
typical political rhetoric.
It's context.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Nobody is upset because Donald Trump said fight like hell. People are upset because for months or years, really
See, the
even
moderator's
in 2016, Donald Trump has consistently attacked and undermined the electoral process with absolutely no good reason.
The Democrats said he was a Russian agent.
And
the Democrats
Joe Rogan is tilted.
He said he was a Russian agent and sick the deep state on him for the 4 years of his administration.
That every single appointee that he made, all of his own people were part of the deep
Happy
state.
Jan 6. Fedsurrection Day.
No,
True.
But that's why he wasn't convicted or charged of any crimes for it.
They were the ones saying that the American voters
charged with
were
crimes for being a
manipulated
Russian
by the
agent?
Russians.
Was he
They
charged?
were the
House
ones
TV.
saying
Alex, was he charged with a crime for that?
Hillary is
was he charged with a crime
saying-
for that?
They tried. Hillary.
They tried. Wait, but the kangaroo
Hillary
courts. Why
is-
didn't they just charge him falsely?
They haven't charged for insurrection.
Wait. Why
Hillary
did
is
Jack Smith
currently
get to indict
saying
him, but not for
Trump is going to steal the election.
Why didn't he get an indictment?
Is Hillary
Why didn't he
saying
get-
Trump's going to steal the election?
Why
is
didn't-
Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the
this
election? Why is
wasn't-
Hillary saying Trump's going to
Why wasn't Trump indicted?
Why is Hillary saying
wasn't
Trump's
Trump
going
indicted for Russiagate?
Why is Hillary saying
right.
Trump's
Can you
going
have
to
an
steal
answer?
I mean,
About
guys,
to
this is
stand up,
Alex.
Just so you know, and that would be good TV, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, he won't stop,
Well, Alex,
and I will dominate.
What do you mean he won't stop?
What we need to do...
And you don't answer a question.
Guys, what we need to do...
No, I do answer questions.
Listen to me for a moment.
We are.
That we don't speak over each other. What we do is we listen to each other,
job,
take
moderator.
turns. It becomes way better.
Well, I have a question.
I agree. Well, can I
Will
finish
you
my
postulate
statement
the
and
question?
interrupt the other?
They're
Is it
okay.
that
No,
Hillary is on
Destiny.
TV
I'm
this week
sorry.
3 times I saw saying
When the
Trump's gonna
moderator
steal the
talks, you
election.
shut the fuck
Hillary
up.
is
Why
man.
is she allowed to?
Rent free in your head right now. The problem with Trump's speech.
The
problem with
Why
Trump's
can
speech.
Democrats say it, but Republicans can't? You keep trying to change the subject.
I'm not changing the
Hillary
subject.
shouldn't be saying
Destiny
that.
is
I
also
agree.
tilted.
Hillary
I
shouldn't
don't
be
like
saying
it.
that. Who is she? She's a private citizen.
But I think you're allowed to say people are going to steal election, whether you're right or wrong.
That's why
could
Trump
say
isn't being
it.
charged
Destiny
for
is
it.
trying
You
way
said it
too
yourself.
hard.
He's not being charged with incitement. He's not being charged with
He's taken
insurrection.
off the ballot, though.
But that has nothing to do with him saying a particular thing.
Did Joe Biden try to get the
losing the public.
votes certified for Hillary Clinton?
First
Did
good
Hillary
thing
Clinton
Alex
try
said.
to force Joe Biden in 2016 to certify the electoral votes?
No,
for
because they knew
Hillary
the
Clinton?
landslide was so big.
The Biden had a pretty big
Wasn't
landslide.
Biden's landslide? Wait, hold on.
Biden
Biden
also had a
Didn't Hillary win the
substantial
popular vote?
Hillary won the popular vote.
And
Biden won with flying colors, man.
Landslide.
The narrative collapses right before our eyes.
So Trump didn't
Which
win
gives
the
me hope,
election.
by the way.
What?
Trump didn't win.
No, which one?
Both 2016.
He didn't win the
Russian-
popular vote.
He won the
Russian
electoral
help,
vote.
right?
He didn't win the popular
No,
vote.
He did not win the popular vote.
He had a huge landslide. They tried to steal it with illegal alien voters, but it's still Trump was so big.
We're not all privy to the election that exists in your head.
I know,
the
there's no
voices that
illegal
talk to
aliens.
you. Don't give us
That
the same
was a
type of
good
voting.
one. That was a good. But then he immediately ruins it.
People in reality say, I'm so sorry.
Here we go.
People
That was a
know
good stinger,
you're
and then he
wrong.
ruined it.
The states with the illegals are getting more. California just got 6 more congressional
Stand up,
seats
Ian.
from
Stand
the
up.
illegal
We need you.
aliens.
We need you to come up and
Ladies and
rise
gentlemen,
up. There
well,
it is.
I'm tied down.
There's no invasion.
You guys
There you
order.
go. Okay,
You guys
that's a
think
little
that there
better.
was federal involvement.
Smile a
here,
little bit.
Or if there was, that what the extent of it was on January 6th.
I think that
Massive.
I think there were probably federal agents undercover. Do I think that federal agents committed crimes and led people into the Capitol building? Absolutely not. And there hasn't been any case brought by any of these 700 convicts. None of them brought that up in court.
Because they're being prosecuted in the District of Columbia.
Because
It's
there's
totally
no
rigged.
evidence of it.
No, I know
There's
the
absolutely
lawyers.
no
I know
evidence
people
of
involved.
it.
They won't let them put defenses on. Let me tell you something.
Alex,
they said
come
Ray
on.
Epps was a hero and did nothing wrong. Now they finally indicted him because they know it's a weak spot in their operation. They're only asking for 6 months. Let me tell you, we're not playing clips for tit for tat here, but everybody's going to, I want everybody on X to get these statements and put all the clips of women putting onions in their eyes and the cops fake arresting people and high-fiving and saying, I'm a federal agent, I just helped run the attack. They're going to string all these videos out.
So here's the thing. Like Brian said, there's probably some informants on the ground. I think one of the Proud Boys, one of the ladies in the Proud Boy was an informant. So she was on the ground. She didn't go into the Capitol building, I don't believe.
Alec Gunter?
The problem is with what Alex does is he pushes these conspiracy theories, these ideas that illegal aliens were voting. There's no evidence of that.
I think the illegal alien voting thing is what's happening is they're coming in and then they're being counted in the census, which then adds more
You're fine, Ghost
electoral
Avalon,
votes.
no worries. I know what you meant.
It gives more congressional districts.
That's fair. That might be happening. I haven't researched
They're indictments all over the country. They're indictments of illegals everywhere.
It's like saying
voting.
blacks.
Got them again. Hit them hard. Hit them hard.
They're not voting.
They're not
Alex,
voting.
that's a
Like
conspiracy theory.
two people, maybe
No, a bunch
five.
of cities have passed laws where illegal aliens can vote.
No, they haven't.
No,
Not in the federal elections.
No, but the illegals are voting in elections though.
Not in the federal ones. So I know that some cities try to have them voting in like local matters. I don't know how many of those are successful.
I think they should be allowed, by the way.
Voting, okay? But they're not. They're not voting in federal elections.
I don't know why you would care, though. Why would you even care? I don't know why you would care about.
There are going to be 100 million views of you guys. X is going to eat you guys alive.
I'm glad. I can't wait for it.
I don't know why you care about illegals voting when you think Trump can just flip the whole election anyway. Who cares? You can just ask Pence to throw it all out. And
I
do
never
whatever.
said I thought Trump could flip the election.
X gonna give it to you. He gonna give it to you.
I already told
I
you.
wish he would have done
times.
that.
I think that was a bad theory.
I didn't say it was a bad
Because
theory.
I'm
Do you think it was
intellectually
allowed? Do you think it was an attempted coup? Do you think you can ask the vice president to unilaterally determine the outcome of the election?
No, Trump was exploring every option. The main
Destiny?
thing
Are
was
you
a
talking about
10-day
Destiny at
investigation.
Arcana?
No, Trump wanted Pence to throw out the election to declare him the winner.
Imagine if Trump would say, like, I don't believe Joe Biden can be on the ballot. Imagine if federal judges...
And the courts can decide
what would
that.
Republicans be doing right now?
Biden hasn't said that. Biden hasn't said that. States have.
Trump spent 4 years saying Obama should go on the ballot. I mean, what do you want to say?
If Republicans were trying to take Joe Biden off the ballot right now, what would you say?
Let the Supreme Court decide.
Depends on how they're trying to do it.
Even this conservative Supreme Court, I'd say let them decide.
Okay, objectively, no, see, that's a liberal answer. I would say, okay, well, what did Biden do wrong? If Biden tried to overturn an election, then yes.
What's on your brain right now?
Isn't that trying to remove?
Yeah, I'd say that's fine.
Well, I can attempt to answer the question about.
I thought their answer on that was kind of liberal.
Because my reporting at Revolver News is largely responsible for changing the national conversation in that direction.
And notice they first threatened to sue you. I'm going to leave it a minute. Take a piss. They first threatened to sue you.
Thank
now
you for
they've
that.
indicted Epps. You've been vindicated.
Very tactful.
Yeah, in fact, I have a video. This is about Ray Epps. You just mentioned, Alex. It's
Wait,
number 3.
did he stand up
and
to
it's
pee
about 25
before,
seconds
too?
long.
He
We're
is
gonna
drunk
play
off
this
his
and then I
ass.
wanna
That's
hear what
hilarious.
You're about to say.
Wait, he's not just going to take a piss. He's going to take a sippy sip. You know he's going to take a sippy sip. Oh, Alex Jones.
Tomorrow? I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say it. We need to go. I'll say it. All right. We need to go in.
Shut the fuck up, Boomer.
To the Capitol.
Oh, well, wait. Ray Epps didn't do anything because he said peacefully at the end, right? We can move past him.
He did say no, he said go into the Capitol.
He said peacefully.
Well, so what? It's still illegal to go into the Capitol.
But the peacefully was the operative word. Yeah, I thought peacefully made it all okay.
No, going in is illegal. Trump didn't say storm the Capitol. He didn't say go into the Capitol.
He's going to get 6 months in prison. So
no, I mean, you guys want to hear the argument for federal involvement or not?
Go for it. Yeah.
Not really.
Okay.
He's going to come with his face smeared in white powder.
Well,
I would lose my
there's a lot of
shit. Nothing's off the
dimensions to it. We
table.
can start with
Nothing's off the table with
the Ray
him.
Epps issue.
He could come back in a chicken suit.
Here's the guy. You saw that was only part of the clip. There's much longer clips about Ray Epps. But here's a guy who's the only guy caught on camera as early as January 5th, repeatedly calling for people to go into the Capitol and prefacing his seemingly rehearsed remarks in each case, saying, I'm probably going to go to jail for this. I'm probably going to get arrested for this. You need to go into the Capitol. The next day, he flew across the whole country, presumably to go hear Trump's speech. He skipped Trump's speech. Instead, he was a veritable Where's Waldo everywhere on January 6th, directing people, go into the Capitol. It's in that direction. That's where
I think the Proud Boys were like...
Then, amazingly, he's pre-positioned right at that initial decisive breach
that's what he's
point
referencing.
on the west perimeter of the Capitol, and he's whispering into somebody's ear just seconds before the bike racks are broken through. He texts his nephew, I orchestrated it. On paper, think about it. He's like a 6'3", former Marine who was wearing camo gear and a Trump hat, and he just happens to have had a leadership position in the Oath Keepers, the most demonized and heavily prosecuted. The most demonized and heavily prosecuted militia group associated with January 6th. And the regime doesn't touch him. However, initially, his behavior was considered to be so egregious, he was one of the first 20 people added to the FBI's most wanted list about January 6th. He was prominently featured in the New York Times' ominously titled Day of Rage. Of all the clips the New York Times could have found and chosen, they chose Ray Epps to represent their thesis that this was a pre-planned insurrection to storm the Capitol. And then when the discussion of federal involvement came into being, one of our major pieces at Revolver News, literally the next day is when the FBI quietly removed him from their list. And all of a sudden, he went from FBI's most wanted and featured in the New York Times' Day of Rage to New York Times does a fully dedicated puff piece on him. 60 Minutes does a sympathy segment on him. He's the only January 6th participant that Adam Kinzinger, who's never met a Trump supporter he doesn't want to see rotting in jail for 50 years, that Adam Kinzinger will defend more aggressively than Epps's own lawyers.
Well, did he change his mind?
Almost 3 years after, the government finally says, okay, we're going to hit you with a wrist slap
all three on Destiny Cider with him.
As though people are so simple-minded to think, well, if the argument is hasn't been indicted, therefore he's a Fed, if we indict him now, even if it's a misdemeanor, even 3 years after, no matter what the circumstances, this constitutes a refutation and totally wipes away the mountains of suspicious evidence surrounding the character of Ray Epps. That's just the case.
Every time he starts talking, my brain just like goes to sleep.
Sure.
So you mentioned a few things I want to touch on. So you talked about how he whispered in somebody's ear, and moments later that guy went in the Capitol. That was Mr. Samsel.
Yep, that's right.
And Mr. Samsel actually testified under oath. I believe he was convicted. He said that Epps actually told him, calm down, the police are on our side.
Well, he's changed his story. I wouldn't rest.
Did you write the original Revolver article?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I set aside 3 days to go over Ray Epps stuff, and it took me 6 hours to see it was one of the stupidest conspiracies I've ever seen in my entire life.
So the other thing I just want to
go for it real quick.
So you said that he didn't get convicted and he didn't get charged until
3 years later.
Okay, so the people who were charged with anything but misdemeanors were people who used violence and people who went into the House chamber where the joint session was, and the people who
no worries, Arcana. Have a good
were
night.
involved in a seditious conspiracy. It had to be a conspiracy. Ray Epps acted alone here.
Well, no, I wouldn't. That's an open question.
As far as we can see, he acted alone. Anything else beyond that would just be a conspiracy theory. So he falls into the same category.
Well, seditious conspiracy is technically a conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean that it's not true, right?
Seditious conspiracy is a charge.
You're saying Ray Epps acted alone?
It's a theory of the case.
A theory that there is a conspiracy that took place. So he doesn't fall into any category that any of the other protesters fall in, because he didn't fall into any of those three categories. So he got charged with a misdemeanor. Other people, the conspiratists, the people who used violence, and the people who went into the other guy was trying to say, the ones who were charged with felonies.
For the Ray Epps stuff, if you look at his story from start to finish, it is incredibly obvious. The guy is a boomer. The guy was a huge Trump supporter.
No,
he used to be part of the Oath Keepers a while before. That's what he testified to under oath. He used to be part of the Oath Keepers years earlier than he'd left. I think it was the Arizona chapter. Ray Epps
was the head of the Arizona chapter.
That's fine. Ray Epps went to the march. You said he skipped the speech. Tons of people
were
listening
to the
speech on cell phones and other things and broadcasting to other people. Ray Epps was outside the speech. There's on video, I know, because you posted in your article.
I also want to say the most delicious part is that, like, the Oath Keepers and the fucking Proud Boys, the Soy Lords, whatever, like, they always get labeled as feds by the very people they're trying to help.
As Trump is making the speech, not before the speech has begun.
No,
it's delicious.
He began before the speech began. There are timestamps.
Alex is definitely taking his
time. You can go back
time.
and watch it on the Revolver story is up there. For every single thing
He's
that you
dropping a
assert
hot
about him, that he's
dookie.
in video whispering into a guy's ear, you say it in the rest of your article, all he's doing on the day of when the
Supposedly.
protesting is getting violent is going up and down telling people, don't fight with the cops. Don't fight with the cops. The cops are on our side. That's what he's saying the entire time. The idea that he said that the entire day, but the one guy whose ear that he whispered into,
Actually, he said he was taking a
unfortunately we don't
piss.
have, you know, audio capture of, that he and Samuel testified to, is he said, hey, the cops are on our side or the cops aren't enemies. They both say something to that effect. And that seems to synergize with everything else he said on that day. You go on to say that that guy immediately after was the one that broke down the fence. No, he's not. You can see like 15
Penske,
people
that's basically
right next
how
to
it
him that are all
works.
trying
If
to
you're
break
found
down the
later
fence.
to be lying,
yeah, the
there
guy
are
goes in
severe
eventually.
penalties
but
for that.
if we truly believe that this guy is a federal
Lying under
agent
oath is
or
really
is working
bad.
to instigate the riot, we've laid out absolutely nothing supporting that. Just some video footage of another boomer being at the rally.
No.
That was
It's
there.
a theory.
If you want to say that, why was he removed from the FBI?
Basically, the benefits
why was he removed
of
from the FBI? It's
lying
all the
don't
information is
outweigh the
out there.
consequences
He said that
if you get
after
caught.
his video was identified,
The vast
and people
majority of
on
the time.
X started to identify him, and then because all of his online stuff is incredibly easy to find, he started to get phone calls, he started to get harassed, he started to get threats. So he called the FBI as soon as
It's
this
not
was
a
brought to his
perfect
attention,
system, but it's
and
all
he
we
told
got.
the FBI, hey, this was me, and here I am, and this is what's happening. And the FBI took him off the list. You
No,
want to claim that there was some
your timeline is wrong. He
Where's
called
Joey
the
at? I want
FBI
when he
Joey
saw
back.
himself in the videos.
Wrong.
Yeah, a friend told
Wrong.
him about it, and he's that. Yeah, that's what. That's
There-
what he said.
I was going to have
That's what
my
he
editors go
testified.
through this. There's no shot.
He
I can't
called
subject
the
them to this.
FBI very shortly after January 6th because of his
Honestly, I don't even
picture
know if
being
I
on
want this
the
on my
most
channel.
wanted list. He wasn't taken off the most wanted list until the middle part of 2021. There were multiple months span between him calling the FBI in the first instance and being
Hold on.
quietly removed.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not true.
Well, I mean,
I can tell you why it's not true, okay? Because what you did, because I
5
read your
years for
article,
perjury?
is you
Yeah,
looked
that's a
at
long
two
time.
archived versions of the website, and you didn't have a 12-month
Long enough to not
archive.
fucking
For some
lie.
reason, you assumed that the recent snapshot that you took at 2021, you think that that was the first time the page has been changed. That was just the first time the page has been archived. Well, I don't think the FBI has made a statement on it, but what Epps testified to was that he either saw a video of himself, or a friend saw a video of himself, or a friend saw him on the list where people were, and then people were
I'm
making
gonna let
videos, and then
site
he
chat
called
vote
the
if you wanna
FBI and he said,
continue or
hey,
stop.
I need to talk to you, and this is what's going on. If he was a Fed, why would they remove him from the list when everybody's clearly looking at the list? He was like one of the only people removed. Why would senators be defending him so vigilantly? Why wouldn't...
That's a great question. Why was he quietly removed right when the question of federal involvement became a major part of the national conversation? And let me just, I don't want to get lost in these weeds. I just want to say something quickly. So you're saying, he said, we need to go into the Capitol peacefully. And you point out correctly that in many instances caught on video, he's engaged in what you could call de-escalation of the crowd, and he's not urging people to violence. That's all correct.
I think he
I
fell
never
in,
said
Lady
he's
Nova. I think
urging
you're
people
right.
to violence. He was absolutely a provocateur, and his mission, as stated and as implemented and as orchestrated by his own.
All right, just barely, but the people have
verbatim
spoken.
text
We will
Was
continue.
he wanted people to go into the Capitol peacefully.
That might be the case. Wait, that might be the case. And if that's all you're saying, there's
It's
no
not all.
disagreement here.
No,
because
that's
nobody
everything.
here-
That's everything.
I just want to know where
nobody here
Alex is at,
saying
honestly.
that he
That's
didn't
my
say
favorite
that and he
part of
didn't want
this
people to do that.
narrative.
But the claim is that there's some sort of...
That's what's keeping me invested in
That's
this,
fine.
in
He
this
could be charged
series.
for it. Do you think anybody's here care if he gets charged for that crime? The issue is you're saying that he was doing it under the direction of a federal
Listen,
agency.
the Destiny arc was not my
looks like he's
favorite,
dying of
but
type 2
Alex
diabetes and
Jones really
arthritis,
had
or
me
somehow some
interested when he left for the
intimidating Marine
bathroom, didn't
captain
come back for
that's
about
sending
5
people
hours.
into the Capitol. That was your claim that you've provided zero evidence for, and you don't in either of the articles that you write about him.
We've got Glenn back on the horn, and Glenn, we've
Glenn
been talking
Beck?
about Ray Epps. We played a video. I'm not sure if you saw it.
Not Glenn Beck.
Oh,
Did you see Destiny's face? No, same.
Glenn. That's so funny.
I used to
Glenn.
idolize that guy. I used to be such a nerd.
Glenn has been very patient. We should hear from Glenn Greenwald.
That's so funny. What's
There
happening?
he is. Let's go.
Well, I only heard the last 4 minutes of the conversation, but I'm still always
Okay, they don't
amazed
actually
by-
have Glenn
I really
Beck,
don't
thank
understand
God.
the argument because
I was like, where did Glenn Beck come into
the
this?
FBI and the U.S. security state before January 6th was saying that they regard the greatest threat to national security not as being ISIS or Al Qaeda or Hamas or Hezbollah or China or any other foreign threat. They regard the greatest threat as being right-wing domestic
I will
extremists,
probably still put this on the channel.
whom,
I need content.
in whom that was included on many lists, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, and all of the people in the groups that they said orchestrated January 6th. Is the argument that you think that the FBI was not monitoring and
He
infiltrating
refilled
those
his
groups?
alcohol
Because
fuel
there's actually
tank.
a ton of evidence that the FBI had their hooks in all 3 of those groups, and not only had their hooks in them, but on January 6th had informants on the ground who were pretending to be Trump supporters who were talking in real time to the FBI about everything that was happening. So I just want to understand what the claim is. Is the claim that the FBI was not involved in the groups that organized January 6th and didn't have informants with them that day?
They weren't instigating. That's your claim.
So the informants weren't instigating.
That the vice president of the Oath Keepers was an FBI informant. The Proud Boys had at least 3 and as many as 8. And the New York Times itself reported that there were FBI informants in the Proud Boys who were inside the Capitol texting their handlers as the event unfolded.
So they recorded the garage. They recorded the garage.
I don't know much
about
the FBI.
And the Fed said to the court nothing was said violent or no planning.
I know that they exist.
Brian, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. So I'm just confused. So you're saying that Ray Epps was actually a federal agent who was indicted.
That's not true.
Who
That
pled
part is
guilty
bullshit.
and is likely going to get 6 months in prison. Is that your argument?
Yeah.
Well, the New York Times protected.
Well, wait.
They
So
defended him first.
about Epps, so a couple of things there. You don't find it a little bit strange?
Wait.
I'll get to you. I promise you. I promise you I'll address that.
He had to.
let's just
He's got to be
consider
coked up,
the
pyro
context.
guy.
The context in the immediate aftermath.
He was very specific
of
about
January
going to
6th,
take a
by
piss.
the words of Steve Sherwin, who is in charge of the prosecution. Their posture was one of quote unquote shock and awe. They were going after everyone. They were hitting them very hard. Now, again, think about central casting. On paper, Ray Epps, he's the 6'3", former Marine in camouflage gear with a Trump hat, the only guy caught on video as early as the 5th telling people to go into the Capitol, who's there on the 6th directing people to the Capitol, who's right there pre-positioned at that initial breach phase. And this
helping ram signs.
Exactly. And he happens to be a former head of the Oath Keepers. And you're not telling me it's bizarre? Wait a second. You're not telling me it's at least a little bit bizarre that of all January 6th participants, he's the only one who gets a New York Times puff piece. He's the only one who gets a 60 minutes sympathy segment. He's the only one that Adam Kinzinger will defend.
What is all this
saying
supposed
that
to
New
prove?
York Times is now working with the feds, working with Ray Epps?
Right.
100%.
Yes. No, as a matter of
The
fact,
question
yes.
is, why do you think? Wait. Why do you think they all wrote those articles?
Why did they say there were WMDs in Iraq? Because they're told to.
So going back.
Why did they write those articles? Why don't you say that part? Why did they write those articles?
I want to address your question directly. You're saying if he were an asset, and by the way, I'm not definitive in the sense that, I don't think he was working directly for the FBI. I don't even know if he was directly working for the federal government. He was an asset. He was acting on behalf of a third party. He was not an authentic actor.
Then what's the third party if not
That
the
I will
FBI?
say with a great deal of confidence. But wait a second.
You can't play both sides.
Let me say one thing. I've been
Was he working with the FBI or was he not?
Victory. They went from saying he's an angel, CNN, MSNBC, New York Times. He's perfectly now.
But
Because of pressure, they've been forced to indict him.
Alex, quick thing on that. The criminal complaint acknowledges that he engaged in quote unquote felonious behavior. But among the mitigating factors that they cite is, this poor guy was a victim of all these conspiracy theories, which is pretty remarkable.
He was, though. He was.
Yes. I want to address
They didn't do that for any of the other.
Both can be true.
Why were people writing?
Okay.
I just want to get my point.
I want to talk, but I can't
answer
pause.
the question about your question. Basically, if he was an asset, why did they go after their own asset? Why would they indict their own asset? That happens all the time. In fact, that's almost the norm.
He's bullshitting. Let me give you guys an example. If somebody,
when the assets become liabilities, they indict.
If somebody commits like a really terrible crime, like they go and murder 50 people, you can acknowledge that what they did was really bad and really fucked up and they should be punished for it and go to jail. But you can also acknowledge that if they were a serial killer, they probably had something really fucked up going on with their brains or a bad childhood or anything like that. Both of those things are true. We still need to separate them from society. We still need to figure out what the hell went wrong in their heads to lead them to this point, and we need to fix the damn problem. That's all.
Actually breaking the law.
Need a better argument.
I want to get my point in really fast. I haven't been able to get my point in. So you're saying that Ray Epps is a federal agent.
Well, I didn't say that. I said he was acting on behalf of a third
an
party.
operative.
An inauthentic actor on January
Even though there's
6th.
no evidence of this. And then you're saying he's turning around and he's suing Fox News for defamation, which is going to open up all sorts of cans of worms with discovery that he's going to have to provide legally in front of a court. You think that if he was a federal agent, he'd be suing Fox News for defamation?
They know they control the jurisdiction, but he did say in a text message that day during it, I orchestrated the
federal agent
attack.
would not do that.
You think he's going to sue for defamation?
So that's exactly what they want you to think, right?
Bragging to his nephew that asked him if he was there.
Exactly what they want you to think.
I orchestrated
To his nephew.
To his nephew.
I'm Alex Jones.
Why would a federal agent text such incriminating evidence to his nephew?
Why wasn't he indicted before?
Of course a federal agent wouldn't do that. That's exactly why the federal agent did that. To drive away suspicions.
Thanks to Tucker Carlson.
You're falling for it. You damn liberals.
Wait, why do you trust Tucker Carlson when he said he lied to you? Tucker Carlson said Sidney Powell was crazy. Tucker Carlson left Fox News because he didn't believe the election fraud claims that he was being forced to push on TV because of Trump. Why would you trust Tucker Carlson of all people?
Tucker early on thought it was wrong. Now he says he was wrong about that. Now he says he thinks the election.
Oh, crazy! So when
let me answer your question about the discovery.
When his lawsuit goes away, the answers change.
Listen, whether you're right or wrong, you have a right to question the elections.
He's got a really good poker face, but I can see through it. Alex,
Brian, you were saying?
Yes.
Can I say something here? Because I think
Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, go ahead.
I see through you, Alex.
This conversation is, again, I mean, you just keep going back to it because it's so easy to see. People have this idea of the FBI, like, oh, they don't do this sort of thing. Earlier, I think it was Ed who said, wait, why would the New York Times run a puff piece? Do you think they're working with the FBI? Like, that idea to him is so foreign.
Yes, I sniff my own farts. How could you tell?
No idea what the history of the FBI is in this country. They have no idea that the FBI throughout the entire war on terror did this over and over. They would target and trap all sorts of vulnerable Muslims to engage in plots that the FBI created in order to create a narrative that the FBI was needed because there was a much bigger threat of Islamic terrorism than there actually was. The FBI has been infiltrating and then using provocateurs to encourage groups to commit crimes so that the FBI can gain more power, can spread this narrative. You have to be incredibly naive or only paying attention to the news since 2016 and thinking Donald Trump is the only issue, not to understand that this is what the FBI has been doing for decades. And so to have this like naive attitude, like, oh, is the New York Times working with the FBI?
Sure, but why would the FBI do this?
But you have no evidence of it. You're making it. You're just making theories up.
By the way, if I can just add a nice little
I don't like the FBI,
there.
but why would they do this?
The author of the Ray Epps puff piece that asked none of the questions that would get to the core of his involvement there. It's total puff piece. You can read it yourself. The author of that, his previous work includes the CIA authorized account of the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah,
so
the idea of the New York Times, say something. The idea of the New York Times is doing cleanup work for the deep state's insane. What Glenn Greenwald was saying is key. I remember the New York Times headline. They can pull it up in there. We're not showing videos or clips. It would be too much here.
Man, I
remember the New York Times headline like 15 years ago. 97% of Islamic terror plots were hatched and run by the FBI. That was the headline.
We're getting so far
including
away from
the first World Trade Center bombing, by the way, which is
Alex, just one really quick thing. You said Ray Epps was one of the last to be charged. He isn't the last to be charged. There's 1,200 people that have been charged. 1,250, I believe.
Who said he's the last to be charged?
Alex said they waited 3 years.
Yeah, they waited 3 years.
Do you realize that they're still indicting people and they expect that there's probably
they had puff pieces. He was on ABC.
Let me finish my point, Alex.
Oh my God.
So do you realize?
Oh my God! I have to let people talk.
Indicting people. There's likely going to be hundreds of people still indicted. Ray Epps didn't get any less a sentence than anybody else that did anything like him.
Well, first of all, they could have hit him with far more serious charges than they did.
He addressed me.
What would the charge be?
Let me respond.
That's an interesting what charge do you recommend? What charge would have been a fair charge?
May I respond to what you said?
Yeah, let Alex respond.
Yeah, I'm going to take a hot 20-minute piss.
My God. The man is like a chicken with his head cut off for 3 days, including the day of the event, running around saying, go in the Capitol. He's ramming signs into people. He testifies, I orchestrated this attack.
He did not testify.
And then that was the Jan 6 committee. They asked about this text message. He said, I did that.
The text. He didn't testify that he orchestrated.
No, he testified to the Jan 6 committee.
That he sent the message to his nephew.
No, he testified to the Jan.
That he orchestrated it to the Jan 6 committee?
You keep interrupting because you can't. I'm
not telling the truth.
I'm Michael Jordan slamming on you, and what's going to happen is everybody's going to get this clip.
Yep.
He testified to the Jan 6 committee. They said, "Is this your text message?"
Yes.
See, I like Michael Jordan. He is just like Michael Jordan.
It. Now stop. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
Thank you for being honest with
you keep acting honest.
Now Destiny's on his game.
He said, "I orchestrated it." You keep acting like
he testified that he said to his nephew that he said that.
Yes. In a text message.
Okay, there you go.
And he did orchestrate
it. He did testify. So the point is, you keep acting like my victory is a failure.
Wait, where's the evidence that he orchestrated it? I'd love to see that.
He said it.
But
oh
to
my God.
his nephew. I text my friends.
See, I like this side of
Destiny
better.
Because you guys, let me finish my point. They're all over every major corporate channel saying this poor little baby. They're saying he was a Fed or an operative or a provocateur for some NGO. He didn't do anything wrong. And when it got so obvious, they finally indicted him with a slap on the wrist. And then you're sitting here saying he didn't testify. He just testified. Whoa.
No, he said he didn't testify that he orchestrated it. He testified that he sent that text to his nephew.
That he orchestrated it.
But no, then they asked him, Alex, then they asked him if he actually orchestrated it. What was his answer?
In the transcript, he said...
it wasn't that he orchestrated it.
So if I send somebody a message saying a bank is robbed, I robbed the bank.
Have you ever embellished a text message to anybody that you know? Like you, maybe not you. I can't see you doing that, but maybe.
Actually, I'm kind of an understated kind of guy.
Alex, you started bringing up a good point. If I send a text message saying I robbed the bank, can I get charged with robbing a bank if I didn't do it?
If they got evidence. He's there.
Exactly.
Well, it's part of,
they
right.
need the evidence.
And he's not like he's there saying go into the building.
They need
it's
the
not
evidence,
like he's there saying go into the and ramming signs. You're right. He's not there saying go in for 3 days. He's not there ramming signs. You're right. Ray Epps is innocent. He's not there ramming signs.
Can we get back to my
I see. Okay.
So my
I
question
understand a little better what's going on. Sorry, I was looking at it off screen here.
What should Ray Epps have been charged with? What law did he break that instead of what he was charged with? That he was
so
obstructing
Fox News called him an op, and he's suing Fox News for that.
Why would he do that? That's the interesting thing.
He was charged with.
He was not charged with obstruction of an official proceeding, which would have been a very easy charge and a fairly typical felony charge given to. Exactly. So wait. Let me answer this comprehensively.
And further, why would the news report on that?
All,
why? I don't know.
Extremely
none of it adds up.
Given how conspicuous and egregious and concentrated his behavior was, that he somehow was able to avoid the obstruction of official proceeding charge. Number one. Number two, there are even more serious charges they could have given him. In fact, in the series of videos that we put out, there's one specific exchange he had with another guy. He said, when we go in... How long is he going to go
on for? That's a great question.
Leave this here.
I'm getting close to the end of my rope.
We don't want to get shot. The when we go in, leave this here,
really
he's referring to that individual's bear spray. That individual ends up going into the Capitol, committing violence, and doing a whole bunch of other things. And this is a bizarre case because this guy, who is super egregious, has to this day
I kind of want to see what people are saying.
Charged. His case hasn't even gone to a district judge yet.
So the obstruction case.
So let me give you a sense. Let me give you a sense. Because when we're evaluating these things, we have to compare them to standards applied to others.
Let me stop you. You'll go next. Owen Schroyer, I've known him 8 years. He's a badass guy that helps disabled children and is literally like a super good person. No criminal issues in his life other than protesting. He is with me saying, don't go in. They charge him, and in the charging documents say, Owen's lying. He doesn't work for InfoWars. That's in the charging documents, the sentencing documents. The judge says, I'm putting you in these months in federal prison because you just questioned the election again and gave 3 examples of where he did it.
No,
so Owen spends months in a federal prison.
Why don't you talk about the deferred agreement that he had in 2019?
No, I agree. I will. Code Pink runs around and protesting. He put tape over his mouth when they were letting leftists run around and throw red paint in Congress, and they said, sir, you can't do that.
And he agreed that he wouldn't do it, and he did it.
And then he didn't protest. He went there to cover journalists.
He was in a restricted area, though.
No, he was on. Listen, Ray Epps has not spent. Listen. Owen is there with me saying, don't go in. He agreed he would not protest. He was there saying, don't go in the Capitol, and you're not going to defend him going to prison.
But he pled guilty to everything that he got charged with.
Because it's a rigged D.C. court.
Yeah, live chat feature for sure.
Or he...
Oh, you laughed because that happened to you yet.
Or you could explain...
It's funny because, the problem is on our side. We've got testimony under oath. We've got judicial rulings. We've got jury trials. We've got full videos, not 15-second clips.
Got the video
we have all of these. We have all
pieces
of evidence.
And you say
I can't finish a single statement.
Yeah, see, he's getting triggered again.
Yeah, the problem
let me tell you something. My reporter deserves to go to jail for being there and trying to keep people going in the building.
He had a deferment. He pled guilty. DC.
Yeah, what do you do in a rigged DC court?
Fight your case.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you're innocent, fight. If you have evidence that you're innocent, fight. But there was no evidence because he broke the agreement that he signed, and then he pled guilty and said, I broke the agreement that I signed, and agreed to the sentence that the sentencing guidelines.
And Trump shouldn't be able to run for office.
Also, this entire argument has been you, again, arguing for an insurrection, for rebellion. All we have, everything we have over here is actual testimony under oath, actual judicial rulings, actual rulings by judges, actual rulings by Supreme Court. I can't finish. I have to be able to finish. I got to be able to finish. Well, I got to be able to finish. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We can provide these arguments. We can provide the evidence. We can provide the testimony. And all you do is go, oh, well, I don't trust the courts.
Guys, I got to be honest.
Statements made under oath. Oh, hasn't the FBI done this in the past? You can skirt by providing hard evidence. I got to be able to finish one thing.
You know how much a criminal...
You can skirt by.
Said, why you can skirt by.
He's so
you can
triggered.
skirt by on providing any hard evidence for literally a single claim that you've made today. There hasn't been any evidence provided to support any of the claims made today. And you are.
I think they're wrapping up. I think they're
every
wrapping
single
up.
other claim that's made literally testified under oath by people that were loyal to Trump, by people that Trump trusted over and over and over again.
I'm gonna give it till 9:20. If I don't see it starting to wrap up a little more, then I'm gonna
call it. Insurrection. I can't even finish a thing.
You just said,
I think it's because when I talk, you get really afraid.
No,
I actually respect. I appreciate that.
You just said,
I understand. Okay.
You just said, when I defended Owen, you just said, here you are advocating for insurrection again. Exact quote. A guy saying, don't go in the Capitol as a reporter, and you don't even stand up for the First Amendment. Or
you don't trust the court? Do you trust the courts?
I don't think most Americans do. And that's when you have real revolutions.
If you don't trust the court, real revolution. What do we do in a real revolution?
True.
Hey, listen, we're not trying to go there right now.
We are there right now. We just were. It's January 6th.
Listen,
if there was any time to go
don't
there,
worry.
don't touch me.
Okay. Yo, dude, you can't touch him.
There is one you're going to lose.
Sure.
Buddy.
Okay, we'll see.
Dog, he's set to get off of you.
Didn't like 4 people dying on January 6th from obesity and meth? If these are the people we have to fight, I think we'll be okay.
Ashley Babbitt, you're dehumanizing her? Was she on meth?
I don't think she was one of the 4 that died from meth. She died from the gunshot.
No, did she deserve to be shot?
She was trying to climb into an area where federal agents were saying, if you climb in here, I'm going to shoot you.
Federal gods?
Federal
if
gods?
It was your house,
I'm sorry, do federal agents not have the right to shoot people?
So you would have pulled the trigger on her. You like that?
If I was one of the federal agents there and I thought it was appropriate to do so,
Their job is to protect the people inside.
He looks very triggered right now.
Do I like that? No, you guys were the ones cheering on the other side of that.
All right, I think we got a little derailed.
You guys were cheering for it the entire time.
Talking about Owen, we got a little...
Wait, I want to know, what do we do if we don't trust the courts? We don't trust the courts. We don't trust the president.
Hey, does Julian Assange deserve to be in prison?
What? I'm not here to talk about
okay, so what he's getting at is everything that they are saying and doing leads up to a revolution. It has to.
There's a reason why they marched.
Now we're going to get back to... We are going to get back to...
I talked about Owen, who was there peacefully and said, don't go in.
Your mic's off,
and
dude.
he said, you're defending insurrection.
Okay,
everybody's going to play that quote. That's not true.
Okay, I think, and you know what, I agree. I think
trying to add
that
valuable
defensive
commentary.
insurrection is different. You're defending maybe Owen.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to get back to Darren because there was a question that was. We took a tangent, and also Glenn, I think you look like you're about to say something. So if you wanted to speak first,
yeah, go ahead, let Darren go ahead first on just to close the Ray Epps thing. But I do want to say something as well about what I've been hearing.
I'm fine.
What charges do you think he should have gotten?
Oh, I think he could and should have gotten far more serious charges. The first example is the easiest and most readily available: obstruction of official proceeding, which is basically the standard charge for people who've done far less egregious things than Epps.
No, but it really isn't, though, because the only people charged with that, I believe, are the people who went into the House chamber.
No.
The people that walked through the Capitol did not get charged with that.
First of all, that's not the case. And second of all, that's not an ironclad law. That's not an ironclad law pertaining to the application of that charge. Secondly, there's a far more serious conspiracy charge that the government had available to them if we use the standards that they've applied.
Okay, I know I said till 9:20. I'm sorry.
Way worse than Joe Biden.
I'm calling it. I can't do this anymore, guys. It's so boring. Like, they're going in circles. I already know, like, what their positions are. Nobody's changing anybody's minds. Nobody's saying anything new or bringing anything new to the table. Destiny is being a little triggered piece of shit. Joe Rogan is being very annoying and aggressive, and I just there's no point to that. It was completely useless. Which, I mean, even for content, I feel like even content-wise, that just wasn't that good. You know what I mean? I was so bored. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know if I want to upload this, honestly. I don't think it's good content, but we'll see. Did I say Joe Rogan again? I'm sorry. I don't know why I mixed those two up. But yeah, I don't think that was good content, and they're not ending anytime soon.
And I was like, dude, I'm not for this on air.
One thing,
you're right. That's
very quickly.
I agree. There's a lot of rhetoric.
No, I'm good. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna pee real quick, and then I want to do like an actual react, like a good one. All right, be right back. I'm back. Look who has decided to join us.
Say hi.
I was trying to see if I could turn up the gain a little bit so you can hear her better. She gives me little trills.
Come here.
Oh. Hello. She is always trying to play. Always, 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 always. Okay. Let's do one quick react and then I think I'm good for the night. Standard issue cat. Thank you. All right. I got a backlog of reacts I want to do. Ooh, okay, I'll let you guys pick. Okay, I already watched this. Okay, we can watch that. Sam Hyde's reaction to Lady Ballers. I'm gonna have 4 Lady Ballers videos and I don't give a shit. We watched that. I don't want to watch that, honestly. We watched that. Okay, I said backlog, but really this isn't that bad. I miss having cats. Having cats is great. I enjoy it. Okay, would you guys rather do Sam Hyde's reaction? You know what? I kind of want to do the all atheist arguments answered in 10 minutes. What do you guys think? I want to see if they actually answer my arguments. You know what? I think this is a good idea. We'll spread it out. I think we need to spread out the lady balls thing. Because I just uploaded one, and I'm going to be uploading another one. Like tomorrow. Or I should say releasing it. Okay. Exactly, gotta spread the balls. Spread the love. Okay. The feed looks a little choppy. Let me know if you guys are getting frame drops. So, atheists think that they're pretty damn smart. They just think they have all the answers to every darn thing because they think they are God, is what it is. No, in all seriousness, I am personally an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't believe that there is a God, but in as far as there might be one, you know, I just, it doesn't really matter to me what they're doing up there. It doesn't matter to me, like, what they look like or how they act or anything like that. Because I don't see them. I don't interact with them personally, right? So I don't care that much. And there's no proof that says that they're there. You know, everything that we have and everything that we are can be explained some way, somehow. That at the very least, in a way that is just as credible as there being a God, right? Which is to say, not at all. So I don't care. You know, if you want to believe in God, it's not a big deal to me. My partner, Katie, is actually quite spiritual. For a while, she had a thing with, I forget what religion it was, but, you know, the point is, I'm not against people believing in God. And in some cases, I think it can even help you. Because if you believe in something that is after this life, it might push you to strive for more in this life. Because some people believe that if there's nothing after this, there's no point to any of it. A view I disagree with, but, you know, I guess it can't be helped. Point is, I don't really care that much if you're religious or not. What I do care about is when you're trying to debunk other people's beliefs, okay? Like this guy, Redeemed Zoomer. I'm going to assume that, you know, I'm going to go off of what this person's username is and say that this person is probably, like, younger than I am, 28. Right? So probably, like, in his early 20s. And he's got a few words for us atheists, so I'm going to hear him out and see what he's got to say.
Atheists have a lot of arguments, but they never really think of anything new that the church hasn't had answers to for the past 2,000 years. So let's answer them.
You know what he sounds like right off the bat?
But did he consider that destiny is a woman's name?
That's a pretty good point. Thank you, Saki Tanuki, for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is very kind of you. Thank you.
Religion causes wars.
Forget what I was saying.
Well,
no, you know who he sounds like right off the bat? That's what I was saying. Hold on. You guys might know this one. To this guy. My computer is slowing down quite a bit. I'm gonna have to fix this. Yes, here it is. He sounds like this guy, listen.
Sonic the Hedgehog, one of the greatest and most attractive characters ever thought up. He can run at sound speed, take out enemies in a flash, and best of all, he's blue-colored and knows how to handle the females. Speaking of females, the Sonic universe might also be classified as hot chick heaven because there's such a mess of very beautiful and tough women that it'll make you love the franchise even more. And since Valentine's Day is around...
Okay, you guys get the idea. It gets so much worse. I'll just give you a little taste of later in the video.
Lock your socks. If only we could see her take wing.
Yes, I clicked to the best part.
Numéro 6. Her specialty is riding the airboards called Extreme Gear. With 2 very long and smooth feathers extending from her head to her calves and droopy eyes, Wave will rock your socks. If only we could see her take wing.
Numero 6, which is French, of course.
Numéro 6. To call the echidna.
Oh man, this is a man that embraced his cringe. Okay, you cannot hate on him. Anyway, that's who he sounds like.
Only 7% of all human wars were caused by religion, and if you remove Islamic wars, that number drops down to 3%. A lot of evil has been done in the name of religion. This is true, but
wait. What was that point? Hold on. He's making points very fast. Okay, so here our argument wheel. Here's our argument wheel. I believe in science, so that means God can't be real. That's not true. I didn't say that. If I'm like a Gnostic atheist, then I would be like certain that God is not real. And to me, that's a little silly, but whatever. You can't really be certain. I was raised Christian and I have trauma. They said not to sin. Well, if by sin they mean be gay or masturbate or whatever, then yeah, like that's a fair argument. Look, here is a violent Bible verse that nobody ever noticed before. I want to see how he addresses that. There is contradictions in the Bible that the church has never noticed. Wait, the church has noticed them. They ignore them. Sky Daddy. If God is real, why don't I have a GF yet? Okay. I don't need a God to know murder is bad. Don't ask about abortion. Wait, what do you mean don't ask about abortion? No, ask about abortion. We can talk about it. I got to get this guy on for a debate. Do you guys think he'd accept? Your God did a genocide in the flood. He big meanie.
Years.
It's
so
true.
let's answer them.
He did.
Religion causes wars. Well, actually, only 7% of all human...
He represented me as the soy jack. I lose.
Wars were caused by religion, and if you remove Islamic wars, that number drops down to 3%.
See, my face is literally in the spot where the soy jack is. A lot of evil has been done in the name of
religion. This is true, but the most murderous people in human history have been atheists. This doesn't mean religion is true, it just means you can't use that as an argument against it. If you were born somewhere else, you wouldn't be a Christian. Okay, and if you were born somewhere else, you wouldn't be an atheist. Everyone's beliefs are shaped by their context.
Wait, hold on. I'd be more likely to turn out atheist than Christian in that environment. Right? Because I'm literally speaking to him. Here, I'll try to look at him while I do this. Listen, Reformed Zoomer. I would literally be more likely to turn out atheist than Christian in an environment where I was not born into a Christian family. Because atheism is the end point of anybody who is cutting off ties with their religion. Because you see the world as not having a godly entity at all.
How do you know which religion is true? Well, everyone, religious or not, has faith in a certain worldview. It's just that some worldviews are called religions and some are secular.
These are all... Wait, Buddhism is a religion. That's a religion. First of all, so is paganism. So is Christian. Okay, so he has religions here as well. Okay. So the religions are in color, and then the black ones are... Okay, this is a confusing thing. Okay, so existentialism, Epicurean... Well, these are all philosophies. These aren't the same as religion. How do you know which worldview is true? That's subjective. It's subjective. What do you mean which one is true? It's just about how you view the world and how you view what the world should be like. That's philosophy.
But everyone has to ask the question of which worldview best explains the world. There's no scientific proof that God exists. Well, by definition, science can only prove things inside the natural world.
No, the proper argument is that you cannot disprove God's existence, which they think helps them. But in science, if you cannot prove something, if you cannot disprove something, then it's not scientifically measurable, and therefore we just pretend we don't pretend it's not real. Therefore, we behave as though it does not exist. That is the most practical way to go about it, because we can't measure it. So if with no evidence that something exists, there is no reason to believe that it exists scientifically.
And by definition, God is something outside the natural world. So science can neither prove nor disprove God. There's no evidence of anything supernatural.
That means that scientifically speaking, we can't account for a God. So they might as well, scientifically speaking, they don't exist. There's no evidence of anything supernatural. That is true.
Well, that's just not...
By the way, if there were evidence of something supernatural, guess what that would make it? That would make it natural. That would make it a natural occurrence. You cannot have evidence for something supernatural. That is literally impossible.
not accurate. There are medically documented cases of people with demonic possession speaking in languages they don't know. For
I would love him to pull these up. I've got to get this guy in a debate. He's got to pull those ones up for me.
Example, and people with near-death experiences getting information they never had access to.
Let me guess. He doesn't source this, does he? Here, let's check. God is real and Jesus loves you. Wait, did he link Google Maps in the description? Historic churches. Google my maps. Is it working? Why am I getting a white screen? Let me try it on the forbidden the forbidden web app. Nope, still nothing. Is it a broken link? My man has not edited his description in years. Guaranteed. But point being, yeah, no sources.
The Bible has contradictions. Okay, you think you found an apparent contradiction that the church...
Okay, by the way, the Bible, the Bible having contradictions is only an argument against the Bible and why we should like have faith in it or like believe that any like there are lessons to be learned from the Bible as a story. If you take it as a story, then it's not bad, okay? I still personally think it's pretty boring, but you know, it's not a bad thing if you take it as a story, which it is, okay? If you take it as gospel, that's when you run into problems, which you literally do because it's called gospel, right? So that's where you run into problems because you can't, if you believe the things that God instructs people to do in the Bible, then you would believe that like murder is okay, you know? Or like selling your daughters into sex slavery is okay.
Hasn't known about for 2,000 years.
That's the part that's wrong.
Every contradiction can be explained by understanding just a little bit of theology.
Hold on, what did it say? We're going to be going through this very slowly, sorry.
Apparent contradiction can be...
Thou shalt give life for eye, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Okay, so yeah. Ye resist not evil, but who... Okay, what is this point proving?
Explained by understanding just a little bit of theology.
How law works, how our relationships should work. Well, no, this is not how law works. If you think this is how law should work, I highly disagree with you. If a man stabs another man's eye out, I don't want the punishment to be to stab that guy's eye out. And I certainly don't want the guy who was stabbed to do the stabbing. This is my problem whenever I, okay, this should be a whole other segment, honestly, and maybe I'll talk about it after this. But let's roll it in here a little bit, since it came up. Hold on. I think I bookmarked it. Okay, I don't think I did. I don't think I bookmarked it. Okay, never mind. It's fine. We'll just keep going.
The Gospels were anonymous. Okay, anonymous doesn't mean we have no idea who wrote them. It just means the names of the authors...
I apologize. I'm getting a little zooted. So if my point ended abruptly, if that was a non sequitur, I'm very sorry. I'm doing my best. The Gospels were anonymous. Don't mean what you think it means. What?
Aren't signed in the text. Doesn't mean a little bit of theology. The Gospels were anonymous. Okay, anonymous doesn't mean we have no idea who wrote them. It just means the names of the authors aren't signed in the text itself. But we literally have writings from church fathers who knew the apostles and can verify that they indeed
I don't care about this at all. I don't care who wrote it. Why should I care?
Wrote the books named after them. The Gospels misquote Jesus. Now, it's true that a lot of secular scholars think the Gospels are a mix of real quotes from the historical Jesus.
Okay, I also want to point out, like, I never hear atheists make these arguments. I don't know what atheists he's talking. They're probably out there. They're probably r/atheists, right? Those are the ones making these arguments. Yeah, this kid spends way too much time on Reddit. That's what it is.
And fake quotes added by the church, but none of them can agree.
Angrily
on which
tippy
quotes are
tapping
legit and
in the
which are
comments
not, so we
section
can
of
discard their
r/atheism.
opinions. Jesus never claimed
Doing the
to
real
be
work.
God. Yes, he did. He didn't say, I am God, worship me, but he showed that he was God in many places in all four Gospels.
Actually, we can check that. I don't know if this will be his username. Please. Please. Wait. This is Redeemed Zoomer. One of my followers sent me this thread. You need to stay in the PQSA. The problem with the PCA and ACNA only show that running away is a never-ending game. Wait, what is this for? A spiritual burnout. Ooh, now I'm interested. Okay, so he's not a lay Redditor. I'm interested, though. This is the only Reddit post he has ever made, and I found it. Give me Hackermans in the chat. Hello, brothers and sisters in Christ. I wish to air out a couple of things which have been stewing in my mind. See, I'm a rather devout Presbyterian, and it has brought me much in the way of spiritual growth. However, I recently feel as though I've hit a roadblock of sorts. I'm a member of a church in the PC USA, a denomination well known for its theological liberalism. Oh, sorry, you guys can't read any of this. Hold on. There we go. I stick out as something of a sore thumb amongst my church-going fellows for many reasons. Most of my congregation is older than me, far older. Theologically, I am extremely conservative and very sacramental, and I'm frustrated by the general state of affairs. I love my church, I do. Yet I find myself longing for a more scripturally grounded denomination. But where would that even take me? The PCA, whilst the obvious choice, has issues of its own. Frankly, I was rather cross with their treatment of Greg Johnson. For those of you who don't know, the Reverend Johnson is a pastor in the PCA and made headlines for admitting to being a celibate gay man. That's what made headlines? However, his efforts to criticize gay conversion therapy and create a welcoming space for celibate homosexuals were met with church courts and even efforts to bar celibate gays from the ministry. That disgusts me. Okay, hey, based. A man who has managed to physically purge such sin and prevent his... Never mind. Prevent his sinful soul from dirtying his body is a man of God indeed. I view the celibate homosexual as being more in tune with God than a porn-addicted straight man. Okay, yeah, I got it. So, wait. Sorry. Like I said, I'm getting a little zooted. It's so funny because for just a second he was based. It was like, I hate the fact that they criticized him for trying to make efforts to invite gay people. And then he's like, but if they chose to not be gay, if they're closeted, then it's fine. The ACNA is no better. Foley Beach stays silent at the churches. Okay, so I get the idea. This guy's like, yeah. Edit, no, don't cut it. It was based. It was. Until that part. I didn't read that part yet. I don't take back any of it. That part was based. If you're disgusted by that action, that's good, but he's disgusted for the wrong reasons. Okay, I need to read this guy's comment now. Hey guys, this is Redeemed Zoomer. One of my followers sent this thread to me. You need to stay in the PC USA. The problem with PCA and ACNA only show that running away is a never-ending game that doesn't solve anything in the end. PCA is not a friendly place for someone who is very sacramental either. I stand and salute you from within the PC USA. Keep fighting. Well, okay then. I don't know what any of that meant. That was the only Reddit post he's ever made. So, fair enough.
Doing things that only God can do. It's true that he didn't walk around before his resurrection.
One of my viewers sent me this. They were concerned for your well-being.
Figure it out themselves.
Jesus never claimed to be God. Well, again, I just, like, a true agnostic atheist does not say these questions. These are shower arguments that he's had. These are literally just shower arguments that he made up.
That's why he kept saying, "Who do you say that I am?" However, after his resurrection, people figured out that he was God, and Jesus congratulated them. The later one of the Gospels was written, the more divine it makes Jesus seem, so we can extrapolate that Jesus was originally a human figure who got made more divine.
Again, I don't care.
Alright, maybe some Gospels emphasize Jesus' divinity more than others, but what about Paul's letters that fully confess the divinity of Jesus and were also written...
If you're a true agnostic atheist, none of this means anything to you.
or any of the Gospels, so that breaks your
It's
pattern.
all fiction.
The Bible supports slavery. No, it doesn't. Just because there's slavery in the Bible doesn't mean the Bible supports it.
Wait. I need to fact check that.
There are some Old Testament verses that could be interpreted as condoning slavery, but Jesus himself said that the Old Testament...
Okay, he's proving himself wrong here.
...accommodations to people's sinful state. And also, slave owners...
Wait, what did he say it was?
...supports it. There are some Old Testament verses that could be interpreted as condoning slavery, but Jesus himself said that the Old Testament made accommodations to people's sinful state.
Jesus himself said the Old Testament made accommodations to people's sinful... So wait, God was cool with like horrific sins in the olden days? What was he like? How do you square that circle? What? So wait, God was just like, you can do a little sinning as a treat? You can do a little slavery? Is that... Why do you worship him again? Like, it's okay. Like, okay, if that is true, if what you're saying is correct, give me a good reason to worship this asshole who said that a little bit of slavery is okay because you're good boys and girls and I love you. Why should I worship that asshole?
And also, slave owners in the American
And yes, the
South
Bible does have a
slave
handbook of how to
Bibles
treat
for
your
their slaves
slave.
to read, but it omitted a lot of the real Bible. So if the Bible actually did support slavery, this wouldn't have been necessary.
What?
Christianity supported slavery. Well, sure, some Christians did, but all human civilizations have had slavery. Christian civilization was the first one.
Okay, but how do you square the circle of, like, once again, if you're Christian and your values state that all humans are created equal and we need to treat everybody equally, if that is your values as a Christian, then how do you justify the fact that even today there are many devout Christians who own slaves? And you know what? I'll take it a step further. Those motherfuckers, those sick, twisted assholes, they make me want to retch, dude. These fucking assholes who like either hand their daughters off when they're like 14 or 15. I feel like assholes is underselling it so badly. Disgusting, perverted freaks is what they are. Either the assholes who do that or the ones who accept them, right? Those 14, 15, 16-year-old girl wives. Discuss child brides. That is modern day slavery. And I'll even take it a step. That's sex slavery that they're doing. And guess who does that? Christians. It is always these Christian cults. So if there is a hell, I hope that they're underneath of it.
To abolish it on moral grounds. The fact that you're against slavery is due to Christian influence. Also, most organizations fighting modern-day slavery are Christian. God killed tons of people in the Bible. Well, it's actually way more than that. God numbers everyone's days. He's the giver of life, so he can take it, especially...
Wait, that's a bold admission, my man. Are you just saying that God causes all of this needless suffering, that he just which, yes, you have to believe that he instituted death himself, right? Like, he created death. He's the creator of all things, so that includes death. And you can say, like, original sin or whatever. I know the story. But, like, he still did that. You know, he's still the arbiter of all that suffering. And you have to contend with that. And that's why a lot of people leave Christianity.
Of people sin. Atheist countries are more prosperous.
Yeah, you know, but he's killed everybody that lived. So if you think about it, it all equals out.
Yes, it's true that Northern European countries are very prosperous and very secular, but correlation doesn't equal causation.
That is true.
It's
That's
not
a bad
like atheism
argument.
Causes prosperity.
But again, if you're making that argument, I can see like some dipshit atheist like Norman or whatever, or like r/atheist, like who's like 19 making this argument. But like, you know, I wouldn't. So debate me, man.
Prosperity causes atheism because when people
Convince
have
me that God
comfortable lives,
exists.
they don't feel a need to depend on God. But why are these particular countries so prosperous in the first place? They may be secular now, but they're rooted in generations and generations of Protestant Christianity. If
God can give life and take it, wouldn't that make him some sort of dictator? No, that would make him a human. Guess what humans can do? They can have birth and they can also kill people. But if you mean like literally create life out of nothing, and also like destroy life at the snap of a finger with no consequences, which is probably what you meant. I mean, that would make him a god, though, not a dictator. Just having the ability to do something does not make you a dictator.
Want an example of a country that's atheist and not rooted in Christianity? Look at communist China. There's 4,000 gods that people believe in, and you're atheist to 3,999 of them. I just go one god further. Okay, this isn't the gotcha that you think it is.
I mean, yeah, this is some cringe bumper sticker nonsense. This doesn't mean anything.
Is because the question of whether some sort of God exists is fundamentally different from the question of which...
Again, this is like Facebook liberal shit. I wouldn't say this, even though my face is right on top of the speech bubble if you're watching the stream. I don't know if... Dubsy will probably put it there too.
Religion is right about God.
Or you can just leave it.
If God created everything, then who created God? Well, God is defined as the uncaused causer. Everyone knows there needs to be a first cause at the beginning of the...
This is a real one that I actually use. If God made everything, who created God? That is a great question. I want to see how he answers it.
Is defined as the uncaused causer. Everyone knows there needs to be a first cause at the beginning.
Okay. You failed the quiz because you didn't study, because you wanted to play video games, because humans desire instant gratification, because humans evolved that way. Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, scientists also are not completely able to understand or explain where time began or how it's infinite, or like there's a lot of things we don't understand, but this is a God of the gaps fallacy, because you can't just explain things that we can't explain by saying God did it, or like he's old, like he's just there because he had to come from somewhere. Okay, so where did God come from? That is a legitimate question. And if you ask a scientist, okay, what came before the Big Bang? You know what they'd say? We don't know. And that's a valid answer. They don't have to answer for that. Okay? Because their explanation makes the most sense. It's Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the one that makes the most sense. Okay? And having this weird fourth dimensional being looking out over us and having created all of it is not the simplest explanation, because you still have to account for the fact that he had to come from somewhere, or they had to come from somewhere. You know? Is God where that one sock goes in the dryer? No, that goes to Satan's asshole. He likes to keep it up. He likes to keep it nice, warm, and toasty for when you find it later.
Of the chain of all events in the universe, and it makes a lot more sense for that first cause to be a personal God who caused things for a reason, rather than some random impersonal force. Science disproves God. Well, actually, the church invented modern science.
Okay, no atheist worth their shit would argue this. This is very silly.
All the founders of the scientific revolution deeply believed in God, and medieval theologians laid the groundwork for modern science by saying the world was governed by an intelligent creator. That means we can understand the world with our intelligence. And studying God led...
Also, you're not... who's that one dude who did the... Man, I used to love this guy. Grade A under A, this guy. Yeah, I was trying to think of his name. You're not grade A under A. You can't get away with this. It's stupid. Well, I guess he can, because he's got a lot more followers than I got. So I guess it works. Still really lazy.
To studying the world, because the world is God's creation. God is just used to...
Then again, I'm a live streamer, so I can't talk about being lazy.
Yet. Well, actually, God is the reason for everything, even things that science can explain. It's not one or the other. It's not like everything's explained...
Okay, but you can't just say that he's the reason for everything. Okay? Like, that just makes it so that you can never be wrong, no matter what my argument against it is. If nothing can... Okay, here's a good question for Christians. Christians can never answer this question. What can I do to convince you that God is not real? Because I can tell you what you can do to convince me that God is real. You know what you can do? Show me him. Show me him. Bring me your God, you Christian scum. Bring me your God. Bring me Yahweh. I wish to speak to him. Bring me your leader. But yeah, that's what you can do to prove to me that he exists. What can I do to prove to a Christian that God does not exist? They'll say nothing. You know why? Because a tenet of Christianity is that nothing can shake your faith. Nothing. You have to believe that as a Christian. At least the ones I've met. It's a very popular tenet. So they will tell you that nothing can shake their belief in God, and that's why it's irrational.
By either science or God, and the more science can explain,
the
the less
local
God
Christian
can explain.
That's called
Really,
church.
science
They
can
have it every
explain
Sunday.
almost everything, but God is still behind it all because science explains.
Oh God, that would be so fucking funny. Just stroll up into a church in a fucking satanic robe. Oh, bring me your God. Bring me your God. I'd get arrested, man. That'd be like public nuisance shit.
How, and God explains the why. If God is good,
It'd be
why
worth
can't he
it, though.
destroy all evil? Well, he eventually will. Why can't he do it now? Because he'd have to destroy you. Why does God let any
What? Because he'd have to destroy you. That doesn't answer the question, though. Okay, fine. I concede that I'm evil. Why can he not destroy me now? What? Huh? Okay, where's he at? What, is he on hold? Can I catch him later? Is he at work? Like, what's going on? Can he roll up? Is he out of town? You know, like, where's your God? Oh, sorry, he lives out of state. You wouldn't know him. He's there though. He's there. We chill sometimes. I'll maybe we'll meet eventually. Maybe I'll introduce you to him soon. But not. He's a little shy.
bad things happen? Because we deserve it. Well, animals don't sin, so why do
Wait, because we deserve it? What?
God let any bad things happen? Because we deserve it.
Ew, I hate this, man. Why do we deserve it? He created us with sin. He created us that way. You can create free beings. Okay, let's look at God as like a graphic designer, right? Think about a video game, or not a graphic designer, I'm sorry, a video game designer. Duh. Think about a video game designer and how they design characters, right? Now, they may design them with very specific lines and everything, like down to the letter, control them, right? But you can also design characters that kind of act the way that you designed them to act. You know, you can have comms that attack certain enemies based on certain characteristics. Like, it's all down to a calculation, and it's much simpler than consciousness, obviously, right? But at its root, it's the same concept as like God crafting a human, right? So why would God not craft us then the way that a video game programmer crafts a good person as opposed to a villain or a bad person? Why did he give us sin? He didn't have to do that, okay? But he did. Why? And you can argue that like, oh, well, we wouldn't have free will otherwise. What's free will? God created it. If free will is outside of God's control to manipulate, then God is not all powerful, which is fine if you believe that, but then he's not all powerful, and you have to contend with that because your Bible says otherwise. My point, sorry, I'm going r/atheist mode, but my point is none of this makes any sense.
Deserve it. Well, animals don't sin, so why do they suffer? Well, the Bible says all things will be restored, so if God is good, we can assume that they will be compensated.
What? They'll be compensated? How? How do you... Here's the thing. I don't want to go on another rant, but like, why would you set up a system in which innocent people suffer for no reason, innocent things suffer for no reason, and then be like, I'll give you reparations? Why would you bake that into the plan? No, fuck you. That's just sadism. Your God's a sadist. That's sick. That's perverted. Okay? You can't commit a crime against somebody and then say, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Here's reparations. No, you're serving jail time. That's fucked. Again, why should I worship this motherfucker? He sounds horrible.
How do you know that God isn't evil instead? Well, because evil is not a thing the way good is. Just like...
And also, I want to also say, I don't think that this person is a good person. I don't think that Reformed Zoomer is a good person. Because think about it. If he believes all this shit about the Bible and God, and then he turns around and says, oh, I worship them, by the way. Well, that speaks to his values, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Oh, slavery is okay in some instances. Got it, man. That's cool. God said so because they can have a little bit as a treat because they're uwu innocent small beans. Right? That's fine with him. That's totally okay. He also thinks that I and himself, because he's cucked, but he also wants to extend that cuckery to me. He thinks that I deserve to suffer He thinks that you deserve to suffer. Innocent Zoomer fans, I want you to know that Innocent Zoomer thinks you deserve to suffer. He said it right here. That's disgusting. That's abhorrent. Gross.
Like cold is just a lack of heat, and dark is just a lack of light. Evil is just a lack of good, and for good to be objective, it needs to come from God. So a God who is objectively evil is logically impossible.
No. If God says that murder is good, and then you think that murder is good, then no. Then God's not good.
God make a rock he can't lift? Well, you're just asking if God can...
I did actually see somebody ask this one, and this one's really fucking stupid. This is a really cheap gotcha.
Predict himself, like, can God lie, or can God change, or can God make another God? And the answer to all those things is no. God being all-powerful means he can do anything to things outside himself. It doesn't mean that he can do anything to himself.
He is completely correct on this one. And I will cede him this one because I have seen an atheist, at least one, argue this.
That he can contradict himself. Why did God let evil exist at all? So he could be glorified in defeating it. Triumph over evil is a greater good than evil having...
Who, what? He did it to LARP, man. Your God's a LARPer? Ew! He's not just a LARPer either. He's a LARPer that extends the LARPing to people who did not consent to it. Ew! Grody! He has a savior complex, exactly. Listen, I also have a savior complex, but listen, I'm not as bad as that guy. I'm just saying. Disgusting, man. What a freak.
Having just never existed. Religion is just wishful thinking.
I also don't have the power to create, I guess I do technically, but like I can't, on a whim create like a whole universe full of people. I can create like a person over a period of 9 months with somebody else. But I can't like create my own society at my whim and whatever, and then be like, like I don't have the power to do that. But then even if I did, I wouldn't be like, okay, I'm gonna start like, this guy's evil and he is going to fuck up everybody else and make them suffer, and I'm going to come in and be the good guy and save you guys. Actually, I'm going to rectify the bad situation that I created for you. And then take all the credit, and also you have to worship me for it, or else fuck you, you're going to hell. Why would I worship him again? Please explain that to me, because I'm a little lost.
Is a greater good than evil having just never existed. Religion is just wishful thinking. Well, if that were true, then the Bible wouldn't be all about how much we all suck. Psychology...
Yeah. No, I'll give him that one.
Psychology explains why you believe in God. So what? If God is real, we should expect there to be some psychological or social benefit.
If God is real, why wouldn't there be psychological benefit to believing in him? Well, that presumes that God is real, which you'd have to prove first. If he were real, then of course there'd be psychological benefit to believing in him, because we would have evidence that he's real. You know what I mean? If we had evidence that he's real, then of course you would want to ensure that people believe that he's real, because that would be our reality. That'd be factual. But it's not factual. Okay, it's speculation about things that we have no clue about and can't prove or disprove. The more important part there is that we can't disprove it. Okay? That's what makes something scientifically measurable.
Benefit to believing in him. Spiritual experiences can be explained by brain chemicals. Well, romantic experiences can also be explained by brain chemicals, but that doesn't mean your wife isn't.
Is he trolling? Okay, be honest. Is this a troll video? Hold on. Like, are you serious? Why you should be Protestant? Wait, what? Is this Minecraft? This is not Minecraft.
At the beginning of this year, I had less than 1,000
Please watch my videos.
In January, I started operating...
What? Who is this guy? Oh no, dude. Oh no, I accidentally hit a cringe gold mine.
At the beginning of this year, I had less than 1,000 subscribers.
A cringe vein.
In January, I started Operation Reconquista to retake the mainline Protestant churches for Christ. In February, I wrote 95 theses to my denomination, the PCUSA, advocating a return to biblical truth. In March, I made my most watched video, All Christian Denominations Explained in 12 Minutes, which got almost 10 million views and turned my channel from a small channel into a big channel. In April, I did my first face-to-face interview. In May, I started the Kingdom Craft Christian.
Okay.
Minecraft server. In June, I started the Reconquista Discord server, which made the Reconquista go from a small group chat of guys online to a big movement of hundreds and eventually thousands of young, conservative mainline Protestants. In July, through the Discord, the Reconquista made alliances with conservative pastors and leaders within these
You know what? It's hit a threshold. It's gone full circle. I'm proud of this man. I'm proud of him. He did a lot of work. He's very dedicated. If nothing else.
Progressive mainline denominations. In August, we had a functioning council for the Reconquista to make decisions. In September, several Reconquista members attended a conference of conservative Episcopal
Do they pay their
priests and
tithes?
bishops and got many of them on board with our movement.
Yes, your tithes will be 20 emeralds this week.
In October, on Reformation Day, hundreds of mainline Protestants in our Discord server wrote 95 theses to their respective denominations and posted them on.
I gotta take a one of those Minecraft emeralds and slide, like just a fake paper one, and just slide it into the basket at church. Be like, keep the change.
The doors of hundreds of churches, also emailing thousands more churches. In November, the Reconquista got a lot of media coverage for what we did on Reformation Day.
I don't even want to debate this guy anymore. I just want to talk to him. This experience has made me so eager to talk to this man. I have to know what makes him tick. I have to. Oh my God. Can you imagine the content? Oh. I have to. Being Christian conservative on YouTube is easy mode. You know what? You're fucking right. I'm so glad that my parents stopped. You know what? I'm advocating for parental control of the internet. 1000% parental control over children's internet. You know why? Because when I was a kid, I was a hardline conservative, thanks to my parents, by the way, but I was like a 10-year-old conservative, and you know what I was doing? I was making stick figure videos for the most part. But then I got this funny idea, because my parents wouldn't shut the fuck up about abortion. I was like, you know what? Wouldn't it be cool if I went into Windows Movie Maker and made one of those blue videos with the white cursive text talking about why abortion is wrong? And then I uploaded it. I fucking made it, and I uploaded it. And my parents were like, it got like 2 views or some shit. I don't know if it's still around, and I don't know if it's on. I don't know. It might be out there. I have no clue where it is. If I still had it, I promise I would show it to you. But I might have deleted it. I don't know. But the point is, my parents were like, son, because I showed it to them, I was so proud, and then I showed it to them, and they were like, son, I like that, but you need to be really careful about what you put on the internet, son, because you don't want to get in trouble. And that was the smartest shit they ever told me. And from then on, I did not make another political video until about 2.5 years ago. So there you go.
Isn't real. So spiritual experience being explained by brain chemicals doesn't mean that God isn't real.
It was, thankfully, I did not use my voice. I just uploaded text.
Well, drug trip experiences being explained by brain chemicals doesn't mean that God isn't real.
That is true.
Well, drug trips show that spiritual experience.
But they can be. Well, no, see, the problem with what he just said is they can be explained by chemicals. So if you can explain them through chemicals, then why does your God need to be there at all? That's just adding a layer of explanation. That's unnecessary. Yeah, and look at me now, right?
Experiences are from the brain.
There's cringe in there.
Well, people who have had both drug trips and near-death experiences say that they're completely different categories of feeling. The story of Jesus.
Well, yeah, because if you want to consider a near-death experience a drug for all intents and purposes, these are 2 very different drugs. You know what I mean? Like, of course, like LSD is different from cocaine. So mushrooms are going to be different from marijuana, you know? These different drugs give you different experiences. Same with being near death. I don't know if there's a drug that can replicate that.
Jesus was copied.
I mean, all drugs can technically replicate that, but please don't do that.
From the story of Horus or some other ancient character. Okay, dude, that's a Reddit atheist level myth. Even atheist scholars know that that's silly. Faith?
Wait, what is it? Sorry, I'm sorry, my brain's
Dude, that's a Reddit atheist level myth. Even
the story of Jesus was copied from Horus. Even atheist scholars know. Well, again, I just don't care. I don't care.
Atheist scholars know that that's silly. Faith is the opposite of logic and reason.
That is true.
No, it's not. Faith just means trust.
Yeah, and why would I trust something that I have no, like, evidence to believe? You know? Like, I trust Katie because I've been with her for almost 6 years now. In February, actually. That's crazy. And I trust her because I have a very good track record of her telling me the fucking truth all the time. But if she were lying to me day in and day out, or like, let's say that if it's my first date with her, right? And she's like, oh, hey, can I borrow your wallet? Can I borrow your wallet on this, our first date? And then I'm just like, who starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. Of course I'm not going to fucking trust her. It's our first date. But if she asks me now for my wallet, I'm going to be like, yeah, here. Whatever you need, Yeah, if you need the credit card, fine. Oh, $200? We'll work it out. Like, of course I trust her now because I have a track record of her being trustworthy. Okay?
Anytime you eat food, you're having faith that it's not poisoned, even if you can't scientifically prove it.
Yeah, because it'd be really fucking dumb to assume that everything I eat might actually be poison. Which, by the way, I eat fast food, okay? So, technically, it is poison.
If you're married, you have faith that your wife loves you, even if you can't scientifically prove that. And if you tried to scientifically...
Wait. Love is subjective. Of course you can't scientifically prove that she loves me. I can't get inside of her head, but all evidence, objective evidence here substantiates that she does love me. I don't have to scientifically prove that. But I do have evidence for it if I needed to.
Scientifically prove it, she'd probably get very mad at you because it would mean you didn't trust her. Evolution proves God didn't create the world. Well, not necessarily. God often works through natural processes.
There's no need for this. If what you're doing is adding God as an extra unnecessary layer. Okay? By the way, evolution doesn't prove that God didn't make the world. I agree with that. But your argument for this is really stupid.
Bible. And for all of church history, there have been prominent Christian theologians who have had a more metaphorical interpretation of Genesis, even well over 1,000 years before Darwin existed. Christianity only spread because of military conquest. Well, eventually...
I don't know the truth of that, to be honest. But also, I just don't care that much.
They did do military conquest, but for the first 300 years of Christianity, it was illegal, and it took over the Roman...
Yeah, you know why it was illegal? Because they were fucking socialists back then. Not like socialist capital S, but they were like actually actively fighting against the systems, okay? Were they socialists? I don't know. They were, more accurately, they were not anti-fascist, what would it be? An uprising of some sort, a rebel group. They were a rebellion, okay? They were a rebellion group. They did not play by the rules. Early Christians were actually pretty cool, from my understanding. This might be fictional, but from my understanding, Christians were like the bikers of the day. They were the cool kids. They didn't play by the rules, okay? They weren't perfect by any stretch, but they did have that streak in them, okay? So that's why it was illegal. And then it was overtaken, much like communism and socialism were. The labels were basically taken over by tyrants who then sullied their name, okay? I'm fairly certain that's how that worked.
An empire despite that because of how popular it became. Constantine invented what we now know of as Christianity. Again.
Happy Insurrection Day? Hell yeah. Welcome, Somniostatic. Constantine invented modern Christianity? What? Reddit myth? I don't know what this has to do with this.
Reddit atheist level myth. Atheists can do better than that. Listen to an actual scholar. If Christianity is true, why are there so many denominations of it? Well, yeah, there are a lot of denominations, but the things they agree on are a lot more significant.
This also is not a good argument, but like, I guess, yeah, I can see an atheist, some dumbass atheist making this argument. Yeah, this is silly because you can have like different people believe different aspects about things and still have them all be consistently believing the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, at that point, you're just bickering about the details.
Than the things they disagree on. There's no evidence for Jesus outside the Bible. Well, that's not true. There's the ancient Jewish historian Josephus who wrote about Jesus, and he's one of the reasons why even secular scholars know Jesus historically existed. You really think God made billions of galaxies with billions of stars in each of them just to have a personal relationship with you?
I don't really like this one. Honestly, this one just sounds cynical to me. I think that this would be a bad one to use, both optically and just in general. But I have thought, I have seen people use it. I don't know. This one's just bad taste.
Ooh. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll give him that one. But, man, I really just want to dig into this guy's skull and see what makes him tick, you know? If he does happen to watch this, apparently he just recently became big, so maybe he would respond. But I don't know, like, Redeemed Atheist. That would be me. Redeemed Zoomer. Listen, I don't hate Christians, okay? I don't hate Christianity either. And I do have personal bad experiences with it, but I feel like I don't let that affect my my feelings toward Christians, okay? Or anybody of any religion. I have friends who are Christians. My problem is when people are just so fucking sure about it. You know what I mean? Like, you're just so damn sure about it. And it's like, I'm not sure about my beliefs. You know, maybe there is a God up there. I don't know. I'm agnostic. Okay, but I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't think there is one. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, and I feel like this is less about atheists coming to you and finding things that's wrong with your religion. And this is more you going into like atheist circles on your own and like shadow boxing with, you know, these arguments that like you make up in your head or like you've seen once before on a Reddit thread. Like, I get the impression that like 10 questions atheists can't answer. Yeah, exactly. I get the impression that this is more you seeking conflict rather than like atheists causing you conflict. You know what I mean? But the offer is open to talk. I'll try to send you a message if you got some kind of contact info. I really just want to know what's going on up there, man. I got to talk to you. You seem like a very interesting guy. Thank you very much for the content. Appreciate it. All right. I think that was a pretty good segment. Much better than that stupid fucking debate panel. Okay. I may or may not do one more. Hey, Katie. What you up to? You want to watch One Piece? Cool. All right. Sorry, losers. Let's see. I guess I got to figure out how to raid, huh? Okay. What the hell? Okay. Enjoy Pirates? Yeah. Yes. We're about halfway through Whole Cake, I think. It's good stuff. All right, I got to figure out how to do this. Let me see.
I hate it here.
It's great.
I hate it here.
Well, you want to talk about it while I'm figuring this out?
Yeah, sure. So let me. Excuse me. So let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys something about my experiences with One Piece. So, oh Jesus Christ, this chair is very hard to maneuver. A little bit. There we go. Sorry, I got really close to the camera. So let me tell you something about leaning the wrong way. Here we go. Let me tell you something about my experiences with One Piece. So, I have cried very hard, like full on sobbed very hard, at least once an arc since Thriller Bark, okay? And that was like episode 350 plus some.
You gotta figure out how to raid Shadow Legends.
Thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, Sake Tanuki. He's been very kind today.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
So
Thank you very much.
So whatever episodes Thriller Bark happens in, towards the end of that arc, I sobbed my eyes out for like several episodes in a row. And then every arc since, I have cried in a similar way. And it has never stopped. Like, the emotional train it's off the rails. It's gone. Like, I can't get off. I can't get off. And it's unfortunate. Like, I'm so stupidly invested in this show that was just supposed to be about fun. It was just supposed to be about fun little pirates. Just some fun little guys. But no. I could go through one of the most recent arcs I watched and count the number of times one of the Geneva Conventions is violated. Like, it's insane. It's so good, but it's so insane. Anyway.
Okay, I think I figured it out. So
that's good, because I ran out of things to say.
Okay, cool. I have to find somebody to raid, and I can do it either on YouTube or Twitch now because of my website. So,
excuse me.
Who's live?
Yeah,
Anybody got any good live channels?
I love this thing.
Cuffles
Law is like one of my favorite characters in the entire show.
We'll raid Cuffles.
Hell yeah.
Gaffles.
Gaffles.
Yappy.
Law is my boy. Hell yeah. Same.
Where's that pesky tab? There you are. Okay. Settings couldn't be saved due to there being an invalid value. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, Perry, One Piece is a commitment. Don't do it until you're ready. Honest to God.
YouTube channel. I still haven't quite figured it out. YouTube channel. Oh, wait, I got it.
I need to watch Owl House still. I'm woefully behind the times. I was rewatching Arcane and Castlevania too much. I know, I've heard it's so good. I've seen a couple clips from it. And Arcane was great. And I have heard Owl House is very gay. And I love that.
Oh wait, shoot.
For anyone who loves Arcane, the season 2 first look dropped, and I don't think anybody's going to be having a very good time. I think we're all going to be really going through the emotional ringer. Okay,
I hope I didn't end it.
I don't think you did.
Okay.
Yeah, same, pumped for season 2.
Yeah, I can't figure this out. I'm going to have to figure out how to host later, but I'll just drop her link in the chat, and then you guys go over, okay? I think it auto redirects. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure it out. It should auto host. Okay, well, we'll see. If not, just get over there yourselves. Oh, wait, what am I doing? It's Keffels. Don't go to that one. Go to keffels.gg/live. I think that's what it is. Yeah, okay. Get over there, you scamps, you crazy kids. Okay.
Shoo shoo.
Thank you all for being here. I had fun. I'll try to be back on Tuesday. If not, I will see you guys next week. Have a good one, everybody.